Why, hello, everybody. It is so great to see all of you here today on this fantastic, scary day that we have lined up for all of you. My name is Lana Ruse, and I will be your host for the first part of Fright Fatales. We've been super excited about this all month, and it's here. So today we have a full day of dark, scary, and horror-themed speedruns from members of our Frame Fatales community. It's sure to be an incredible event, and I hope you stick around for the whole day. It's going to be amazing. Before we get started, just a couple of announcements. AGDQ 2023 Online will be January 8th to the 15th. Make sure to head to gamesdonequick.com for more info. If you didn't see it, the games list was released last night for the first submission period. And there were tons of awesome things, so make sure to go check it out, see if you've got any favorite games, and maybe post about it on Twitter so we can see what you're looking forward to when the schedule is released. So make sure to check that out. Also, if you are watching us on YouTube, make sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, make sure to go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in watching our live content. Starts weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. So let's get into it. We have a lot of absolutely incredible runs lined up for all of you today. But our first run of the day will be one called White Day by Catlink. So I'll let her explain it. Let's go.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Catlink, and as Lana said, we are going to be doing White Day. I'll explain a little bit of White Day while we're doing the run, but first and foremost, there's costumes that we get to do. I decided to go for some classic costumes. A lot of them are DLC, except for one. I refuse to change it, and you'll understand why. But we're going to be doing this game on hard because we're going to be using it for a specific skip later down the run. So we're going to get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So White Day. White Day is a holiday that is celebrated in a lot of Eastern Asian countries like Thailand, Japan, China, and so forth. So a lot of these, so basically what White Day is it's kind of like a second Valentine's Day. So if anybody gave you gifts on February 14th, on March 14th, that person would give you, that other person would give you gifts, essentially. That's basically what it is, for those who are not sure what the holiday is. So a lot of the game is going to be left or right choices between different dialogue. So we have to make sure we select very specific dialogue. And if we do not, that could lead to some very troublesome moments later down the road, considering we need certain of the ladies around at certain moments. So right now we're going to be doing a lot of left choices. Thankfully, early in the run, it's pretty simple. But she wants us to go get a stepladder and go into the vent up here. A little sus if you ask me, but that's fine. So we're going to go get some clippers here, some wire cutters, and a stepladder. So you probably notice me grabbing certain items. Usually a menu pops up when I grab those items, but because of a cancel animation, we recancel out of the menu immediately. It allows us to in and out of the menu as quick as possible, and you barely even see us pick up the items, which is kind of cool. All right, so now that we have our stepladder here, we're going to go up and go into the vent.
Nothing bad ever happened when you crawl through vents, right?
Oh yeah, no. Nothing could ever Nothing could ever go wrong.
This isn't a scary day. What do you mean?
No, not at all. Although I'm going to play a cutscene. It's the only cutscene I'm going to play because I find it very fun and goofy. And this is the one outfit I refuse to change, and this is why.
Oh my god.
This is my favorite cutscene because it's so goofy.
It's
but that's
good.
One of the janitors. We love him. He's great. But he's going to be taking that student away. This building that we're in currently is very cursed. There's a lot of spirits roaming around, and there's actually quite a lot of really interesting lore I'd love to touch on, but unfortunately, there's just so many different stories in this game that I highly recommend playing through it. just because I don't know, I find them very, very interesting. So right now we're shutting off some valves because we need to get past, we need to get out of the vents. Unfortunately, we can't live here, we can't stay here, we gotta go. So now that we've closed all the valves, we can finally get out of the vent. So unfortunately, we cannot get out of the vent when there's steam blaring on us. That's a little hot. All right. So now we're going to be doing our, basically one of our first puzzles here. This puzzle is pretty simple. It's pretty much the same, no matter what. So we're just going to open this. There you go, and that's the puzzle. There you go, easy puzzle, woohoo!
Yeah, we love it.
We love easy puzzles. All right. There you go. And more dialogue. So she's very important specifically because we are going to need her quite a lot. So some of the girls, some of the cutscenes for the girls will actually get rid of the janitor. There are 2 janitors. The one that you saw in that cutscene, and then you had another one that we haven't quite seen yet. But they are very rough because they do a lot of damage. On hard mode, we can only do this on 3 hits and then you're done. So we're going to try our best not to get hit. No guarantees, because sometimes the hitboxes can be a little finicky. All right, so we're going to turn on this light here, pick up this lighter because we are going to need it for some items. Oh, there's the janitor. We got to go. Thankfully, this cutscene gets rid of him for the time being, but it's a little RNG on where he's going to be now. So he can either spawn up top here, or he can spawn on the bottom. It gets a little interesting when he decides to spawn in certain locations because we're going to have to dodge him. But we should be okay. So you might have noticed this game is actually New Game Plus. So the only reason why it's New Game Plus is this conversation specifically. This one conversation. So if you finish the game, she kind of comes into a new playthrough. However, she's the only extra dialogue choice that we have to deal with, and thankfully it's mostly all left, so we don't have to deal with her after that. So she's just kind of there. She's hanging out. She's drawing some stuff on the walls. All right, we get through this door. There we go. Gotta grab this paper, and we go back down. So that paper allows us to go get a specific item downstairs. We need a code for a lockbox to get a key. It's pretty straightforward for the most part. Not too bad. But now we're going to see if where the janitor is going to be. Hopefully nowhere where we want him to be. I'm just a little nervous. So now we're going to be introduced to stamina. This game does have stamina. There he is. And this is kind of where it gets a little scary. So we're just going to let him do that. Close the door behind us, so that way it takes him a while. So we have to bait the attacks, and the bait of the attacks, you have to be very quick on them. If you're not fast enough, he will hit you regardless. But thankfully, we got out unscathed. So now that we have the code here, it's 3126. You don't need the 3126. You don't need to remember specifically. Yeah, he's gonna hit. That's fine. We have a heal coming up anyway, so we're just gonna close these. There you go. 3126. You actually don't need to remember the code exactly. As long as you remember the numbers, it will always be the same. You can input it no matter way you want. 3126. All right. 3126. There you go. Now we got the key. And there actually is a heal here, which I'm going to grab because he gets a little scary. And especially in building 2, where we're going to really not want to take damage at all because we can die pretty quick. But thankfully, since he spawned downstairs, getting up here will be no problem because we have to put in a key. And if he shows up and if he spawns at the top here, we have to run away. We have to bait him off and bring him somewhere else. So thankfully he spawned downstairs, so that makes this a little bit easier. All right, excuse me, pardon me. All right, and now we get a cutscene and the janitor is no longer an issue. Thank goodness. Yeah. Thank goodness. He's not a problem for the time being, but he will be in a bit. But now we're going to be doing a boss fight. We're going to be setting up a little bit. It's not much of a boss fight. The boss fights in this game are a little interesting. So we're going to be killing some plants. And now the lore behind the plants is that one of the teachers was really into his plants, and the students kind of ruined his plants. So he died, and when he died, he decided to basically curse the entire school with his plants. So as you can see, there's roots and stuff, so we have to get rid of the roots. We have to get rid of the root of the problem. So by doing that, we're going to need to grab a few items. So we're going to unlock this door because we're going to have to go grab a spray in that room. But first, we're going to go in here and solve a little bit of a puzzle. All the puzzles are kind of RNG, so we have to see, it's 96. So since it's 96, it's going to be 42.59. 42. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's okay. 59. There you go. And that should be it. And we got the chemical solvent. So we're going to be using that to kill a lot of the plants in this. Basically, we're going to be using that to kill the plants. But we're going to take a little shortcut because we do have to go back upstairs to kill some plants. Or, sorry, downstairs. Sorry, it gets a little confusing going from point A to point B. But that's okay. So we have one plant here, and then we're going to make our way back upstairs and get the rest of the plants and make our way back down by going the opposite direction. All right. So now that we've got that one, we got a few more to get rid of here. I like that there's this little shortcut because we literally only have to get that one plant and going all the way to the other side just to try and get the plant. It's a little out of the way. So
too much cardio.
Yeah, too much cardio. Have you seen the stamina on this boy? He don't have a lot of stamina. All right. So now that we've got that plant, got a few more. So this is pretty much what the boss fights are. It's a little out of the normal for boss fights. So first we have to complete a certain set of tasks in a timely manner. As you see in the top left corner, we have a timer. Thankfully, the timer is very forgiving since it does account for you having to search for all the plants. But we pretty much get it done within like less than 3 minutes.
Easy for the speedrunners. No problem.
Exactly. So now we have one more plant to take care of, and then we can get on with the boss fight. So boss fights, the end of the boss fights anyways, usually consist of a few QTEs. They're very, very simple QTEs, but if you mess it up, you die instantly. It does not give you any leeway. I might have not grabbed the... Okay, I'm going to make a shortcut. I don't know if I grabbed the spray. I did not. So because we didn't grab the spray, and that's what is very scary. So because we didn't grab it, we're going to do a quick detour. Because I'm silly and I didn't grab things. And that's okay. It takes like 2 seconds. I even said, we have to pick up the spray. We have to go into this room. There we go. Yeah, so if I don't pick up the spray, we would have found out very quickly that not picking up the spray would have instantly not done so well. Basically, not picking up the spray means you don't get the QTE, which means you just instantly die. You can't do anything about it. It's very... Ooh. Yeah. So I'm
that's lovely.
Taking the quick detour so we don't have to waste too much time, but that's fine. I sometimes forget that. I don't know why. It's like one of the important things. But we got it. That's okay. And now we have to do a QTE. There we go. It's either right or left. It's really not too hard. All right, one more. There we go. All right, and our flamethrower in a can. Let's go. We have taken care of the demons. Well, that one specifically. There are many demons in this school, but that's okay. We got rid of one. So now we're gonna make our way to building 2. But before we do that, we have to go grab a token. So the token for that door, I don't know why there's token locks. I'm not gonna question it. But we need tokens to open the door. I believe this is the wind token or the water token. It's one of the two. You don't really pay attention to which token it is when you pick it up. It's a wood token. There you go. All right. So
What do you mean? So young's
this young lady here, we're going to need to impress her. We need to make her happy and
yes, she
basically make sure she sticks with us. Because if she doesn't stick with us, unfortunately, we won't be able to get rid of the janitor in some places. So we have to really make sure we select the right things. However, for this conversation, it's all left.
You reap what?
All left choices. Don't really have to think about it too much.
What's with?
Pretty simple.
Love it. Love it.
Yes. So now that we've got our token, we made her happy, and we're going to make our way to Building 2. So Building 2 is a little scary. There's a lot of floors. There's about 4 floors we're going to have to venture through. And a lot of those floors have, well, they have the janitor, which is always a problem, but hopefully he's nice to us this time around. And we also have a lot of items to collect, and there's possibilities of soft locks, but hopefully we don't get those soft locks. We just got to be very careful on certain items we pick up. Also, chat, we have a baby coming up soon. I've never named him before, but if you want to name him, you're more than welcome to. This is the baby.
Oh, congratulations.
Isn't he cute?
Wow.
He ran away. We scared him. So yeah, we need to go grab a few keys. Oh, don't mind her. She's fine. She's taking a nap. All right. We got the keys, and now we can make our way to the second floor. We're gonna come up here really quickly. There is a puzzle we're gonna have to do that works really well if you know Korean. If you don't know Korean, this puzzle's hard. It is not an easy puzzle. Essentially, there is a number on the chalkboard, but we're not really going to pay attention to the chalkboard because we know all the answers. There are 3 possibilities of what the answer could be. So we just kind of guess. We don't really take the chance on looking at the board and seeing what we know. We just kind of hope for the best. So 8124. That wasn't it. 2841. There we go.
Nice.
We always like to get it on the first or second try for obvious reasons. All right, so we have a little desk puzzle here. Just have to make sure all the little big parts here are facing left. There you go.
We've got some nice names in chat too.
Yes, name him Lump. I'm here for it. So this is the janitor, and he's protecting a key. So we need to go get that key. However, he's right here. We bait his attack. Oh, he didn't hit us. Let's go! Oh, that's
Nice.
so scary. Oh, that is so scary. Okay, so we're going to close the doors behind us to make sure he doesn't grab us or doesn't try to hurt us in any way. And we're going to go all the way over here and go get a cassette. Oh, that is a very scary dodge. I don't know how to explain it. It's just very easy to get trapped. All right, so now that we got our tape here, we have a cutscene that saves our lives, thanks to her. This is why we want to keep her around. Because if we didn't, keep her around, she would not be there, and the janitor would be on our butts. And we don't want that. So now that we've gotten out of there, we have to deal with the janitor one more time, which he should be coming out through this door. There he is.
Oh, hey, buddy.
There we go. Close the door. Close the door. And now we can go to the 3rd floor without any problems because we're going to be activating another cutscene. We're going to hear him behind us, though. Okay. Oh, he's actually not behind us for once. Oh, my goodness. Today's a good day. All right. So we make sure we do right, or left, and then right for this one. There we go, because we are going to be needing her in a little bit as well. All right. So now that we have our friend with us, we can do this puzzle here. Can I get a key? There you go. It's kind of a Silent Hill 1 key puzzle almost. All right, so 4617, 4617, 4617, 4617, 4617, 4617. 4617, 4617, 4617. There we go. 4617. There we go. I know I put that in complete wrong order to what I said, but don't worry about that. It, like I said, doesn't really matter as long as you put the right numbers. Makes it a lot more forgiving, that's for sure. All right. So now we're going to go down to the second floor, and we're going to go put our puzzle together here. So there's a little bit of a... If we didn't put this painting back together, essentially, we wouldn't be able to get a vase or vase or whatever, however you want to pronounce it, which is going to be an item we're going to need because it has a thing inside of it. But we can't check it until we put that painting back together, essentially. Although, also, there's Lump, or however you want to name him.
What a cutie.
He's very fascinated with this doll, which is kind of foreshadowing to the boss fight we're going to be doing. Make sure I hope that wasn't too fast. That's one of the items that can soft lock. And also another key item coming up soon. But our friend here, as long as she's around, we shouldn't have to deal with the janitor. We love her. She's great. She's our best friend. She's our BFF. She keeps us safe from the Jenny. All right. Now we can go grab this disc up here that we couldn't do without the remote, obviously. So now we have the key. Hopefully it's in our inventory and didn't disappear for magical reasons. And we can go to the 4th floor and activate the boss fight. This very stinky baby.
I do love all of these puzzles. Like, it reminds me of a horror-themed escape room almost, you know, with all the codes and all that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Exactly. And now small baby is going to be big baby.
This is the art room.
Very big baby.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So we have to stop the baby from slamming everything around by going to get the clay doll it was looking at earlier. So now that we know what we need to go grab, we're going to go do that. First, before we give the doll to the baby, we have to first make it boiling hot and then simmer it down. Don't know why, but we have to do it in that specific order before we bring it to the baby, because if we don't do that, then the baby will kill us. And we don't see another day. So we're going to take this doll and we're going to bring it to the 4th floor, which is going to have the clay, or the... I forget what the name of the machine is. It's basically a clay heater, I guess. I don't know. An oven. We got to go put it in the oven. There we go. This is just casually in a school. I don't know why, but you know.
Pottery class or something. Who knows?
They grow up so fast. That they do. The babies do grow up so fast. That's okay. We're gonna make sure the baby's not harmed. The baby's gonna be all right. I promise you. Little Lumpy is gonna be fine.
Oh, kiln. That's it. Called a kiln.
Oh, a kiln. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I was thinking forge, but I knew that was not the right type of large oven.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact name. I was like, someone told me once upon a time, but I don't remember exactly. So we're going to go cool down this piping hot statue that's just so happens to be in our pocket. We just picked it up out of the oven and said, yep, that's put it in our pocket. It's fine. But now we have it, and we can go bring it back to the baby. Oh, I'll make sure I actually grabbed it. I was a little nervous there. I'm like, All right. Hopefully the baby likes our offering. Gotta get it, make the baby happy. All right, baby. Here you go. There you go. No slamming. Don't break the building, please. All right, and we'll mark you to E. There we go. Whew, that was a close one. Here you go. Take it. Take it and leave. And now the baby is very happy and has moved on to a different plane. So now that the baby is gone, we can go grab the token there. There is the doll, like a family of dolls there, but we don't pick them up because they're just mostly an extra item that you can have. If you want, you don't really need it. It's fine. You can just move on to the next building. So this is going to be why we're playing on hard mode, building 3. Building 3 has a skip where you can skip the entirety of the building. Building 3 is very hard. Casually is very hard, and also just in general in a speedrun can be very rough. So we're going to do all right selections here because we want to stay with her. If we don't stay with her, she's not going to show up in building 3, which we need her, like extremely do need her. Otherwise, we're going to have problems with the other janitor.
What?
And unfortunately, you don't get to see much of the other janitor, which kind of makes me sad because I love him very much. But that's okay. Seeing less of him is more ideal in a speedrun. All right. So, hopefully this skip works. It should always work. It's usually guaranteed always to work, but there are some problems that can arise where the AI doesn't exactly cooperate in your favor. So now that we're in building 3, we're going to go get our fair lady here. She helps us out a little bit. We love her. She's great.
Well,
She's a little sassy, but we love her for it.
Love it.
She's got the sassy look at everything. All right. Now that she has successfully gotten rid of the janitor for us, we can go get a key to open the door to start the skip. So because the AI is a lot more aggressive on hard mode, we actually use that to our advantage to make the AI essentially open a door to building 4 for us, which allows us to just completely bypass this entire level. It's really nice. It makes this run a lot more comfy because this spot here is a little rough. So we're going to run and we're going to open this door on the side here. We're going to run up to the door and then we're going to stop running because the AI is going to think we're still at the door. So we're going to see his flashlight come up. There it is. We don't want to be too eager though. Wait till he goes again and then there's the door.
The costume again.
Yep. And that is building
good.
3.
Yes.
Yeah, very quick, very painless, and the AI does all the work for us. Thank you very much.
Nice. That's huge.
Yeah, it's a crazy time save because that whole building could take like, 20 minutes. It's a little ridiculous how long that building can take and how rough it can be, but thankfully we use the AI to our advantage. All right, so now we're on the last building. So chat, a lot of my community members will understand the spam. So if you see people spamming of any sort, just a lot of O's, you'll understand in a moment. It's great. I love the soundtrack in this game is so goofy. I love it so much. All right. Let's activate the power, unlock the doors, and now we can carry on with the final segment. All right, the door has been unlocked. Woohoo! All right, time for the O's. And everything's on fire now. Don't ask why. Ooh.
Fire and karaoke time. Good combination.
Ooh. Yeah, this is the whole entire song. It's just a lot of ooh. I love it so much.
Ah, beautiful. So many good singers in chat. Y'all are killing it.
Look at the chat go. We love it. We love it. Good job, chat. Yes, keep them going. Keep them going.
Sing. Sing.
Louder for the people in the back. All right, so we have to wait till the fire goes away because if we don't, we are going to run into a lot of issues. So even though the fire looks like it's gone, it's not gone. The hitbox is still there and it will still damage you very much so. So we have to kind of wait until the fire completely goes away, give it a second, and then we can continue on. Thankfully, there are some healing items that we can pick up before we, if we do take damage, which thankfully this level isn't too rough. We just gotta wait till the fire goes away, and there we go. It's a little bit of a tedious thing, but not too bad once you figure out the timing for it. There you go, get this one open. We are gonna take a little bit of a detour. We're gonna activate a cutscene here to get this door open that we're gonna be coming up on, which is that one right there. Wait for the fire. There we go. Do the QTE. And bada bing, bada boom, we got the door open. But first, before we go into the door, we're actually going to take a slight detour because that lady chasing around, that one right there, she hits hard. And if we're extinguishing the fire, she can still hit us. So I'm just going to let her come over here. And as soon as I see her, I tend to go around and then extinguish the final fire. The time's actually going to be coming up very shortly. I just want to say thank you to Lana Rose and Kitty Roo for having me on. This is so much fun. I'm very excited to see the rest of the runs today. Definitely stick around for... Oh, see that fire? It wasn't there, but it hit me. But definitely stick around for a lot of the awesome ladies and MBs coming up very shortly. But thank you very much for having me. We're not doing the time yet. Don't worry. We're going to pop this on there, and that's the end of that boss fight. Now the janitor's going to have to clean up the entire mess. We have a few dialogue choices here. Poor girl had her ankle sprained there. We're going to make sure she's okay.
Yeah,
She's okay. Don't worry, chat.
I'm really... Well, I think...
She's really fine, I promise. And time's going to be coming up in... Now, time.
Nice. Awesome.
Let's see what the IGT was. 2907. Nah, that's pretty good. I just want to say thank you, everybody. If you'd like to watch more of my streams, I do a lot of speedruns and stuff like that. A lot of speedrun challenge runs. Horror games are my jam. You can find me at twitch.tv/catlink. But again, stick around for the rest of the show. I'm really, really excited to watch more runs of all these awesome ladies and MBs. So thank you again, Lana.
Absolutely. Well, everyone, let's give another incredibly loud round of applause for Catlink and that incredible White Day run. Big shout outs also to the janitor who's probably, listen, I know rough mechanic, but that costume, I gotta say that massive fish sword was amazing.
Good. I refuse to change it to anything else. He has a ton of costumes. That's the one I love because of that cutscene with the fish. It's so good.
It's beautiful. That's gonna live on in my memory forever.
You're welcome. And the O's. So, lots of O's.
Yes. Great job singing, Chad. You were all amazing.
You did great, Chad. Proud of you.
Yay. So there we go. That is our first run of the day. If you are just tuning in, we are here all day with Fright Fatales. It's going to be a lot of scary runs that we're going to bless your screen with today. So make sure you stick around. We are going to be going on a short break as we get ready for our next run. If you want to see the rest of the schedule for today, make sure to press !fright in chat. And you can see that we have tons of runs to take up all of your Sunday time today. So stick around, everybody. We hope you are enjoying the day so far. This is just the first of many incredible runs. And make sure to check out Catlink as always. We'll be back shortly. Catch you right after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It is so good to see you. If you are just tuning in, let me tell you all about what we're up to today. So my name is Lana Ruse, and I will be your host for the first half of Fright Fatales. So what is Fright Fatales all about? We are going to be showing off some more dark, scary and horror-themed speedruns from the Frame Fatales community. We have a full day stacked with incredible games. So make sure to check out our schedule using !Fright. We just finished an incredible White Day run from Catlink, and we have many more coming up. Quick reminder that if you are watching us on YouTube, make sure to press that like button and subscribe to the channel, and go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick to watch our live content, which starts weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. So the runs will be going on all day today. Our next one is going to be a fantastic Yume Nikki run from Bath and Jen, and I'll let them explain it. Take it away.
Hello, GDQ friends, and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Bath and Jan, and I will be running for you Yume Nikki any % on the JP and Steam edition of the game. With me to commentate is my good friend Nicole. Good night. Nicole, do you want to introduce yourself?
That's me. I'm Nicole Goodnight, and I super love horror as well as RPG Maker games. So this is a perfect marriage of the two, and I am incredibly excited to be here for this run.
Big same, yeah. As Nicole mentioned, this is a legendary 2003 RPG Maker horror pixel 2D game. It's inspired the likes of Deltarune and Undertale, as well as Omori and others of its genre. So very, very excited to be showcasing it for you today on GDQ. Perfect. So to start the timer, I'm going to be counting down when I hit new game. Once I hit 0, if you guys can start the timer, that would be awesome. So here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. Perfect. So these first couple graphics here are just showing us how to play the game, and luckily we already know how to do that, so we're off to a great start here. We're going to hop right into bed here, and so the premise of this game is that we are our protagonist, Madotsuki. Madotsuki is a shut-in. She is afraid to leave her apartment, and so she climbs into her bed and she escapes into the world of her dreams. Here is the Nexus world, where we'll be connected to a number of other worlds in the dream world. We'll be collecting 24 effects with which to beat the game with. Nicole, do you want to explain a little bit about what's going on in this room as well as the effect we're getting?
Absolutely. So the first world that we're going to is Graffiti World, and the first effect that we're going to be getting is the bike. The reason for this is the bike is essential in getting the 8x speed glitch, which is obviously you want to get as quickly as possible. So basically we're going to get the bike, go back to our desk, equip the bike, step away from the desk, drop the effect while in the chair, which stores the speed, equip the bike again, and exit the chair. Bath is going to show it to you. It's going to make a lot more sense.
Right, yeah, as Nicole mentioned, it's a little bit difficult or explaining it, but I'm about to showcase it for you right here. So we're going to hop into this desk, as Nicole mentioned, and we're going to equip the bicycle and then step away while we are seated. We're then going to head through the Nexus door here and then drop the effect and then pick it back up. We are then going to re-equip bicycle here, which will then store the speed twice, and then we will be heading towards that desk and then leaving the desk, and now we're cooking with gas. We have that 8 times speed glitch. You may not be able to notice it on the stream, but the speed glitch is incredibly difficult to control. As well, some effects move around, as well as portals and doors can sometimes move around. So it makes navigating a little bit difficult while speed running, but fortunately we've got that first part squared away there and we're good to go. So here we are trucking away here. And so upcoming is the first RNG segment of the run. It is the closet warp. We're going to be warping to an area, collecting an effect, and then looking for the RNG closet that will be warping us back into this room. Perfect. All right, so we got that severed head there, and now we're looking for the closet that's going to warp us back. We're checking each one, just going to see where it is. Perfect. We got third closet warps. That's pretty good RNG here. We're trucking right along. Good to go. All right, so we're going to be heading back through this door and then out of Numbers World and into Forest World here. Perfect. All right, and in Forest World, we're going to be getting one of my favorite effects in the game. It is Frog, because it turns you into a frog, which is great. We all love Frog. Unfortunately, it won't be used in the speed run, but it is a great effect, and we do love it. All right, so we're coming up to what we jokingly like to call the last boss of the game. It is this Tori Ningen, and we have successfully evaded her, so we're good to go for now. That Tori Ningen is quite aggressive, as well as that portal can move around, and so it is difficult to get at times, but fortunately, we're squared away here, and we're trucking right along to Docks. We're going to grab an effect up here in Docks. Okay, and then once we do that, we're going to head to the next RNG effect in the RNG segment of the run, which is going to be the refugee town. So we're going to talk to this NPC here, and it is random each time you start the game which NPC will be warping you to NES world. So we're going to be checking in on that here shortly. Perfect. All right, so sometimes we get first warp there, not so much today, no problem. I'm going to be talking, okay, we got second NPC warp, so that's really good RNG again, really, really happy about that. All right, so we're in NES world here, and I'm going to be trucking on over to get Squish Squish, which is just a fun little effect. I'm actually not really sure what it does, but a lot of these effects in the game don't really have any bearing on gameplay. They just are sort of fun, and they're just interesting things that do random stuff. So, okay, we're trucking right along here, a little bit of random movement from that NPC there. I'm waiting for this gentleman to move out of the way. Perfect. He went a good direction there, so we're good. We're trucking through. Coming up on Oni, which is the third RNG segment of the run. And so in the Oni's room, he has a 1 in 6 chance to spawn. each time you enter the room. And so if he doesn't spawn, you're just entering and exiting the room just to see if he will spawn between those 6 pyramids there. So we're just trucking right along. We're seeing if he's going to be shy today or if he's going to pop right out here, see if we get some good Oni RNG. If we don't, it's totally fine. He's just feeling a little shy today, so no problem at all. Little shy Oni, we'll see what we get. We expect somewhere like within or below 10 attempts, but sometimes we'll get a little bit more than that. So we'll see what we grab here for Oni. There he is, perfect. And so after we warp to him, he's going to, we're going to talk to him and grab his effect as well, which is very important. All right, so then we're going to wait for these mushroom gentlemen to move, and we're trucking right along in this NES maze segment here. Coming up after the NES maze is the static maze. Just for any listeners as a warning, that is a flashing lights segment of the game. I will let you know when to look away from your screen and then when to turn back, so I'll give you that warning shortly. But for now, we're still heading through this maze here, trucking along with this 8 times speed glitch, no problem. Okay, so that static maze is coming up here shortly. All right, please look away from your screen if that concerns you. Perfect, we're heading through static maze here, and we're doing our best to route through. And then we are, let's get through here. Perfect. And now you can look back at your screen. Excellent. Okay, now we're going to grab Cat. And Cat is very fast. Cat, come back here, Cat. Cat is a little bit difficult to grab at times. We had a really good cat today, so that's good. All cats are good, honestly. All right, we're going to line up with this gentleman here and then exit there and then head into Eyeball World. And Eyeball World is where we're going to grab Metamod, or in this version, Eye Palm. And this is a really useful effect because Eye Palm will allow us at any time to warp back to the central Nexus room. Unfortunately, if we use it whenever we want, we will lose our speed glitch. So we're only going to be using it during strategic places in the run, as well we will be using it in conjunction with the 4 times speed glitch later to allow us to warp a little bit more freely back and forth and routing the game a little bit more efficiently. For now, we're going to make our way into Mural World here and grab blonde and long hair here. So there's blonde and there is long hair. Perfect. Then we're going to head into the sewers just over here. I got to enter into like a specific pixel. There you go. Perfect. All right. So now we're into sewers. We're trucking right along here, making short work of a long meditative walking segment generally in casual play. So that's great for us. Using that 8 times speed glitch to our full advantage here. Going to grab Faceless Ghost here. Perfect. And we're going to head into this hallway and then over this long hallway, and that concludes sewer. And we're going to hop into this gentleman's mouth. I encourage you not to really worry about it. Everything is fine. Yeah, please don't worry about it. We're going to now portal into the block world and grab one of the effects that we're going to be using for the 4 times speed glitch in a hot minute here, and that is Hat and Scarf. Perfect. And then we're going to head past the blocks here and down into this portion where we can then head towards the door and into Dark World next. Perfect. Excellent. And so I don't know if you'll be able to see it on screen during stream, but in Dark World, I am looking for an NPC. He's going to let me know where I am approximately so I can line up with Kitchen Knife. Excellent. And then we're going to be looking for this portal here. Very nice. And that's going to take us to the Wasteland segment once again. And so Wasteland is a little bit of a tricky segment to route around here as I'm speedrunning. Fortunately, it's not a big deal and we are going to route around it. Some of these textures are we're able to move through and some not, but no worries. So we're going to grab Towel here and then line up with another texture on the left and then head down, line up with another texture and then head down and up. And now we have warped to a separate part of the wasteland effectively. Perfect. And then we're going to head towards the Endless Staircase. Perfect. All right. So we're on our way to Endless Staircase right now. Nicole, do you want to explain a little bit about what can happen on Endless Staircase? Yeah, so as Nicole mentioned, that is an RNG event. Unfortunately, we didn't get it for the marathon here, but that is something that can happen. And there's a couple really fun RNG events that can happen if we get the chance. But you know, it is what it is. So we're going to head into the deeper nexus here and grab this spirit headband from this gentleman. We are then going to equip Eye Palm and then warp back to the nexus. And as you'll notice, we did lose our speed glitch in doing so, but fortunately, we're about to set up a second 4 times speed glitch here. And how we're going to do that is we're going to hop into this chair here and we are going to equip Snow Woman to make it snow. We are then going to equip the Hat and Scarf and step away from the desk. We're then going to equip the effect, or rather activate the effect and then unactivate it, and then we're going to equip eye palm, no problem, hop back into that desk, and then head on in. And we're now in that 4x speed glitch, which is much, much easier to control as a speedrunner. So the latter half of the run is a little bit of breathing easy, so that's good to hear. All right, cool. So now we've got this effect here. We're going to head down here carefully and find this bed here that's going to allow us to warp to the second part of the Nexus. All right, excellent. So we're heading deeper into the Nexus here, into more effects as we go along. Perfect. And so we're going to grab this effect here in the storage room, and it is usually moving quite fast. Fortunately, it kind of moved in our direction, and so that is good to go. We're going to head through these double doors here, no problem, and head into the first set of escalator stairs here. And now we are in the mall. Fun fact, in the mall, if you talk to any NPC, they do run away from Madotsky. They seem to be scared of her. There is a recurring theme in this game of Madotsky dreaming of things in her normal everyday life. She's be having some difficulties and some troubles. We're going to grab a flute here and then sit down. And so what happens here is that if we sit down, we are now on a timer for if we get trapped in the sit animation. And so if that happens, it's not a big deal. We can just enter into Neon World again. But fortunately, we made it in time, and so we're good. We're not going to get trapped there. But I do have to keep moving and grab that effect as quickly as possible. And so we were able to do that, and that's great. Excellent. And so I'm now heading up to get Umbrella and then warp to a separate area. I think it's called the Deep Forest in this world here. I did lose. There it is. Perfect. And so I'm heading through here, routing through. Alrighty, and we're just heading to the right here, and then we're going to look for a gentleman that lets us know that we're going to warp to a second part of the map, and we're good. We've warped to the second part of the map there. We're going to come up on a gentleman who is napping in some jam, and then we're going to warp to the Nexus.
Oh, a jam nap.
A jam, yeah, and then we're going to equip eye palm. We're going to actually drop eye palm and not re-equip it, and that is fine because we are coming up actually on our last effect of the game. It's a bit of a route to get there, but fortunately, we're pretty much smooth sailing from here. And there's that last boss fight of the game, and we were able to successfully evade her, so that is good news for us. We're just in this maze once again and taking a slightly different route to the very last effect of the game. So there is that. Perfect. Alrighty, and so now we're in the Deep Forest maze segment here, and coming up is a dark segment of that maze, but I believe in the original version of this game it was much harder to see, but you can see on your screen, and for me on stream, it is actually quite easy to see without the intended lamp effect guiding you through. So fortunately for us as speedrunners, it's pretty easy for us to route through, so we don't really worry about this segment at all, no problem. Coming up here, I'm going to sit down and count to 7 using my timer on my screen, so I'm just going to count to 7 real quick. Okay, and then I'm going to give a second of leeway here for marathon safety, and then I'm going to equip the bicycle because we have lost our speed glitch, but that is not a problem because, again, we're coming up on the last effect here. If that sky turns red, then we know we have warped to the lake, so we're good. We're set to go. And again, we have lost our speed glitch, but fortunately, we can equip the bike and just kind of truck right along here, and then just, it'll be no problem at all. And so coming up, I'm going to grab that last effect. Once again, it is the witch in the tree. And then Nicole will be explaining what's going to be happening when I warp back to the Nexus. It is going to be quite a bit of menuing. And so it's a little bit difficult for me to talk and do that at the same time. So hopefully Nicole can explain that. All right, so I'm going to grab the witch here and then switch back to eye palm, warp back to the Nexus, and Nicole, take it away.
Absolutely. So at this part of the run, Bath and Jen is now going to equip every single effect that they have, which is 24 of them, and then drop them. There's no specific order to it, and Madotsky does move in a random direction each time one is placed. Because of that, there's a chance that she can get trapped and spin, which is fantastic to watch. If that does happen, it doesn't mean anything bad. As long as you can keep dropping effects, you're absolutely fine. So that's what Bath and Jen is doing right now, is just making sure to drop every single one of those, and then we're going to pinch ourselves and wake up. As one
exactly.
does.
Well, exactly. And let's see if we'll get a spinner here. It doesn't actually look like we will, so that's unfortunate for a marathon. Yeah, and it's always fun when we grab one, but here it's totally fine. We're almost done here. Just equipping each one and dropping it as Nicole described, one by one here. Alrighty, and that should be good, and so we'll pinch ourselves to wake up here. Time is coming up a little bit. Let me head through these double doors. If we did everything right, we'll have a platform spawned perfect, And that is time. That is the end of the run. That's a really good time, honestly, for us during the marathon. Thank you so much. And it's pretty quick, but that is Yume Nikki any percent JP and Steam version. It's a delightful game to speedrun, a delightful game to play casually as well. This game is free to play on Steam as well. I think the sequel to this game, which is 3D, is also on Steam and the Switch. It's generally on sale quite a bit. So there's a lot of content. If you like this game, this speedrun, you want to check out the game, there's plenty to see. And so if you're interested in this speedrun, it's actually a very easy game to get into. It's pretty straightforward. And so if that interests you, if you head on over to speedrun.com into the Yume Nikki page and then click on that Discord button and join the Discord, they have tons of information for you, tons of guides, and the community is so nice. Shout outs to the Yume Nikki speedrunning community. They've been nothing but just the best and so nice to me. And so I just can't thank them enough for their guidance and their kindness for me. It really means a lot. Yeah, and Nicole, anything else to add before we end here?
No, just thank you so much for having me on. I love this game, and it's really fun to commentate for you.
Thank you so much. I love having you on, and it's a blast. If you want to find me, I'm at twitch.tv/BathandJan. I'm also on Twitter, BathandJan_. So if you want to see more speedrun stuff, you can check me out there. Nicole, where can people find you?
Absolutely. You can find me at twitch.tv/NicoleGoodnight and on Twitter at NRGoodnight.
Perfect. And so that's really it from us. Thank you so much again, GDQ, for allowing us to showcase Yume Nikki for you on Fright Fatales. I hope everyone has a great rest of their event and rest of their day. Take it easy. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you so much. Goodbye. See you later.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, everyone, let's give another massive round of applause for Bath and Jan and Nicole Goodnight on commentary. That was loads of fun, and they killed it. So we're about to head off on another break to get ready for our next run, but just a reminder that we are here all day with some scary and horror-themed speedruns from members of our Fright Fatales community. Another reminder that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick, both with Hotfix and with AGDQ 2023 costs. So hey, please consider subscribing if you enjoy our daily content. So we're going to head off on a break now as we get ready for our next run. Make sure to press !Fright in chat to see more, and we'll catch you right after this for our next run by Gaffadil. Take care, everyone. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody. It is so good to see you all here as we continue with our full day event of Fright Fatales. So we are hosting a full day of dark, scary, and horror-themed speedruns from the Fright Fatales community. We have already had 2 incredible runs, and we have more coming up for the rest of today. Make sure to check out the schedule using !Fright if you want to know more. Also, a reminder that AGDQ 2023 online will be from January 8th to the 15th. Make sure to check out GamesDoneQuick.com for more info and to see the very recently released games list. It's tons of fun. All right, so in terms of next games that we have coming up, we have an Abuse Any % newer story run from Gaffadil. So I'll let her explain it. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Gaffadil, and joining me on commentary is Charbunny.
Hello, happy to be here. So much excitement for this run.
So we are playing the game known as Abuse. Narratively wise, this takes place in the far-flung future of 2009. We are playing Nick Brenna, who has been unjustly incarcerated in an illegal underground human experimentation facility where they've developed a virus called Abuse that turns people into like weird ant creatures. But it breaks loose and everyone is infected except us. So our goal is to prevent it from leaking into the world's water supply. So that is the newer story as specified by the category. In addition to that, it also adds 3 levels. And we are also playing on a fan-made port of this game to modern systems, which also adds functional music as well as quick save and quick load keybinds, which we'll be making some use of in the run. We are playing on the lowest difficulty. There are several to select from, and the icon gets angrier every time we do. Time starts as soon as we hit the Start New Game button in 3, 2, 1, go. So, Abuse is a run and gun. We have left click to shoot, keyboard to control. Holding down will activate things like platforms and doors, switches, teleporters. Some enemies here shooting at us. They're very simple. This is a tutorial level, but we actually won't be doing most of the tutorial because there is a secret exit here. So we grab this speed power up. So they're activated with holding right click down, and we go into this teleporter, which skips us ahead 3 levels. And now we're on level 3. We skip most of this part right here by just holding left against this wall, and we're starting to see some of our first enemies. We've got some turrets here, and we've also picked up another weapon. So our basic weapon's a pretty simple laser blaster, but we've got grenades. Other enemy here, these are the ants I mentioned, and also this giant robot that shoots grenades at us very slowly. So turrets and ants have different varieties. Grab a save here. So those ants were yellow and shot rockets. These are like black and shoot grenades at us. As well as then the turret was shooting rockets. We can destroy all of them. Sometimes it's faster to not, if I just fumble my way into that button. We've also picked up, here's some rockets for ourselves, and a napalm, which is a very powerful weapon that we won't be using too much. So the grenade and the rockets will be our bread and butter for this run, because there are going to be very dense clusters of enemies, like this one, and explosion damage does take them out very efficiently. Besides using it point blank, grenades will have an arc based on your own momentum, and rockets will have very slight homing and do more damage. Another speed power up here. And while we technically don't need to kill these enemies, because the door opens on a timer, it's obviously much safer to do so. Alright, grab a save at the beginning. We ideally want to do 1 manual save per level, because if we die and load without doing that, we lose all our ammo. We've got to go through all 3 of these paths before a door will open in the main part of the level. There's a big ammo cache over there. I think I will grab. But I think I will actually grab a save and hit quick load, and manual saving also will restore all your HP to 100. So that's quite handy. Ow. Grab this button. Alright.
For the 3 paths in this level, is there a certain order that is fastest to tackle them, or you can kind of do them whatever order you want?
I'm just doing them in whatever order here. Got these giant spike balls in the second one.
Oh gosh, those do not look fun.
And we've got some more robots. Oh, so I'm shooting explosives into their crotch because of how explosion damage works in this game. It does the most damage when it is closest to the origin of the object vertically, and for big robots, their origin is their center. Let's reload there as well. But this also applies to breakable walls, and I think there's a giant... Did it not spawn? I thought there was a giant crusher here. Oh well, we'll see another one later. For breakable walls and giant crushers, their origin is at the very left side. So that'll come into play later. But generally it is faster to destroy things in like fewer explosions than actual laser rifle firing. So we can actually clip through some of these crushers. If they're in a tight corridor like that one, I just like fire rockets down, because either that'll help maybe, or it'll destroy it pretty quickly. So we need to destroy this second ant. That's a showcase of what napalm does, assuming I don't die. Oh gosh. Napalm does a lot of explosions very rapidly. It's very hard. So this light is turned on because the game thinks we're inside this pit full of spiky balls. This door will open after a certain amount of time, but because the trigger extends above here, it's much safer to just stand up here.
Yeah, this looks like way more fun than actually being down there trying to deal with all of this.
All right.
Good strategy.
And I think this is the only place this lift appears in the game. Oh no, the game crashed. That happens sometimes. We might have to redo that last waiting section. Just reopen the game really quickly.
I mean, that part was kind of celebratory. Like, the spike balls are mean, but they kind of look like balloons. Like, you know, don't let the balloon touch the ground. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, celebratory.
And they explode into like tiny versions. It's like fireworks.
Happy October, happy Halloween, everyone. This is the spooky version of balloons. Now, you talked about some of the enemies in Slowing. It sounds like maybe didn't spawn. Are the enemies in this game RNG based, or are they always consistent and just sometimes the game doesn't load everything in?
I think enemy spawning is usually tied to like triggers and stuff. So I think enemies will usually spawn pretty consistently.
Well, that makes sense, because it sounds like you have a lot of this planned out with like, okay, here I'm going to use this weapon, here I'm going to use this other one.
Yeah, I'm just like sort of switching to whatever fits the situation. Because 2 and 3 are interchangeable, sometimes I will run out of ammo for one of them, and then I'll be like confused for a second why I'm shooting the default weapon. But otherwise, yeah, everything is pretty handy for most situations. I actually do pick up weapon 7 later on, but it's not required for the run. So these are supposed to be waking up one at a time, but we can kind of just like clip through it by jumping. We're also coming up on the second power-up of the game. We have a cheeky quick save there. Got a jetpack at the end of this hallway. So the jetpack does what you would expect. But also holding up will allow you to ascend faster, and then jumping before you start using it keeps your initial velocity. So those are both very handy for going up faster. Ow. Head up here. This jerk has like more than the default amount of HP. So I forgot to hit the switch. There we go. It is technically faster to hover through most of these corridors because there's like a frame of landing lag, but it's negligible. Very hard to do that.
Yeah, the jetpack doesn't look like the easiest thing to control.
Yeah, it is just holding down right click the ability use button, but I guess if you're trying to move horizontally, it's a little tougher. So we don't actually need to destroy those turrets. The button activates this door after a certain amount of time has passed, as you can see. But I like to destroy it just because I think it's safer. Now we hit that button, we go up here, and we clip through it, into it a little bit. Apparently that worked. We start on a save point, which is kind of dangerous because of the crash that sometimes happens with save points. Anecdotally, I've been jerking my mouse to the side, like away from the default position every time I transition them to a new level. Because I think that makes it crash less, but I'm not sure. We've got this.
I'm clear if it's actually tech or an urban legend, but either way, we're hitting the button.
We got this giant crowd of enemies, but they're like not real. I guess it's supposed to be like a fear of the unknown type thing, but one of them hit me through the door anyways, so you know, sometimes your imagination can be the worst enemy. We destroy that drone in a single rocket. We've got drones now, tiny drones that shoot at us. I hate the jump. If I try to do this fast, I will make that jump, and then I will get shot out of midair by those jerks on the ceiling.
Oh, that's so rude.
Yeah. This is also another place where you can absolutely get shot out of the air, and it sucks because we need to hit all of these buttons along the bottom, but the exit is on the right side, and it's much faster to jump across the top than it is to jump across the bottom here, as you can see. And then also, that's my fault. That one's my fault. I can't even blame the drones for that one. Why am I holding down? These need to be on. Okay. Please stop. Please stop. Thank you. So this door is open now. We go back here to the start of the level. There's actually like a lot of this level that we just don't explore because it's not part of the critical path. 1, 2, 3. So, I missed. That's not great. There we go. So there's 2 spiky balls that we can actually like destroy before they activate by shooting off screen. And they open that door by grabbing the jetpack and going back. They entered a secret exit, which takes us 1 level ahead. Which one did I miss? Okay. There's switches behind each one of those turrets that we just shoot. The explosion will let us hit those without destroying the turrets. And now we just fall for a while.
It looks like the ants are on a trampoline. Just boing, boing. Just keep flying by. Oh, there's a lot of them. Wow.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's a lot of them. And now we have like
Surprised at
50
the bottom.
grenades. Or rockets, rather.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
Yeah, there's a lot of them there. We might use all of them. I don't know.
We'll find out. It's an adventure.
Oh, fuck that. I think you're supposed to grab this switch by going around the top, but we can actually just reach it from the bottom one there. That was messy. We definitely want to grab a safe here because this lift goes up very slowly, and if we get knocked off by these enemies, it's not coming back.
Oh no.
So I want to jump over here and just start jumping because I don't really want to be in the middle. There are enemies spawning from the left and the right side, so by just standing in one of the columns, it's a lot easier to manage. And also, good to take out the drones quickly because sometimes they can fly into you and you clip through. Grab a save here, do a funny trick. Press left for 1 frame, and we can avoid picking that up. That single ammo pickup is tied to like spawning a couple dozen enemies and also setting those explosives on a timer. And hitting those explosives will kill us. Unlike these ones, which only kill us a little bit instead of instantly.
Oh, good. Only a little bit dead.
Yeah, only
Love
a little
that.
bit. And now we've got a health power-up, which replaces our active one, but does give us 100 extra max HP, so that's nice. I fire a rocket that way because there's a breakable wall over there, and as mentioned, hitting them with an explosive from the left side destroys them instantly, or at least much faster than if we had done it from the right. Alright. On to level 9. There's an enemy spawn trigger right under that ledge, but we can actually just jump over it. It doesn't really save time, it just makes it a little smoother. We are still getting a bunch of them spawning. So most of the ants, that's a mean turret. Most of those ants will drop ammo corresponding to the weapon they're firing. Like these grenade ones will drop grenades as well. Laser ones drop lasers. The rocket ones drop our 5th one, this plasma rifle. I guess because having too many rockets is overpowered, perhaps.
I don't know, having a freaking laser also looks pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's a lot better than our first weapon, although that is still used in a few niche scenarios. So, get up here, grab some health. We need to kill specifically this left one, because only this one's tied to the door. The fire rocket, and then put rifles. And then, good, we didn't get hit on climbing up the ledge of the ladder, because doing that desyncs your camera. Because there's a lot of stuff tied to the camera in this game, it's not great. So there's another place where that happens pretty often, so hopefully I can avoid it. So this is an arena. Going into the middle of it turns on all these turrets, but hitting the start of it summons these friendly robots. And we need these friendly robots to survive because they will block these lasers for us. Very nice of them. We have another health pickup. It is technically possible to skip that one and keep the jetpack for this section, but I've never tried. you like clipping into the ceiling repeatedly, and then the door is up there, so you can enter that one early. It's very strange. But that door will move over here very shortly. There it is. I am skipping this save. That's not great. Oh, cool damage boost. Thank you. I skipped the save point there because the cycle otherwise lines up, but then I fell off. Anyway, it's fine. Fine, we work with it.
It works. It works. We got this.
Then we pick up some chainsaw ammo. Kind of does what you would expect. Short range, very high damage. Shoot this floor in the middle. There's a switch up the far right that opens it anyways, but we can actually just shoot it and it destroys itself. Very funny starting block. I just like it. Very small. That's not what I was expecting that to. The homing is strange in this game. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not sure why. So we don't want to fall there because it's slow to get back up. Then we do want to fall here. Save. There we go. With a dense chainsaw ammo pickup there, but it also spawned a bunch of enemies. And then switch over here to the jetpack and do a little bonking. This corridor is very amusing to me. Head over here, hit this button that turns on these turrets. And then we need to hit both of these switches, but the bottom one will turn on all of these turrets. So that's why I hit it second. And then this is a very funny room. I hold right, I hold left click, and I feather the jetpack button. And we do this for a bit. So how's your day been?
It's been good. Getting better watching this, though. This is super fun. Love how we're just kind of gracefully floating to the side. Things are exploding around us. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Everything is fine. And then we do it again.
Yeah, there are some games where I'm like, wow, I wish I could live in this game universe. This is not one of them. I'm very glad that this character is the one fighting off all these rockets, and I just get to outside observe what's going on.
Yeah, I definitely would not want to be in this position, that's for sure. Got a city background down there as well. It's, I guess that's representative of the older story before they changed it. I'm not too familiar. There's a breakable wall up here in this top wall. And now we've got an arena. So this arena is interesting because it's not really tied to timers. Unlike a lot of them, it's tied to destroying the enemies in the correct order, and I've done a really bad job of it, because we need to destroy all the ones in the last wave in order for this lift to activate, and that went like quite slowly, unfortunately. I mentioned that was messy. I mentioned there is a place where, sorry, that's quite loud. There's a place where camera desync happens quite commonly. It's this one. If I don't do that extra jump on the ladder itself, those rockets will hit me like perfectly as I'm climbing over and desync the camera every time. So either go very fast or go very slowly.
When the camera desyncs, is it just stuck there for the rest of the level? Or what happens?
For the rest of the game, even. Reloading.
Ouch.
It requires like either reloading a save to before it or like just giving up on the run entirely. So.
Okay, I'm glad you managed to avoid that. Great job.
Yeah. Right, hold left. This is like one of the few times you hold left and I keep forgetting.
Ow. Going left in platforming games is so confusing.
It's so weird.
You don't know why, it just is.
So we've got these 4x4s. Technically destroying them isn't necessary because the floor exploding... Oh, I ran out of grenades. Because the floor exploding will also destroy them as well. And then we just spawned in yet another room full of turrets. That's very nice of this facility. Got a speed power up, a bunch of explosions that will kill us. Safety there. There's a lot of enemies spawning from there, but now that they're off screen, they're not chasing us. there are these ammo pickups, and they'd be really nice to grab, but if I go over the enemies are going to activate again. So I'm just going to look longingly. And then we,
Just like that we're admiring them for a moment. It's okay.
Yeah, we're admiring them.
These
And
are
then
the
this feeling is like a
display
trap.
ammo.
It has like very little HP, and destroying them will spawn like a bunch of enemies. So that's why I used the first weapon there. This level is a little infamous. Ow. I'm going to clear out this first wave and then go back and save because there's a frame perfect strike coming up here, and I'm going to give it like 3 tries. So first we want to clear out. That's not the right weapon. That's fine. We want to clear out those enemies, and then the drones, and then I was too early. Okay. So we want to get hit by the grenade and then launched on top of that platform. It is frame perfect, but we can align with this wall for the correct position. And because this game runs at like 15 FPS, it's not like terrible. Where are these enemies? Oh my gosh, that's a mess. Let's try. Okay, one more time. If we jump over the grenade, we are too early. If we get hit by the grenade and fall down, we are too late. And then, of course, we have to have enough HP to survive these extremely high damage drones at the top that are very annoying. I think I just missed my chance entirely. I'm just gonna hear it. Let's do the normal path. We have to platform on top of these turrets, and they're slowly turning on underneath us. At least these turrets don't destroy each other, and they turn off after a period of time, unlike a later section. And then we get to ride this very slow drone carrying a spike wall, and there are rocket turrets slowly turning on, and if we get hit by a single one, we will fall all the way to the bottom, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Why does this feel like a theme in this game? Just like, you better not fall. Nothing good's gonna happen. Why do we have a jetpack? Like, can we not just use the jetpack? I assume there's a reason we need to wait for this.
Unfortunately, we have lost our jetpack capabilities. They get replaced by other power-ups, and then they disappear at the end of every level. For some reason.
I took the jetpack! I'm sad! That's okay.
So we chainsaw our way through that floor there, full of laser turrets. And then we got another platforming section here. The game is not super built for being a platformer, if I'm going to be honest. And there's also this cheeky save point. Oh, I thought I had one more frame. This save point is very cheeky.
Platforming be platforming, yeah. Any game that's not like specifically platform based, trying to get to these sections where the developers are like, let's make this hard all of a sudden, it can be really frustrating.
There we go.
Very nice.
Yeah. Okay, so we ride this lift all the way down. There's some breakable walls here. I think they have ammo behind them, and then we ride the lift back up because riding it down is what opens that door. Then we send the lift back down because enemies are spawning from the right side, and they will dunk themselves straight in that hole and not be able to chase them.
Love this.
There's one more time where we do something similar, but it's not as funny. Hit this switch on the enemies. Forgot about this guy. Just a nice room full of plants. We are grabbing the 7th weapon here, which is not all that great. Because of how explosion damage works, you kind of need to aim in the right place, but this one tracks the cursor very loosely. I like using it for a specific arena that I have trouble with, but otherwise it's not very useful, and I'm glad I survived that. Reload for full HP. We just needed to destroy those 2 turrets at the top. And here, we're supposed to fall down twice to get those, I think, but by standing on the teleporter, we actually just have barely enough height to reach it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then hitting the 3rd switch opens that floor, and now we're in here. So I think this level also has a secret area after the exit teleporter, but we're not doing that. It's like the big ant nest, which doesn't make I forgot to destroy that floor, which doesn't make a lot of sense given the newer story. But I don't know, maybe. Also the city background again. This level also has a kind of infamous section coming up. At least for speedrunning. Ow. Ow. That was a lot of damage.
Those hurt.
That's not good.
Wow.
Okay, I still saved it.
Nice.
So we jump across those turrets and do a into the section faster than falling down. And specifically jump one, just hold the jump button and you'll auto jump on the first 2 turrets and then hold right a frame and then jump on the last one. And I've lost. Okay. Now the screen is tinted red now. So when these turrets turn on, they do not turn off. And because they're rocket turrets, they don't like destroy each other. So this is the one I was mentioning. That's quite rude. And then this door opens and we can leave. Alright.
Why was the screen red again? Oh, is it not red anymore?
It's not red anymore. It's because
We're
I
back.
hit load game during a damage animation. So it just kind of leaves the screen the current tint.
Just kind of
Yeah,
get stuck
the way
there
if I
for a
got hit
moment.
again. And I guess
Okay.
also on level transition, I didn't know that. I don't like this
Neat.
arena. We need to destroy all of these flying... I'm dead. We need to destroy all of these flying drones. And then they will summon more rocket launching enemies, and then we need to destroy all of those.
Yay!
Maybe I should, like, take care of these ones as well. Oh god. This is the one I usually use, like, this weapon for. I don't know if it actually helps, but it worked this time.
Things got exploded. That's what we wanted, so we're good.
Yes, exactly. And got these relift here. Nice. That's gone smoother than it has in quite a while. We want to jump left across these weird platforms here. Oh no! That sucks. Kind of needs to go up there because I have like no HP. I'm going to take this extra safe. So going across the top would let you get that save point without having to deal with those turrets. And if you try to grab the jetpack and fly straight there, you will die immediately. It's something I do a lot. Ow.
I'm excited that we have the jetpack back, though.
Yeah, we don't have it for very long. Unfortunately, we're like right at the end of the level.
That's okay.
There it is. This level's kind of maze-like, but because I just went through 2 like secret floors at the start of the level, it's a lot shorter. So this is reminiscent of the tutorial, and in the original game, this is the final level, but we will have 3 additional ones before the final boss. We want to close this door as we go through, because enemies are spawning from the left side. And then we have these 3 enemies here. I think one of them actually shoots napalm, and because of how powerful napalm is, it would kill us too. This one. So, good to take care of those quickly. Try and get another clip in, first try. I have very little HP, so let's reload.
Yeah, 3.
3.
That's not scary at all.
Health is a resource. The only health that matters is the last one.
That's true.
True. Gotta break through this floor. We have to grab the speed power up before the floor is allowed to break. And then more running across lava.
Yeah. Does lava hurt us in this game, or are we just fine with it? Because this is not the first time we've been on top of
It
lava.
hurts us a very small amount, and having the speed power up might make it hurt less. I don't know. We usually only run across it when we have speed. This is another arena. You're starting the first of the added levels. These lights are turning on from left to right. And after that, enemies are going to be spawning from both sides. This is the chainsaw. It's quite powerful. And there's going to be a bunch of enemies here. I mistimed that. That's not good. So destroying the exploding floor would have killed all of those instantly, but I destroyed it too early. But it's fine. We have 11 HP, which is more than 0, and that's what matters. And now we
It's
have
more
100.
than 0. That's a lot more than 0. It has zeros in it, though, so...
Don't need to hit that switch. You can just destroy these walls. we have to destroy these walls, even. And then... a bunch of turrets. I don't really know how to do this section quickly. Just kind of shoot and hope we get knocked forward. That was really good. There's a very handy napalm pickup that helpfully indicates exactly where the jetpack is, so we don't need to grab it in a more convoluted way. Hop over these guys. A little bit of breakable floor over here. Start shooting ahead of time. There we go.
When you play through this game casually, like, how do you know all these things are breakable? Is it just really obvious, or is this like a big exploration adventure you have to go through and do?
Some of them are marked. Some of them are set off by switches, but actually breakable anyways. Usually if they're like green or cracked, it's indicated. I think otherwise I guess it's like just shoot everything. I don't know, it's been so long. We don't want to fall off the sides here because it's quite a long ways down. Climb up that tower, and we end up here. And now we do some more climbing where we don't want to fall because it's a long way down. Now we have drones instead. And I definitely want to grab a save here because this next section hurts quite a bit. Got these 3 switches and a bunch of rocket turrets. Hitting any one of them turns them on, so we grab these 2. Line ourselves up with that ammo pickup. I missed it on the way up, but I'm glad I got it on the way down. But those ammo pickups are basically directly underneath that first switch, so I saved that one for last. And this is the penultimate level. We're almost there.
It was a great job getting through that last section. That looks so nice.
Yeah. The jetpack helped a lot. So getting caught in any one of these explosives will kill you. Going through that floor over there, that breakable floor, is a trap and it will kill you. If you don't start holding the ability button immediately, you will not be moving fast enough and you will die to the explosions that kill you. And if you don't go through that door, the explosions will kill you. I don't hit that switch because it turns on these turrets. And finally...
There's just such a theme in that last section.
Yeah. It's in an arena, but the activation trigger for it is like right here. And it starts a daisy chain of timers. The first one spawns this first wave, the second one spawns the second, the third one spawns the third. The fourth one is off screen though, so we actually need to jump in sometime after the second wave finishes. And the fourth wave will open the exit. But it's still like much cleaner to do it this way. Because we only really need to deal with one, because the rest just kind of explode from the floor. And there's also a bunch of enemies on the right side. We don't want to walk over there. They'll be fine.
We can just have a party on that end. We're good. We're good. We have plenty of friends already today. We don't need more friends.
Alright, and this is the final level, our final boss. Got 2 of these jerks, which each have like 6 HP. Hitting them once is supposed to make them teleport, but because napalm and the chainsaw can like hit them very quickly, we just kind of skip their phases, which is good because one of them is napalm. So time is when we go through this door and hit the button, and time.
Yay! GG!
Yay!
I'm
GG.
clapping quietly so it doesn't make the microphone sound weird, but I am clapping.
Alright, you've got this ending scroll here. It's pretty short. We've diverted the water supply and we've stopped the spread of abuse. I'm howling. Awoo!
We did it.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. That was super fun. Yay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are there any shout-outs you'd like to do?
Sure. Shout-outs to Might and Author Blues for hosting the Speed Bump show. They pick an obscure game every month and ask people to speedrun it because it has little to no speedrunning scene, and this is how I was introduced to this game, and it was a ton of fun. Shoutouts to Avi, Eric's, and Calimeg for running and finding a bunch of tricks in this game. And shoutouts to, of course, the developers for this game, as you can see here, as well as the developers for the fan-made port that I'm playing. and everyone else involved in the preservation of this game.
Yay! And is there a place people can find you if they want to watch more?
I stream on Twitch sometimes. It's usually not this, it's usually indie precision platforming, but I'm there sometimes.
That still sounds fun.
Thanks to you,
Awesome.
Charlie.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm so glad I got to join in and watch this fantastic game. So thank you.
Amazing. Well, let's give another round of applause for Gaffadil on her abuse run. That was so much fun. If you have just been popping in recently, then I'll let you know that, hey, welcome here. You are tuning into Fright Fatales. So if you like scary games, horror-themed speedruns, and if you like the Frame Fatales community, I sure do, not biased, then you're in the right place. So we are going to be going all day today. We have many more runs in store for you today that you can check out using !Fright in chat. We are about to go on another break as we get ready for our next run. Coming up next, we have Vin running Bloodrayne any % easy. So make sure to stick around for that. We'll catch you on the other side. Big thanks to Gaffadil and Charbunny for hanging out with us today. We'll see y'all soon. Why, hello, everybody. So good to see you. I hope you're all having a phenomenal afternoon, morning, evening, night, whatever time zone you're in. We are so happy to have you here as we continue with Fright Fatales. So our first Fright Fatales is a beautiful, beautiful day where we are highlighting dark, scary, and horror-themed speedruns today from members of our Frame Fatales community. If you use !Fright in Twitch chat, you can see our schedule. We have so many incredible runs lined up for today, and we've had so many amazing ones already. Just a reminder that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick, both with hotfix and with AGDQ 2023 costs. So hey, please consider subscribing if you enjoy our content. We appreciate it a lot. Also, if you want to follow what Games Done Quick is up to in general, use !links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ. So like I had said, our day today is lined up with amazing runs. And our next one on the schedule today is a Bloodrayne any % easy run from Vin. So I'll let her explain it so she can tell you what it's all about. Take it away.
Thank you very much. As said, my name is Vin, and welcome to Bloodrayne, featuring our protagonist who is a damper or half vampire, as you can clearly see by the teeth. And we will be doing this is going to be like quite a short run, thankfully, in comparison to hard mode, which is the main leaderboard section. So I'd like to go through it while doing the run just because it's such a short run. First of all, naturally, timer begins when selecting the type of mode that we're going to go for, which is easy, and ends when we have successfully defeated the second enemy at the very last end of the boss, featuring a rather demonic entity. And when they fall to the floor, that is precisely time. There will be a map that comes up and it's just like, yeah, you're a list of targets, all done. So with that said, I would like to very nicely go into easy and count down from 3, 2, 1, and we will continue from there. So 3, 2, 1, go. So as you can see, we're starting off in this oddly swampy area. There's a strange infestation happening with the residents in this area, and we have been called forth. Rain has been searching for her father for a while, and with no proper leads, a nice little organization called the Brimstone Society have offered to help her track him down if they receive help from Rain. So as you can see, we are going about our merry day, and the actual tech that you're going to be seeing mostly naturally is what you're seeing right now. You're going to be seeing the slash and the drill, both respectively, and each are going to carry their task very monumentally, and you will see that in the further levels as we go along. So I'm going to go ahead and just do this consistently until we land here. This is the nest. This is creating all these weird little creatures, and we're going to pop back here and kind of slush a little bit and then wiggle our way with the help of the tendril to go kind of out of bounds here, and we're going to go straight over there, effectively skipping about 3 levels in the entire first half of the game. So that little creature over there. This is going to be quite wonderful. So I'm going to go ahead and get my Blood Rage off of that entity. And Blood Rage is what is our special ability. It helps us increase damage output. It makes the screen go all nice, weird red shade. And best of all, it means that we don't have to really worry so much about the enemies, and that's just what we need at the end of the day. So I'm going to do this because we are currently running this game on an excuse me, sir. We are running this on an uncapped frame rate, and we need to slow it down a little bit by doing that. Because we're trying to follow this thing over here, the swamp monster, and it has unfortunately eaten our mentor. So we are currently trying to follow it to its nest so that we can basically take it out from the main source, even if our mentor has to go in the process. Now the entire thing with this level is we cannot stray too far from the actual enemy itself, otherwise we lose track and we have to start the level all over again. So I'm gonna try and keep the enemy just kind of within eyes, you know, my eye over here. And if anything goes wrong, we can use this vision, which kind of tells you where exactly the enemy is. So we want to keep that nice and kind of big so we can tell that's really, really close. As you can see on the bottom right, there is also an indicator for the general type of direction that you're going to be looking at to try and find the enemy. So we're just going to keep an eye. And just to be safe, I do like to kind of kick a few enemies just to let it catch up, as we do not want it going too far away from us. So we're nearing the end of the level here, thankfully. So we just have to go over a few. We can actually hear the enemy just kind of, you know, pitter-pattering in the water there. And when I say that this game is running uncapped, it's currently running at 400 frames per second. We need that in order to perform the glitches that we are seeing currently. So naturally, there is... you'll probably just need a little bit of... despite it being a 2002 game, just with that in mind, you are going to need a little bit of extra help there. So we're going to wait for that thing to attack and then go into our rage mode. Particularly when it starts attacking, please do. Because we want to tear down one of its legs so that it falls down to the side, and there we go. And then 1, 2, 3, and we go here. This is where the fun kind of starts, and we start doing the wall hacks. So wall hacks, as you can see, you don't want to jump too high in many areas, otherwise rain will get stuck. Sometimes it'll be only temporarily, sometimes it'll be more permanently, and you'll have to start all over again. However, we have infiltrated this area because we have a list of tasks which consists of get rid of targets such and such. This is the first one. So we'll be doing that many a time, and thankfully he did go with the grain, which is going in around the pool table, and means we can take him by surprise and we can do a nice little quick kill. If that doesn't happen, we have to go around through the back of the enemy and kind of slash his back, you know, just to get him off by surprise. Generally as well, enemies, if they don't react to you, they are being taken by surprise, and that is when you can munch on them, or you can just go ahead and do what I did there. So we're going to go ahead and say, you know what, I don't really feel like doing this whole level, and I'm just going to clip through the floor here. So we just have to aim over here and then get that to go up so that we can reach the end of the level. It is a nice short little quick one. And then we go 1, 2, and then we're going to go over here. So how I'm able to actually go through the walls is because each and every little area that I'm going through is essentially a corner. It may not look like a corner. Sometimes it won't look like a corner at all, but believe me, trust me, it is a corner.
That's amazing.
And so naturally, this is the end of the level here. And thankfully, there we go. So there's going to be some weird, like really weird looking enemies. These took their first appearance in another game called Nocturne. Nocturne is another horror game that has been developed. That's the wrong button. We're going to go through here, and this gentleman does not want me to go through. Well, you really had to do that, didn't you? Oh well. So these things are called Damites, and they're not of this world. I have to actually feed on someone. I don't actually usually have this issue. Well, so I'm going to go through. Okay, please, I need you to kindly stop. So I'm going to go back over here and jump over there, and this is what we would have done naturally. And then we just jump over here, we kind of time it there, and there we go, end the level. So the Damites essentially are coming from this unknown place, and I'm going to just do that out of spite. We are going to do this. And so you want to go through that wall and then immediately start turning to the right. So essentially winding up at an almost 180-degree angle so that you can go over the area, so you can skip a whole portion, so you don't have to go upstairs or anything like that. And then you can just go up here, go again through this corner here. I like to grab these weapons because they come handy later. Now, very important. Don't jump too high. If you jump too high, you wind up on the top of this elevator, and what happens as you wind up on the top of the elevator is you're permanently there. You are going to never be able to escape unless you start the level again. And another thing with this game is sometimes, for whatever reason, unbeknownst to anyone, your weapon type changes. So it goes from heaviest to light or light to heaviest. We don't know why, and that is why I try not to change, because the game is probably going to change it for me. And you want to use heavy weapons against that glass there. However, with this one, you're going to be able to move almost instantly, as it is a fade-in. Commando uses that kind of like camouflage slowdown, you know, the smoke bombs, exceeding, that's what I'm trying to say. And then we just want to do that again here with the glass, and then that is the end of this level. Next level, we want to be very careful here. So immediately into the level, we go into our slow mode view and cut into this little corner here. And we try not to, oh, well, that's, oops. Never happened before, trust me. So we're going to go through that little corner again. She is very quick. She is basically the counterpart of Rain. And so we're going to go through here. And we want to just make sure that we land still, because otherwise she'll do it forward, tumble roll, or in any direction that you were currently facing, and you won't get what you want. You're just going to go in a really odd direction, and you're not going to get anything that you want out of that. So we have finally gotten beyond Elizabeth, who was that counterpart to Rain there, and we just want to go over here, skip through this. So as you can see, there's a lot of out-of-bounds sections in this game, and I love it for that. It is a very short run, and it is very enjoyable. So we're going to cut through here into the mines, because we're trying to find and locate the area where these creatures are exactly coming from. Because the whole task of this woman that was actually just prior to us, just pretend that we took care of her. We didn't, but let's pretend we did. They wanted to unleash these things all over the earth because it's evil. They're trying to take over the world. So we're trying to stop them. So in this level, you want to be careful of these barrels at each side of Rain here, who is, you know, currently, yes, our wonderful redheaded protagonist. She will get blown up a little bit by each of those red barrels if you come into contact with them and someone happens to shoot them. So we're going to go through here. And this is a little bit of a kryptonite section, but we're going to, you know, try it. No, okay. This is fine. This one is easily repairable. We don't have to, like, actually attack any of the enemies. It's cool, it's fine. So, out of bounds areas, very nice over here. So you have to be very careful, though, in particular here. Because otherwise, we happen to get pushed back in sometimes by the game. Sometimes we get pushed either out or in. It kind of depends on the actual location. But nevertheless, we got through here and we're able to proceed. We want to go back in bounds around here, because otherwise you will actually just dip off and you'll just fall off the earth, well, somewhat earth, I suppose, until you're basically just going to say, I'm fed up doing this, and you start again. So you usually shoot that, but however, we're going to go through like that, and then we're just going to go through here. In this particular area, there is a no bounds area that you can just go ahead and say, you know what, I don't feel like doing what I'm doing right now today, and it takes like it requires one of the guns and a very precise moment to shoot, because there are out of bounds sections where, believe it or not, you can just shoot it, and you wind up in the opposite side where you need to go. And this guy, I really need that rocket launcher. Please don't shoot it. Thank you. So if what typically happens is the guy that has that rocket launcher, he likes to shoot one, and the unfortunate part is I like having 3. See, I'm very greedy, and I like to make sure that I am going to hit what I need to hit. So we're going to go up here. Maybe not. We have to go up there in any case, because otherwise we won't be able to proceed. So we're going to go through all these weird little jagged edges, you know, and cracks and everything.
Just keep talking.
So I'm going to take a little detour, go up through here. and pretty much up all the way over here, because thankfully there's enough of those little trails that you can pick yourself back up on and just continue as you would normally. And over here, we're just going to go all the way to the end and off here. Do that, do this, and shoot. If we can, there we go. So, and then, now again, we are going to do a very, it looks kind of odd, I know, but it's a corner, trust me. The game believes it's a corner, I believe it's a corner, it's fine. And we're just going to go all the way over here. That basically skips about half the level or 3/4 of the level. And we're just going to go up here. We're going to kill this Daemite thing over here. And also, like, even Bloodrayne's origins was even in Nocturne, related by a half-sister. So I'm going to go into our slow mode again. And then, when she's about to make that, you really want to just go ahead and say, this is fine. There we go. I'm going to go over here. So you kind of see a tunnel over there. I'm going to just do that. Next level. So as said before, you can also shoot those kind of areas just to proceed. But however, with this one, we needed that rocket. And I like to have an extra 2 because there's another upcoming level where naturally I need a rocket launcher. If you don't, by any chance, there is one kind of stored around the air, like the area, but naturally, it's just good to have it on hand for obvious intents and purposes of being quicker. So I'm just going to do that, do this, go in here, ignore all these people, well, kinda. Also, I'm going to say a loud noise warning for the next, like, 5 seconds. So 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, there it is. On the count of 5. That is the only sound in the entire game that is entirely way too loud, but we cannot do anything about it. And after that, you will never hear a sound as loud, anywhere near as loud as that. And so we don't have any real, you know, kind of clipping tech for this level just yet, but we are just going to go ahead and follow the trail as normal. It's a very quick level. So we just have to run to the end, essentially, and ignore all the pointings of the guns at people, because something else is going to be taking care of that, trust me. Then we just jump, and then 1, 2, and then here we go. Into the next level. So in this level, we're going to be skipping a boss by doing this. And then we just clip through. All done. Done and dusted. Don't need to bother anyone. There we go. And now we're in an altogether new area. Castle Gustadt. So that does have a little bit of history where there was like a peace treaty, I think, between like vampires and stuff. There were another breed of like vampires here that became accustomed to these snowy areas, but however, doesn't matter. Another story for another day. We're going to keep going and take care of all these targets. So we're going to go up here, do that, and then we're going to wait for cutscene. That one. Because one thing that happens when you're trying to do any kind of movement is if you were in that type of movement and then all of a sudden there's a cutscene, you typically get dragged the hell out of it. So there we go. You want to slap them a little bit with your blades and then get them from the back. Get some very snarky remarks from Rain in the process. And so we're going to do the same here, however, we're going to actually let Rain drop down a little bit. And then do that, do this, and go back in and out, because otherwise there is that which doesn't trigger. Now I need you to do that thing, thank you, so that I can actually drain your blood as well. And there's another target taken. Because the only thing is when you go in there first, the cutscene doesn't trigger. That's why we have to go back out and back in, because this doorway is the actual trigger itself. And you want to be very careful of these things. They look like they have very Gorgon-like arms, but trust me, these are vampires. They're just vampires that, as mentioned, they grew up in this kind of section. They're called Hedrox, the Infinite, because the more you cut at them, the more of them will be produced. And here's the mech section. Completely out of the blue, but however, we're going to go through with it, and we need to make sure that this amount of Hedrox is taken care of. He can actually help us defeat the creature here, but he can also be just as swift in murdering us, and I don't want that. Nobody wants that. So I'm going to body block him as well, just so that I can actually take care of him. And you want to do this where you're kind of going 3/4 of your weight into the machine with your gun so that it deals extra damage. There we go. Sometimes if you're too far ahead, that cutscene doesn't play and you have to go back a little bit, and then you're able to proceed, because without that little cutscene, you're not able to for whatever reason. Anyway, So we're going to be taking care of a couple of officers here because they're very naughty men, and we're not going to be bothering too much more about that. We're going to be just simply taking down their tanks, and as you can see, there's now only 2. So the one over there by the staircase is a little odd. He kind of just keeps walking in circles. I don't know if that's just the case in general. This is Legacy, by the way, so this is not the follow-up release that Terminal Reality have made whatsoever. They have decided to fix their game by just actually limiting the frame rate to 60 and that, rather than just, yeah. So we don't play on that. We play on this one, which is way more fun, in my opinion. So he likes to be a little rotatey. I'll say that, I guess, rotatey, because he likes to walk in circles way too much for my liking. However, we're going to get them, because he cannot prevent the inevitable. So after he has been taken down, after he blows up, there we go, we're going to go back for the main officer, which we were brought here to eliminate alongside, and I'm going to maneuver just around here. Yes, our machine is kind of smoking, but don't worry, you can see our health on the bottom left, which is also completely separate from our usual health. It doesn't matter. Once it comes off, Rain is back to her usual health. That's just for the mech. So we're going to do the same thing that we did before, but you're going to be able to see it in the actual, well, once it comes back. Once their armory comes back. So I'm also going to try and body block him from going too far back here, because otherwise we waste time. But as you can see, when we bring that gun straight into the center, you can see the fluctuation up and down of the, like, and how fast the actual health bar just goes down. And it's really good. So this is actually not bad RNG, just because we got that. And I was able to do a nice little escape key there. This little punch of the escape key, and that is how I'm just basically swerving through all these little menus. I just hit escape to leave them. And so if you're here on really low health, you definitely need to be careful, because the things that are around here, there's men on jetpacks and everything, and flying bat demons, and which are vampires as well. They're probably going to murder you. So you also want to be careful here. But because, due to the high frame rate, you would have noticed as well from head rocks alongside early on in the game that people are just kind of floating, like in general. That's because of the frame rate is very, very unlimited. So we're just going to go through here, all the way up, and escape. There we go, and then shoot the glass. Dramatic entrance, jump over. And believe it or not, there is a corner here. So we're going to go around the center there and straight through. So I found that it's much simpler to kind of get through corners if you just let Rain jump, like the slash, like this. And you also don't want to go in at that top side of the tower that kind of appears first, otherwise you're kind of stuck on the top level. I don't like that. But doing this while kind of... Oh, Betty. Okay, we want to be very careful of head rocks, because he does actually bring your health down from 100 to 0 really, really quick. Doesn't matter if you're in a mech mobile or not. And we just want to eat this guy. There we go. Sometimes Rain does actually decide to eat head rocks that's outside and then just pops back in here. It's kind of funny when it happens, but nevertheless. That's another officer down, and we are basically 3/4 of the way through the game right now. So we're just going to jump all the way over here, because we have to get the other officer, excusez-moi, and then do this, another escape hit at the key, to try to escape the whole, yes, we've taken care of this target. Believe it or not, we can walk here for whatever reason. It is the only time we can really do it. And we just go on through and leave the area, because it is now trying to be, they're trying to get rid of the vampires. We're also trying to get rid of the vampires, but for different reasons. So we're going to go through here. But essentially, even the Brimstone Society as well itself is a society that is meant to try and protect humanity from supernatural forces. I jump onto this high perch. You can use the one directly below it, but the problem is you risk spawning into this level dead, and you have to respawn about 2 or 3 times before you get any health back. So we're going to go around, ring around Rosie, because Hedroxy Infinite, naturally, we can't just cut him. There's going to be more of him that just grows back. So we need to figure out another way of taking care of him. And that involves getting rid of all these beams. So Hedrox does like to take care of it alongside with us, because naturally he is trying to kill us. We're not very much on the same path here. in terms of boss. So, favorite level of the game. We're going to take out our handy little rocket launcher and maneuver this minefield. Quite literally as well, because naturally that is what the cutscene was for. You want to jump about here. And I like to just do that with the wall. Be very goddamn careful. And this guy, you know what, I'm going to eat him because 1, I need health, and 2, if you don't, what happens typically is he is probably going to try to use the same rocket launcher on you as you're trying to ascend the staircase. You can risk it, obviously, but I just don't want to be too reckless here. And so we're just going to go across this bridge, and there's going to be a little bit of a pause with the cutscene, and much shooting, which, yes, some of those bullets have unfortunately hit us, but nevertheless, it didn't do too much damage. And so after the second cutscene here, we want to take a look at the second light on the left, and about here, you want to jump and do your slash cancel with your nice drill, and this individual needs to get off the bridge. Thank you. And I also need the rest that's in that rocket launcher for the upcoming boss, the end boss. And naturally your health is going to get a little bit low, but we'll have a nice little meal in here. This individual, for example. And naturally that is just put there in case you do actually need health. So we're going to do a nice little wall cut here, because we don't want to go ring around a rosy here either. And then we meet 2 lovely individuals here who are probably the most unique and interesting characters in the game on the enemy side, in my opinion. So, anytime one feels pain, the other takes it. And because there's that psychic link, what happens is, as you've seen, however, the dialogue changes depending on who you kill first. And again, we want to be very careful here that we don't get caught out of bounds while that cutscene actually happens, because otherwise that is bad things ahead. So, this is the last part, kind of nearing the last boss arena here now. So, we're going to go through here. Our health is fine. And then go into this mode. And just kind of try and deal a little bit of damage. So this is Beliar. And this is the demon thing that I had mentioned before. So we're going to go over here and try and get another grenade launcher. There it is. Fantastic. And we're going to swap over to it. So Beliar and Wolf can be a little bit finicky. Particularly Wolf, because there is an issue where with the enemies, if you allow them to go kind of out of bounds or what have you, sometimes they can turn invincible, which is naturally going to be a problem when you're trying to do your speedrun and suddenly you are no longer able to do anything. So we're just going to do this a couple of times, and I'm going to shoot him a little bit to kind of get that health down. No, okay. So about there, so about this time as well, actually, he's probably going to start going towards the center. Not is not here. Okay. So sometimes there is a grenade launcher there, but unfortunately it didn't spawn when I was hoping it would, which is deadly unfortunate. But sometimes the wolf actually does pick up weapons that you have actually dropped. And there we go. So Beliar has unfortunately hit it is an invincibility kind of section here when he's trying to grow. He's just trying to be a big boy. We don't want him to be a big boy though, because the big boy crushes both of us and takes over the world. So we want to avoid that as much as possible. So I'm going to take that, which I really wish had spawned downstairs. And we're just going to go ahead and do this. This is very finicky, by the way. This side-checking, essentially, that we're doing, but we also really need to take him down before he gets too big. And then last but not least, after this one, no, you're not allowed to do that. There we go. So after this, we just want to go over here, go into our bloodlust mode, and try to prevent this guy from going upstairs. And wow, really? That is unfortunate. That is actually genuinely unfortunate. Okay, so he can be a bit of a troll. That was almost time as well. Wow. He is such a troll. He is such a troll. So I'm going to try that again, because he has basically what is an insta-kill. And if he will be so kind as to actually... There, time. That's it. Nice. That is the entire run. So thank you. Thank you very much for having me with Bloodrayne. This has been a blast, though. Unfortunate about that last boss. But yeah, definitely check it out if you're at all interested in this game. It is very simple to run, and there's a lot of help as well if you need it. And in general, if you are interested in what I do, I'm over on Twitch at twitch.tv/Fanada. I do Bloodrayne as well as a lot of other games. But yeah, thank you for having me. Good luck to all the runners, and thank you for your time.
Amazing. Everyone, let's give loads of claps to Vin for that incredible Bloodrayne run. That was loads of fun. I don't know about y'all, but I was just sitting here trying not to laugh really loud over every single clip that happened. And I mean, y'all saw that was so many clips. It was so good. So that was loads of fun. I hope you all enjoyed it. Once again, you are in the middle of watching Fright Fatales. So it is our dark, scary, horror-themed, speedrun-themed day where we feature runners from the Frame Fatales community. So if you're enjoying it, make sure to stick around because we have some more amazing runs coming up next. Next up on our schedule, if you want to see that, !Fright in chat, we will be having an Inscryption any % run from Mads Brutal. It's going to be so much fun, so make sure you stick around for that. And once again, just a reminder that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick, both with hotfix and with AGDQ 2023 costs. So hey, please consider subscribing if you enjoy our daily GDQ content. We love having you around. We will catch you right after this break for more Fright Fatales runs. See you soon. Why, hello everybody. Welcome back to Fright Fatales. We hope you have been enjoying this wonderful day that we've had featuring dark, scary, and horror-themed speedruns from the Frame Fatales community. We've been having loads of fun here, and the runs are set to still keep going for many, many hours. So settle in, grab a hot drink, and enjoy what we have coming up for you. So just a reminder that if you are watching us on YouTube, make sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in watching our live content, which starts weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. So like I have said, we have had so many great runs already for you today. And the next one that we have coming up is an Inscryption any % no major glitches run from Mads Brutal. So I'll let her explain it. Let's get right into it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Inscryption, No Major Glitches. I'm Mads Brutal, and Queen, you want to introduce yourself? I have Oh My Queen on commentary.
Hello, everyone. I'm Oh My Queen. I don't specifically run this game, but I love this game. It's great, and Mads has a wonderful showcase ready for us. So let's get in on this.
Yeah. So this game is broken up. It's a card game. It's broken up into 4 acts. All the other acts are like completely different strategy-wise, aesthetics, everything. And we're going to hop right into it. Something to note, I guess, before I do, is normally when you start this game, you start by pressing continue, and that's kind of narratively important, but I'm going to be using the chapter select, and we're going to start from the beginning. The time does not start yet. We have to do a short tutorial first, which is good because I can use that to explain the basics of the game as well. So first we meet our scary antagonist here, the creepy eyes peering out at us. And Queen, can you just explain the basics of kind of sacrifices here that Leshy is teaching us?
Yeah, so basically this game follows more or less the basics of a lot of other card games out there, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic, where to play some cards, you're gonna need to sacrifice other cards in order to be able to put them on the table. So basically, usually you have the deck divided into parts, cards that you can actually play, which is usually, in this case, creatures, woodland creatures, and another pile, which is basically only sacrifices, in this case, squirrels. So basically, Leshy right now is simply teaching us that for summoning the stoat, for example, we're going to need 1 sacrifice. So we're going to need to have 1 squirrel down first, and then we can sacrifice the squirrel in order to summon the stoat.
Perfect.
And we're gonna have different types of, let's say, currencies when it comes to sacrifices, but we're gonna see that later into the run as well.
Yes, it'll get a little more complicated, but time is going to start when I click here. So I'll give a quick countdown, and 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, so the first act, what we're going to be doing is it's a roguelite, all right? But we're not going to be actually winning until our third attempt. So what we're going to be doing here is losing as fast as we can in these first 2 kind of attempts through it, while also doing some setup for our third one. The only setup we really do in this first attempt is to set up a death card, which is something that we had a poll going here for death card names. I think Pumpkaboo probably won for our first death card.
Yes, yeah. Pumpkaboo took the lead.
Awesome. So as you can see, I'm trying to just lose this as fast as I can. I'm passing turns. I'm trying to take 5 damage. 5 damage is the threshold for winning or losing a fight here. So we've lost. We're going to get up. And you can also see that there's like an escape the room element to this first act as well. So I'm going to open that safe. That's just going to cut down on time watching the safe open later. Get the candle. And he will explain that we have to die twice to lose on an attempt. Now this first attempt here is deterministic, at least at the beginning. I know exactly what we're getting. Picking up that wolf cub. I'm going to use this altar to put the instant death sigil on the wolf cub. Again, that's just to set up for a strong death card later. And then we are going to lose this fight. But Leshy explained something important here to us, these totems. So his totem here is canines and flying. And as you'll see, his coyote has the flying sigil on it. So what we can do is we can get a totem in a little bit that will power up one type of our cards, and we're going to be doing a really important manipulation in this next attempt to get a very specific sigil onto our squirrels. So, oh no, so spooky. Okay, so but first we make our first death card.
Because Leshy really likes to take pictures of the people that he kills.
Yeah, that's his serial killer thing. Yeah, he makes cards out of taking pictures of people. So this death card's always the same. It's going to be 2 sacrifice, 3/2, and then we're going to have those sigils on it. We name it Pumpkaboo. There we go. That took a while to write, and then smile. Oh, no need to smile, says Leshy. I say. And there's our first death card. Okay. On to the second attempt. This is where the rubber really starts hitting the road as far as kind of setup and manipulation goes. He's going to explain bones, and I'm also going to be using these 2 items as he does that. Can you explain bones really quickly, Queen?
Yeah, so bones are basically the second type of currency that you can have when it comes to sacrifices. The first one being blood, in this case, the squirrels. But basically, whenever a unit dies, you're also going to get bones as a currency depending on the unit. And you can use bones to summon other type of units that you normally wouldn't be able to summon by using squirrels.
Yeah, exactly. We want to kind of avoid using bones though because they're slow. But he forgot our figurine. We'll go grab it. We'll sit back down. Now this is really important. We're going to be doing some manipulations here. We're going to either get the cockroach right there, unkillable sigil, and depending on what items we get here, I really hope we get some good ones. Okay, we got a black goat. Oh, we're going black goat. Okay.
I prefer the black goat.
Okay, Queen prefers black goat.
I'm biased.
So when we get our totems, the only sigils that can be on them are ones that we've seen played. So I'm going to be playing the black goat and then using its sigil here. And the black goat sigil is called Worthy Sacrifice. And essentially, instead of when you sacrifice a card, instead of it counting for 1, it's going to count it for 3. Okay, and we're going to put that on our squirrels. In the next life. Oh, we need another name for our death card.
I'd say we can go with Fate, maybe. Like a Faith, the
Oh, Faith. Yeah. That's good. I like
sorry, I
Good
pronounced
choice,
that
good
oddly.
choice.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
In case you couldn't tell, I'm not native English.
No, you're doing great. So there's a... Oh, wait, what? What's this? Oh, we get the camera. Seems like we could just take a picture of him. We can't. We don't have the film in it. Okay, so we gotta create a memento. We're looking for the bullfrog here. Don't get it. It's fine. Bop. This is still an okay death card. Faith. There we go. So we'll see if those can come back in our deck later. So we're almost to just like playing the game. We got to do just a touch more setup here. First things first, we got to stand up and go get the stink bug. So you notice some cards talk to us. That's important narratively. We're also going to get this key. And we have
We're
to
gonna
do some...
notice
Yeah, go
as
ahead.
we move on that the cards that speak also tend to change aspect a little bit through the course of the game, and it's gonna get really noticeable towards the end of the first act.
We don't get we don't get the stuff that is in those two cabinets. We want a lean deck, so we just don't want those cards. We're just gonna skip them. But we want this squirrel head, and we need the stunted wolf or the caged wolf for story progression. Okay. Now it's roguelite time. We need to just win. Okay, a black goat. Black goats are normally pretty good. It's alright to get a black goat here, but since we have black goats on our squirrels in a moment, it's not as good of a card. Okay, so there it is. So now we set up our totem. Every time we draw a squirrel, instead of being worth 1 sacrifice, it's going to be worth 3. So the kind of general strategy is to set up for turn 1 kills. We want really strong cards that we can play on the first turn with these powered up squirrels to kind of just fly through fights. We'll see if that happens. There is a ton of RNG in this game, and things can go wrong, to put it mildly. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and do this. Nice. There we go. I'm just gonna clear out some of my items and... Alright. So we want to be winning as fast as we can. And on the first fight, turn 2, that's pretty decent.
So just to clarify a little bit of what we've seen on the screen so far, Matt's actually used an item, which is the pliers. And the pliers, what they do is pretty much you take out one of your teeth to put it on the scale so that you get 1 free point of damage towards the
it's pretty brutal.
It's pretty gruesome.
Yeah. Sorry, there's some... this is Fright Fatales after all. There's some kind of gruesome stuff in this.
So true.
Oh, that's unfortunate. This is actually going to be a really annoying fight.
I've seen some words of appreciation for the skeletons and the drip, by the way. T-shirt.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, good. He conceded. That's... we have a lot of skeletons in this home, so that's just one of many. So
let's not take that out of context.
Oh yeah, a lot of plastic skeletons. True. Don't clip that. Okay, so we have our first like branching path. I'm gonna look ahead here. I think I'm gonna go this way. So there's like 2 things that we're looking for to do. That is, one to make our where is it? Where's our bullfrog? There it is. One is to get strong cards, and other is to like get weaker cards out of our deck. So we want to like slim down our deck as much as we can. So I opted to go over here to do that. The campfire would have been decent as well. Could have raised our damage by 1. Just check. Okay, pop that down. Okay, so this is a turn 2 win. Oh, shoot, I didn't notice the flying sigil. This is not a turn 2 win.
So, for example, when we see
there we go.
the map opening in front of us, it's basically one of the roguelike parts of the game. You can choose which path to take within limits, and every icon that you land on has a different effect. It can be a card drop, it can be a power-up. There's several different types of power-ups, so each one of them does a different thing. Like this is a campfire, for example, and it can grant a +1 attack, +1 defense. It very much depends. So there's a lot to adapt to in this case when it comes to pathing.
And we're on to our first boss, the Prospector. There is a cool little setup that we can do here. We'll see if we get it based on our first hand that we draw. If we get the Caged Wolf, which would be lovely if we do. And we don't, that's fine. All right,
just
so
see how cool the music is in this fight.
It
with
really
the mining
is.
sounds in the background.
Do that, and then we're gonna do this. Okay, so we got the Caged Wolf down, and we'll see how why that's important in a little bit. This first phase is gonna be slow, though. Yeah, this first phase is gonna be slow.
So the opossum, for example, is one of those cards that you need bones to play with. That means you don't really need to sacrifice any squirrel for it, but you need to have enough bones to be able to play it.
Okay. This is pretty frustrating, actually, that he played that mole. We are crawling through this. But it is going to be kind of worth it because, there we go. As we'll see right here. Okay, first phase done. What he's gonna do is he's gonna turn all of our cards into gold. They're gold in them cards. And the Caged Wolf, we needed to do that for story progression. We needed to uncage the wolf at some point. He throws that wolf down right away for us, and that's really, really powerful to have a wolf just sitting out here like this. Because what we can do is we can just kind of block these two cards. It's not a big deal. Where's another squirrel? And we'll just win in 2 rounds here. Cool. Got through our first boss. First round was some slow going, but whenever we beat a boss, we're offered a rare card. So there's someone that we really want to see here. We'll see if we get them. The Long Elk would be ideal, but there's some other good ones too. I like Child 13. Child 13 is good. Whenever you sacrifice it, it like evolves into a stronger thing and it stays on the field. So it's really kind of good for the unkillable. So these are trials. It's gonna give me some options of kind of tasks to complete here. I don't want to pass this. I'm gonna try to do this one. I think this is the least likely to pass because I don't want more cards in my deck. Good. We're gonna go to items. I'm gonna play a little bit safe. We're gonna take 2 of these, and I'll definitely use those fans later. All right.
That's actually pretty good that we got 2 fans right away, I think.
Yeah, it might have been smarter to pick up another squirrel, but I think this will work.
So the fans, for example, are another item that you can use at any moment during one match. However, once you use them, they are consumed. So if you want to use them again, you're going to have to find them again while picking up items and stuff like that. And what the fans do is give all of your cards flying, which means it generally cannot be blocked by any other card unless they have a sigil that blocks specifically flying cards, which is something that it's in the game.
Yeah. Okay, finally we win this. So this is one of those situations where I was just drawing a whole bunch of cards that don't do much. We don't want them in our deck as much as possible, right? It's kind of trading card game 101. You want to be drawing the powerful cards. This all sucks. This is all bad. So yeah, that's the Trapper and the Trader. You get pelts early on that you can then trade for. Nice. You can trade later for a card. Is this the right one? Yes. Okay, so we have this wolf. It's at 5 damage now because we powered it up twice. We want to be drawing that. That's an insta-kill card, right? We want as many of those in our deck as possible. Shoot. Okay, we'll just wait till next turn. Go.
This is just one of the encounters that you can find when navigating the map. Not all the encounters are necessarily a boss fight.
Yeah. How much damage do I have to do? Yeah, we're just going to use one of our fans here because speed this up. So yeah, that's what they do there, right? We just go right over the top. I'm trying to think where I want to go next. I think I want to go to the right. So that's one of the things, you're kind of thinking ahead of what paths you want to go down. Because I want to try to get a grizzly from up there. Yeah. Might have been smarter to go over there, just get rid of a card. That's fine. I really like when I'm playing Black Goat to see one of these next ones. So we'll win this fight and hopefully we can see why. Not a good draw.
The Stoat is probably the most talkative card in the, in the whole first deck.
Yeah, it really is. So if I were not doing this kind of in a marathon, I would consider just losing this fight just automatically, like giving up, which I think I'm going to lose anyways. Just to save time. I'm gonna try, if we get a... Yeah, I don't think we don't win this, but I'm gonna try here. Yeah, because we can't. So okay, we're just gonna lose here. We'll pass. That's okay, we get 2 deaths. We kind of just drew into a bad situation. And that is fine. Okay, so hopefully we get 3 blood here as an option, please. Not great. Pumpkaboo! We got Pumpkaboo though. Pumpkaboo is really strong. Okay. That is nice.
Pumpkaboo is gonna carry us to victory.
I hope so. All right, and we're on to our second boss fight, the Angler.
Which is, in my opinion, one of the most annoying boss fights in the game.
Yeah, it can be.
As a casual player.
Okay, Pumpkaboo, thank you. Oops, I want to play this. Yeah. Okay, this is really great. Okay. So Pumpkaboo carried us to victory in that first round, and you'll notice he slaps down this bait bucket here. Ain't no big thing for us because we have one of these in our back pocket. I'm also going to just use this to get it out of my inventory, and we win right away thanks to Pumpkaboo. So if we would attack that bait bucket, it would have disappeared and it would there'd been a great white shark there. We don't really want to do that, so we just get around it by going over the top. And I'm going to be hoping to try to get it one more fan before this is all through. Don't love that. yeah, there's a little bit more setup. We don't actually have all the manipulations that we want right now. I would say this is maybe not the strong. Click too fast there. It's probably what would have taken anyways. It's not the strongest kind of deck that we have right now. I'm gonna get rid of Pumpkaboo, so I don't want to do that. Where I can... Whoops, no. There we go. Yeah, we're actually gonna be getting rid of Pumpkaboo up here. So sorry everyone.
Chat is gonna be very unamused by that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this is a turn 2 win.
Can we just talk for a moment about the dedication that Leshy has when it comes to, you know, changing aspect whenever you have an encounter? Putting a new mask on, changing his attitude. Like, he would be a great DM if you really think
I know, that's
you know?
basically what he is. Yes, Grizzlies. We want Grizzlies. Okay, so you'll find out later why I'm doing this. I am sorry, everyone. Pumpkaboo is getting sacrificed to put on the Stoat. And this is going to be a manipulation later that's going to make the final fight go much more smoothly.
Rest assured, the soul of Pumpkaboo is still gonna carry us through.
Yes. I'm really hoping I see some items as well. Yeah, let's see here. Just thinking, elk. So there's a good chance I don't win this one as well. Oh, just kidding. I did not realize Faith was that strong. Faith is carrying us now. Okay.
Either way, we have a great lineup over here.
Yeah, we really do. I've been erring on the side of taking elk in those as well because basically they're the most consistent. There's a lot of bad stuff that some of the other tribes have, the types of animals. And the elk just like, while nothing is like standout super good, nothing is gonna break my deck coming out of the elk.
I think casually speaking, this kind of strat is also very, very easy to follow. Like, you know, the fact that you can summon stronger units way sooner than normally you would be able to. It's just like, it's basically like a stomping build, and I feel like it's very easy to go through the game with this type of build overall. Aside from the speedrun, of course, that's a whole different, you know, situation. But like for a casual player, I think this would be probably the go-to build to get.
Yeah, this or the unkillable. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of you. I'm gonna put you on whatever. It doesn't matter. All right, very important here. I have to do some story progression stuff before I do this third boss. We uncaged the wolf earlier, so we can get the dagger here. And we're gonna go and fight the trapper/trader. And this one's hard. This one's hard no matter what. And you'll see in a while. At least the first phase is hard. Okay, let's see what we get. I think we're gonna do this. Kill that. Toss our moose book down. So when we kill those traps, we automatically kind of the thing in front of them just automatically dies. Is the big problem. So we have to kind of work around that. And when we kill the strange frogs, they turn into those traps.
I know you're very much focused on this fight, but right now I'm just enjoying the track in the background.
I know, it's so good.
It's so good. This game overall is great. If there's anyone in the chat that hasn't played this game, I highly recommend it.
Oh, yes. Okay, so we made it through phase 1. Phase 2 is going to be easy. She is going to throw down a whole bunch of stuff. And we can trade these pelts to get them off the board. It really doesn't matter though, because we're going to take our eyeball out. Gross. That gives us 4, whatever it's called, points.
Damage.
Damage, there we go. And boom, we beat him. We had to do that. We had to take our eyeball out for stir progression as well. So we needed to do that at some point. I always save it for right here because that's one of the more dangerous encounters.
But
So
Leshy is a bro, and he's gonna give us a new eye, a brand new eye.
Yes. It's a little unfortunate. We do not have any of the manipulation set up to make a clean and easy final fight. So we're going to have to be playing just, playing some Inscryption here and trying to beat this final boss. We could, if we had gotten lucky, we could have had a setup that beats it on turn 1, but we'll see what happens. But first, we got to get the Stunted Wolf and the camera roll. Also, for safety, I'm going to grab this ring, and you'll see what that does in a second. I'm going to hope for a fan in here somewhere. Take that fan. Yes, please. And a squirrel. Perfect. Okay, those are some of the best items we could have gotten. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're good. A little kind of cutscene skip here. I'm just going to mash going forward. And we're already here to the trials. So we get some boons if we pass these trials that can help us in this final fight. I got the ring because I automatically pass if I get this ring card drawn. So we'll see if we get what we get here. We'll take 2. Might have been better to take the black goats. We'll see if we can pass this one. Give me an elk. Give me an elk. Okay, good. We passed it. So we're going to have 2 boons, so that's really nice. Oh, good. We got black goats. Okay, so we're going to be able to draw 2 cards. We're going to have a black goat that starts in the field already. Giant, scary Leshy.
Cool visuals as well.
Yeah, this is kind of scary not having instant death on my stoat, but we're going to do our best. So there's 3 rounds to this final fight with Leshy. Very atmospheric.
I love this part. It's so good.
I know. I'm really hoping to draw one of my really powerful cards here. Okay, which wolf is that? Okay. So let's do this. And then we'll put the Stunted Wolf right here. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so we want to win this quick because he's going to have some superpowers here in a moment. We'll do that. Yeah. Okay, so we made it through phase 1. Phase 2 is going to be easy as well.
We've been betrayed.
Oh yeah, is Pumpkaboo back there?
Pumpkaboo.
No, Pumpkaboo. I'm going to use the fan to go over the stumps here. Phase 2 is done.
So what he does in phase 2 is that he picks some of the death cards that you have created in the past at any moment, and I think even your friend's death cards he can pick up. And he just plays them against you.
Queen, chat. I'm dumb. We automatically win this. I forgot. I got the death sigil on the stoat. The moon's done. I was playing Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I was a bit confused when you said we don't have the death sigil on the stoat, and I was like, but didn't we do that before?
We did. We did it. That's right. We sacrificed Pumpkaboo for it. Yeah. Okay, so you can beat the moon right away. And I actually put it on the stoat specifically because I manipulated it so that I would draw the stoat turn 1 there, so I knew it would be in our hand. But anyways, oh no, Luke Carter, we are actually not playing a video game. We are playing as a person playing a video game. That's Inscryption, baby. So we could meet Luke here by watching some recordings, but we're not going to. We're going to skip that. Yeah, this game's story is so good. Yeah, he's an aspiring YouTuber. Like, he does unpacking videos with cards and stuff, and he stumbled upon this cursed game, Inscryption. So that's important to the narrative. Okay, we grab the camera. We have the film this time. We're going to turn Leshy into a card.
Needless to say, he's not too pleased about it. But.
Yes. New game is now an option, and now we're going to start Inscryption from the beginning, as it was meant to be played. So go ahead.
I can explain a little bit of the story so far, let's say, a little bit of a recap. So when you first start the game, you can actually only press continue. You are unable to start a new game. And you are basically continuing a game that somebody else started before you. And the whole point is that you are actually not supposed to defeat Leshy at any moment and get past him. But once you do manage to get through and start the new game from scratch as it was meant to be played. So technically, what we're going to be playing right now, which is Act 2, is the actual beginning of Inscryption, the game.
Yes, and there's 4 scribes that were just introduced to us. We know Leshy, and we've actually met all the other ones because they were the cards that we were playing as. The Stink Bug and the Stunted Wolf. But we take Grimora, who was the Stink Bug's deck to start out with here. And let's see if we get the Bone Heap. Nope. Okay. So in this section, what we're going to need to do is buy some cards. And to do that, we got to do Overkill. To give us foils that we use as a currency. So the first 2 fights are set up to purchase things. And I have to actually concentrate a little bit. So could you maybe explain a little bit how that works?
So basically, like Matt said, whenever you manage to overkill an opponent, so deal more than 5 points of damage, you get foils, and foils are used as currency in this act. So our first objective in this first fight will be to get at least 4 foils, so that we can afford Bone Heap, which is gonna be the card that we're gonna use as a setup for the fight right after this, and to farm some extra foils so that we can afford the rest of the cards that we need in order to get through this act specifically.
Yes.
So yeah, basically now she's just setting up the field so that we can get as much damage out of it as possible and hopefully get the 4 foils that we need.
Yes, and these Revenants are the really big problem. They do a ton of damage, and they also they do a ton of damage, but they die when they attack. So we just need to like wait them out and move things around so that we have a situation where we have something in front of them. So now I'm just going to walk up our counter here as these Gravediggers give us some bones. Bones are the kind of engine behind our deck here. There we go. And now we play bones to play our scary cards from Grimora. And there. And there's our overkill. We're going to get 5 out of this. We only need 4 out of this first fight. Having 1 extra is good, though. It makes the next fight a touch safer. It's not really that big a deal, though. So we're going to be given some packs from the people we beat, from these skeletons. And I have to do some collecting of epigraphs? What are they called? The things that go on tombstones.
Epigraphs, I think.
Epitaph?
I think so. Epitaph.
I don't know.
Epitaph.
Let us know,
That's
chat.
the word.
Bone heap and a skeleton.
I'm pretty sure that's the one. So yeah, we want to buy the Bone Heap because of the effect that the Bone Heap has as a card. Basically, you can increase the Bone Heap damage based on how many bones you sacrifice. And that's gonna allow us to get a bigger overkill and get 19 foils out of this, which we're gonna need to buy some more cards later.
Precisely. So yeah, and these grave diggers are going to be really important because we need to amass a ton of bones to power up our bone heap.
Yep, we need at least 40 of them. So that we can get 20 damage on the bone heap and hopefully get at least 19 foils in overkill.
Yes, I'm pretty confident we can do it with our setup here. Especially, yes, perfect. If we keep drawing these grave diggers.
Chat confirms that it is indeed an epitaph. By the way.
Okay, thank you, chat.
We made it.
I'm gonna let that Revenant just kill me or hurt me. Because I think that was the last one. Yeah, it was. Okay, cool. So now we are just kind of waiting here to amass bones. We have 11 right now. We're gonna need 40... Math, 42. There we go. I think we're good. I'm gonna just use this to walk up our damage a little bit. And we're waiting for the bone heap to be drawn. Okay,
so the Grave Digger are special cards that basically just grant 1 bone every turn. That's why we're basically just passing right now and hoping that the bone heap shows up at some point.
Okay, so we have all the bones we need. We just need the bone heap. I'm gonna pass one more. Okay, cool. There it is. We're gonna toss it down. Remora is gonna explain how that works. And Grimora, I don't know if I said, she was the stink bug. You can kind of see how she looks.
Yeah. The more you play in the first act, the more some of the cards change. One of them is the stink bug. The stoat is another one. The wolf, the Santa Wolf is another one, and the...
That's all of them. Because there's only 3.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. And the Santa Wolf is another
because,
one.
Because, Leshy is just there. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And if y'all notice, during the last fight, that stoat didn't look like a stoat anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was suspiciously square.
So, appropriate for Fright Fatales, I'm going to load up on skeletons.
Yeah, so basically, we're going to be emptying our deck and having only the bone heap with only skeletons.
Ouroboros, but yes.
Yeah, we're going to go buy the Ouroboros now.
Yeah.
So here's Leshy. We see him again in his cabin, just chilling.
Gives us his camera.
And we're going to be setting up for the next deck for this act. We're simply going to go buy Ouroboros, which it came as a surprise to me, but this card has 2 effects because only one of them is listed in the card description. But basically, whenever this card dies, you can get it back, and it also gains a +1/+1.
+1
and +1 to health. So it basically becomes stronger every time that it dies. And we're going to be using that to defeat the upcoming opponents.
Correct. So we're going to use this fight to power it up. And also there's another kind of quirk, I guess, that if you have rare cards, which Ouroboros is one, in your deck, you will always draw a rare card and the rest will be common. And since we set it up to just have skeletons and the Ouroboros, we guarantee that we always shoot. I should have played that. I think we still should be fine. We guarantee that we always draw the skeletons and Ouroboros. Screwed up a little bit here. This should still be okay, I think. Yeah, we'll kill that.
In short, right now we have about 19 skeletons and 1 snake.
Yes.
That's how we roll.
And that's going to be our deck for the rest of this. And I'm going to power it up to 4/4. Like I said, I misplayed there a little bit by playing that skeleton a little early, but it only adds a few seconds here, a few more turns. So we have it at 4/4, and that's the last bit of setup. we're just going to burn through everyone else in this act. And you'll see how that works in just a second as we collect the kind of stuff to progress. We're taking pictures of these things like Leshy would do. There we go. And we're giving these cards to some of the people. So as you also notice, these characters are what Leshy was playing in the first round. We had the Prospector, we talked to the Trapper and the Trader, who gave us Ouroboros. Here's the Angler, who we are going to just demolish here, just like so.
He deserves it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Angler's tough. Honestly, all the bosses are pretty tough.
Yes.
Okay, there's a little manipulation
in general,
here.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's not that big deal.
I just wanted to say that in general, this game really wants you to die.
Yes.
You're not supposed to beat everything in one go without ever failing, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's normal to die in here. Don't get discouraged. You ever get to play the game?
I agree. Yeah. It's not all that forgiving. It both has like a lot of things to exploit, but it's at the same time, if you don't find those, it is extremely unforgiving. Oops, there we go. Okay, so we just went through all of Leshy's characters again here, and we're going to beat Leshy again. And we have to go through and beat all the scribes. The kind of premise of this first act, I guess, or this act, not this first act, is that you beat the scribes and you put one of the scribes like in power, I guess, over the game. So that's how Leshy was kind of ruling the game earlier. Someone played it to a state where it was like Leshy was in charge. So we're going to see how it plays out for us. But Leshy is not going to give us too much difficulty here. He has this mechanic where I actually don't really even know what the mechanic is, if I'm being honest. I don't really understand it. I beat it so quickly that I don't really know what happens here. He puts a bunch of cards in your deck that were like the ones that you were playing. But there we go. So as you can see, there's the first scribe down.
Poor
and
Leshy.
I know, I like Leshy. He's a little mouse right there. His little mouse friend. We have a skip cap coming up right here. It's pretty simple to do, but it skips a cutscene. We just exit out to the main screen, and we continue. And that skips PO3, Poe, the Stoat from coming in here and taunting Leshy and being a jerk. If you were friends with the Stoat in Act 1, which, I mean, I like the Stoat in Act 1. He seems like he's our ally. You're going to find that he's a real jerk.
Yeah, we're not going to like him anymore for any other act. So
Yeah.
I could also talk about a little bit more what's going on, but like in terms of lore of this game. But there's a lot to explore. Watching also the cutscenes with Lucas are very important. They explain a lot of what's going on. There's a lot of investigation to do, and I don't want to spoil it.
Real quick, I'm gonna make. Yep, there's the witch. That mirror changes your character, and I wanted to be the witch, so not necessary.
Fair enough.
Scurvy. There was no cure. So yeah, we have to fill out these epithets.
Are back.
Yeah, Sawyer, dog. It does not hold grudge, and Casey. Casey Hobbs is a very important character. There's another mode, Casey's Mod, that you can play after you beat the game. Casey Hobbs would have programmed a different, like a different way to play into the game. Is kind of what like lore-wise is happening. But on to Gamora. So we have to kill her Bonehound here. The Bonehound was giving us a lot of troubles in that first fight. We take it out very easily, and then on the next turn we just win. But then Gamora, the Scribe of Death, kills our cards. And Luke doesn't like that.
Relatable, to be honest.
Right? But that's the reason why we only brought it up to 4 power earlier, because we know Gamora is going to kill it and bring it up to 5. So we're avoiding doing overkill damage, which takes time. Because Gamora is just going to put us to 5 anyways. Have a little bit more of Luke's stuff right here. Get a little hydrated.
So something that you don't really get to see from the speedrun is that actually each one of these scribes has a very different objective and a very different personality between each other. So Leshy, for example, literally just wants to play cards with you. That's his jam. That's what he wants to do.
He's so sweet. He's just a weird forest dude who wants to play cards. Is that so bad? But yeah. Who else we got?
He just wants to be your DM forever. Forever and ever. Then we have Grimora, which actually wants, like, she is the scribe of death, so obviously she wants everything to be destroyed. Then we will see PO3 later, and we will talk about him a little bit later. But we also have this lovely mage over here, Magnificus, and whose only objective is to create things.
Yeah.
He's
so
just
we're
enjoying his time.
Yeah, and like through play, we put one of them in power. So first we got to go through. These are Magnificus's pupils, who he really tortures, to be honest. Puts him in these like weird situations, like staked over a spear and turned into gloop. And the next one is going to be the most important character in the whole run, not sarcastically. Like, for real.
Yeah, basically, Magnificus' ideas of a training is, I'm gonna put you in a very uncomfortable position and you're gonna have to find a way to get out of there, even if there is none. That's his idea of a training.
All right, and our favorite character, the Lonely Wizard. After I do this little thing. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna see a lot of this dude. He's in stimulation. He's in a sensory deprivation kind of area. It's reduced just to eyes in a darkness. So all he wants is, as he'll say many times over the course of the run, stimulation.
Stimulation. I think he is also the only one of Magnificus pupils, I can speak, that actually towards the end of it is like, screw that guy, I hate him.
Yeah, right.
Like, his other pupils are still like kind of believing in their master and they want to get through their exams and stuff like that. But the Lonely Wizbot is done. Like,
yeah.
The Lonely Wizard, sorry.
Yeah, he's not the Wizbot yet.
Yeah,
Spoiler.
not yet.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
One thing that can actually waste time is he puts different sigils on here. Having a rabbit, dang, there's 2 rabbits, I can't avoid it. You'll see, there'll be a little bit of time loss here because I have to play a rabbit card. So like the rabbit comes into my hand, I have to wait for this. But that's okay. Otherwise, just avoid putting the card in front of this thing. And we are golden with Magnificus, and we will be on to Poe's area in just a moment.
But I want to listen to more of the song.
I know, the soundtrack is so good. And then we'll be on to Act 3.
Which is gonna be like a blast from the past, pretty much.
Right? Okay. Oops. This always reminds me of Pokemon Crystal, the lighthouse. I don't know.
Oh,
with the
yes.
they can fall down.
Yeah. Those old Pokemon dungeons were always like the bane of every young kid trying to find their way out of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so these little puzzles, there's a bunch of ways you can actually do these. There's like a bunch of correct answers. There's almost more like rules to completing them for each one. So it's like cover the zeros, you're good on these ones, and you'll see some more coming up. I always blank out on how to do one of them coming up though, so I hope I don't. I have the answers written down, but like literally every run. I don't know why. These dudes don't give us decks of cards. I don't really know why they don't. Okay, I got a few more. So again, cover the zeros, you're golden. On this one, wall off the -0 or -1, excuse me, and you're good there. Other doesn't really matter over here.
Those puzzles can definitely be confusing when you see
They
them
are.
the first time.
Honestly, those the ones in the first act where you're like sliding things around to open the drawer, I don't really even know how. Like, I don't know why the answers are the way they are. I never actually figured it out.
I honestly don't know either. I pretty much did them by pure chance.
Yeah, right.
You know? Yeah. I feel you.
Shoot, this is the one. This is the one that I always screw up. There we go. Okay. And we have one more dude to fight down here, and actually there's going to be something I'm going to ask you all to watch for after I beat this guy. So something lore-wise that's happening is all the scribes are looking for the old data. They know it's somewhere underwater. Old data is like this cursed stuff. And right here, very briefly, you're going to see that Poe finds it. So I'm going to put my cursor. You'll only see it for like a briefest of seconds. It's going to look all glitchy down here. Watch right there. See that? See the stuff glitching in? So Poe found it. That's kind of important narratively.
I never noticed that. That's good to know.
Yeah, if I would
That's a
linger
nice
down
little
there,
detail.
you'd get all sorts of glitched out. All right, and this is our last boss of the second act. It's going to be just as easy. There is just one thing we need to keep in mind for this one. We have to put our Ouroboros right there specifically. And you'll see why right here as the conveyor belts do their thing. So he makes a copy of all our Ouroboroses. They all move over one and give us an opening to attack. And we also do Poe last because, again, our Ouroboros dies, and that brings us to 6/6, and we don't really want that. That'll be giving us overkill again. All right, so now we go and choose who we want to put in charge. And who do you think?
For Leshy, personally.
You vote for Leshy?
Of course.
We'll see.
I would be okay, you know. I have to lose an eye every once in a while. But at least I would be playing Dungeons and Dragons or cards
Right.
for the rest of my life, you know.
We put Leshy in, or we put Poe in charge. No matter what happens, Poe's going to be put in charge, and this just skips some dialogue. We don't do this fight. We just exit out of it. We don't need to. And actually, a warning before I press this: a lot of flashing lights coming up for the next like 10 seconds or so. So just be warned.
Poe is such a killjoy, I swear.
What is happening?
That looks pretty speedrun standard to me, you know?
Yeah.
There's so many
Honestly,
speedruns
yeah.
that get broken. Yeah.
Honestly, it does. All right. Poe took over. So now, in the same way that Leshy was in charge earlier, now Poe is. I'm going to try to do a quick skip here. We can skip some dialogue. I don't know if I have my cursor in the right place, though, so we'll see. I'm just going to... I kind of forgot to do it. It's only like a 5-second save if I get it. Okay, here we go. Ah, missed it. You can hit that arrow before this dialogue happens to skip it right away, but it's whatever. Mechanics have completely changed. Well, not completely changed, but they're quite a bit different. We're now running off of energy. Every turn, at the end of the turn, we get one more max energy, and our energy fills up completely. So what I'm going to be doing these first 4 fights is essentially just playing the game normally. And... shoot.
So the plan
Yeah, there we
here
go. Yeah,
for
yeah.
now, yeah, I'm gonna help you out. Sorry.
Please.
The plan
Please, 'cause I
right
think I
now is
lost.
to basically just play the game normally, which is at this stage of the speedrun is kind of scary because you have to be careful and watch out for any possible mistakes. But basically, we're just gonna
There we
be
go.
playing until we are allowed to get up from the table. lights will go out at some point, and PO3 or PO will ask you to get up to, from the table to fix them for him, basically. And at that point, we're going to be able to explore the area a little bit, solve a few puzzles, and basically acquire the card that we are going to need for the rest of the act.
Yeah, thank you. My brain went blank there. I missed put one card in one, but we're good. So yeah, the first 4 fights are going to be somewhat slow. I mean, there's ways you can play these faster than the one I just played it here, but like we don't have any like powerful strats yet. And like Queen said, we're going to be getting those strats in after those 4 fights. This item's going to be helpful. That fills up our energy back to full. Okay, let's see if we can navigate this one a little quicker. So yeah, very often I'm just gonna be passing the first turn to just like generate some energy.
You know, when I got to this part of the game after playing Act 2, I was like, yes, yes, give me some more of that Act 1 feelings. I do enjoy Act 1 way more than Act 3, but this is where stuff starts happening.
Yeah.
Where you unveil more and more of the story behind this game and PO3's or PO's intentions. So.
All right. We are pretty good on this one. Once you get that double gunner out, you're pretty much home free because it does 4 damage. Just like that. Okay, so there's 2 down and 2 to go. This tile is going to be very important. We're going to be coming back there, but not yet.
So we're just taking a stroll on the map for now, pretty much. We're following a specific path, of course. The map is pretty much fixed, but right now we're pretty much just going with the flow and waiting for the right time to get up.
Yeah.
Solve a few puzzles, do some more escape room shenanigans.
Go. Put our sniper down right there. Okay, and we got this one in the bag. Toss down our double gunner. We do need money. Money comes from overkilling here. We're pretty much always good on money because I'm going to pick some up off the map. These checkpoints, it's important that they, I never use my items, but they, right here at least, but they give us our items back. Also, there's a shortcut right up here. This is a hidden little way you can dodge that encounter. And we have our last slow encounter. Toss that down. There we go.
Look at that smug face. He's like,
I know.
He looks so annoyed, like he's not even enjoying himself. At least Leshy was all hyped about playing cards with us.
Yeah, I miss Leshy too. I miss Leshy too. There we go. Toss that down. Yeah, do that.
Petition to bring Leshy back in Act 3.
And yes, we'll win on this turn. I could have won on that turn. I wanted to get some overkill though, just to make sure I had the money. Okay, so the rubber hits the road here again, and we're gonna meet the star of Act 3. If the Ouroboros is the star of Act 2, who do you think we are gonna meet here? Okay, we're allowed to get up from the table. The power went out is what happened, is why we are allowed to get up. Let me, oops, some more of these puzzles. First we get Mrs. Bomb. She's gonna be important. And that's an item we can use. Go. There he is.
Stimulation.
The lonely Wizbot.
He's back.
So this unassuming card is going to get really strong. First, we got to do some. Oop, I went the wrong way. Some captchas because Poe can't. Poe is a computer, so it cannot pass these captcha tests. Get the battery. Overshoot. There we go. All right. So there's been a lot of RNG already. We have a really big instance of RNG right here. We're going to be powering up our Lonely Wizbot, and we have a 21% chance to get a Bifurcated Strike as an ability from this thing right here. So how many times do you think it's going to take, Queen?
On first try.
First try. Here we go. Nope. So.
Damn it.
So what we do is
tried.
I appreciate the enthusiasm. We just exit out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go down 1 square, back up 1 to advance RNG, stand up to autosave, and we're going to try again. Like I said, it's a 21% chance every time you put this in here to get the correct ability to put on it. Nope. Okay. Try number 3.
jinxed it now. I'm feeling guilty. I ruined it.
No, it wasn't you. It's this game. It's Poe. Poe could just give it to us. Okay, attempt number 3.
Poe tends to forget that without us, he wouldn't be able to do anything.
I know. Let's try number 4. This can be obnoxious. You get this far into the run, and you just get bad Bifurcated Strike RNG.
I feel like this is honestly very unlucky.
Yeah, I don't know how statistics work. I don't understand math, but it feels like we should have rolled it.
Do we have any mathematician in chat that
Yeah,
can help
please
us
give me
figure
the
out
odds.
where is this 21%?
Okay, on to number 6.
At least I think chat is feeling stimulated right now. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, this is if this is Fright Fatales, this is the scariest. The RNG is the scariest thing.
It's always in marathons, chat. Remember, always.
Okay.
Do you remember what was your worst?
7. That was my worst. I think we've exceeded it.
Yeah, I think we went past that already.
So this is officially the worst I've ever had. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
First try.
Yay! First try every time.
Okay, so we're gonna warp back. And now we've basically doubled the power of our Lonely Wizbot. Which is good. But there's a lot more that we can do to speed up these fights. Because as you'll notice here, these fights don't necessarily go quick still. They can go a lot faster. Go.
So basically, what we want to achieve right now is to make sure that our Lonely Wizbot is gonna be able to kill everything in one turn, pretty much. So what we need to do next is to empower further our Lonely Wizbot and also thin our deck a little bit so that we're guaranteed to always draw in on first turn. So what we're gonna be doing first is guaranteeing a +1 in attack to the Wizbot. That's what we are planning on doing right now.
Okay. Here we go. We already have the Wizbot. I'll do this. Take out the sentries. Bop, bop. There we go. So another thing about the Wizbot, you can move it around like this because it has the ability Clingy. Clingy, I think, is what it is. So whenever you lay something on the field, a Wizbot will like stick to it. So you can maneuver it around, which we had to do there.
It's just a poor soul looking for stimulation.
Okay, we're gonna get that money. That's like a secret it doesn't appear normally on the map unless you like click there. So we're good on our money now. Sure. Whatever. Get rid of our double gunner. So low-key, this next fight is actually the most difficult fight in Act 3, right here. We'll see how it goes. Just double check. We have some tricks to try to speed it up. We're going to be using Mrs. Bomb for the first time, so you can see what she does. Tosses all these explode bots, and I'm just going to smash that.
Yeah, basically the explode bots, whenever they die, they do damage to anything that is around them. So that way we can clear the board very easily.
And
I'm also amused by the fact that quite a few people in chat have some emotes related to this game.
Yeah, I haven't been watching chat too closely. That's great.
Somebody even had a stimulation emote with just the eyes, you know?
Okay. Right, so now we got to get on the Frankenstein slab here. And we're going to toss our Lonely Wizbot on there. Some real stimulation, electrocute him. And that's going to give us 3 instead of 2. So we can end fights on turn 1, but the catch is if we take any damage, if we lose the Wizbot for forever, it's gone. So we have to avoid the Wizbot taking damage. Let me just double check. But there we go. If we're good about it, we can get it on the field and do just what we did there. And then on to our first boss.
Bosses in this act are also pretty peculiar, I'd say.
This first one is, what is this called? The Archivist. Archivist.zip. Yeah, this is an interesting, all the bosses are you're right, they're cool. And this is going to look like a really dangerous strat. I'm actually just going to pass on the first turn and take all this damage. Okay, got our Wizbot, that's good. Toss Miss Bomb down again, and we're going to kill all these librarians with this. And when the librarians happen, we dive into our actual files on our computer, and we have to pick some that are really big to do as much damage as possible. So, go down here. And as these still keep exploding, we get to put another one on there because we just killed another librarian. And there we go. And we did enough damage to take out the first round. So this, we're not going to engage with this mechanic. We're supposed to have an old file, and the older it is, the more powerful it is. We're not using this card anyways, so I just pick whatever.
So you know that vacation video that you took 10 years ago when you were in high school?
Yeah, right.
From your phone, and it weighs like 20 gigabytes or so. Yeah, that's exactly what you need for this kind of fight. So you see, you knew that one day that would have come in handy.
Yeah, I have no idea actually what the files are that I use, if I'm being honest. I just know where they are, and I just click them. Okay, so more Luke stuff. You'll notice as you play this that Poe's kind of world that he creates is set up very similarly to the Act 2. So that was kind of Grimora's area. All right. Here's where we needed the money. We're going to overclock our energy bot here. Actually, the leap bot was probably smarter. So like I said, cards that are overclocked will die forever. They'll go away. If they die, we're counting on that. We're trying to, like Queen said earlier, thin our deck out so that we're always drawing the Lonely Wizbot and winning turn 1.
Yeah, we will be basically intentionally losing the energy bot here as soon as possible. And then we will also be recycling 1 card. And that way we will basically have a guaranteed Lonely Wizbot draw on turn 1.
Yeah.
And after that, pretty much every fight is gonna be, I would say, a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So here we go. We finally got the Wizbot.
Damn it.
Luke isn't happy about that, but little does he know it's for his own good.
Luke is clearly not a card game expert.
Right?
He doesn't know the strats.
We have to get rid of one more card so that we're always drawing the Wizbot. So whatever, it doesn't matter. We're getting rid of our sniper. You served us well, buddy, but you're gone. Get out of here. Go. And as you can see, the Wizbot will be in our hand from the jump every single time. And you'll notice we're winning on turn 2 here. We want to change that. We want to win on turn 1. And we'll start doing that in the next area with some more upgrades. Okay, so now we're down to Magnificus's section, but we need to go grab something to be able to, whoops, stand up, to interact with it. So more captchas. Poe doesn't understand emotions, evidently. Come on, there we go. Those are all the same. I'm not that good at math. Okay. This upgrade is going to allow us to put a gem on our decks. We're going to make them all sapphires.
So this is something that we kind of skipped really fast over because this mechanic is introduced with the Magnificus fight, if I'm not wrong. But basically, each one of these gems give different powers and also allow you to summon different units normally. So yeah, you can also make a deck based on these, basically.
Yeah, so basically whenever something with a sapphire is on the field, a gemified card requires 1 less energy to play. Which is going to allow us to, in the next fight, you'll see, win on turn 1 instead of turn 2 here. Well, not the next fight. I think we have a reactor first. But soon.
This is another little type of fight that you can have against Poe. And it's basically a bomb fight.
Yeah.
You have to win within a set amount of turns. And in order to win, you have to do a set amount of damage, which is 10. If you do 10 damage within, I believe it's 6 turns,
I don't know.
you don't explode and you win the match.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's a loss.
However much damage I just did there in a few turns. So we're doing some trades. It doesn't matter. As long as I don't get rid of the Wizbot, don't care. We're basically only using the Wizbot from here on out. Well, with one exception, I should say. There's one exception where we are going to be using a different card. See, there you go. Turn 1 win.
It's going to be later, during the last fight.
Yeah. Okay, we have to remember here, we have to go south to turn that on. That's going to allow us into Poe's area later. And there's going to be 2 fights, and then we're on to our next boss. Another actually small thing, maybe if you've played this before, you might be confused how I'm passing turns without clicking the bell. You can just press spacebar. It ends the turn, which is actually like a super big time save. Go, and this next boss doesn't have a name because we are bringing it to life. We're bringing it into existence here. I just call it boss 2. And this one for me, I don't know. We were talking, Queen. This one was the hardest fight in the whole game for me. Gotta give it a face. I am born. And we give it some abilities. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. So every time, go ahead.
Yeah, the whole point of this boss is that basically it forces you to pick 2 different definitions for the current match, and the match is gonna respect those specific rules. So in this case, whenever you already went to the second one, but every time your turn starts, you lose 1 life. This is our second decision. This can be a hard fight, I think, because it depends entirely from what kind of deck you have up to this point, and whether you can find a good combination that is not gonna create too many problems for you. We were talking about it, and I personally didn't have that many problems against this specific boss, but I can totally see why it can be problematic.
We just, the 2 we did is every time our turn starts, we put nano armor on his cards. It doesn't matter, we never attack his cards. And second one is every time your turn starts, we lose health. It doesn't matter, we're doing 6 damage anyways, we're winning nonstop. I just upgraded my empty vessels again there. So now, whenever I put an empty vessel down, they grant me 1 more energy, which means we can play our Wizbot on turn 1.
Now we've extra stimulated.
Out of the deck, into the hand. Come on. Grab the hammer. Since we have bifurcated, we can't have... we can put the Wizbot in front of things and it'll attack around them, which we've seen a ton of already. And as you can see by the trees and whatnot, this is Leshy's area. And we're going to have the Leshy Correlate boss fight coming up. Go.
I feel bad for Leshy.
I know you do. I do too.
Defeating him.
The game does a really good job of making you hate him, or like at least fear him in the first act, though, right? Like
yeah, for sure. The first time that I started this game up, I was terrified. I was like, I don't want to get anywhere close that guy. those pair of eyes, I don't want to get close to them. It's very spooky. It has a great atmosphere. And then the more you play this game, and the more you realize that probably Leshy is the most innocuous one out of all of the scribes.
All right, I think, is that the last one? Yeah, okay, good. So now we're on to the photographer fight, which, of course, Leshy being the photographer of the group, we're not going to interact with any of the special mechanics in this fight. We don't really care. And you'll see why in a second. So the special mechanic is that you can take a picture of the board, and whenever you want, you can return it to that state. So we take them out there, and we're not even going to take a picture. There we go, because the board is exactly how we want it. And we're on to our last scribe. Or I guess not scribes, just Uberbots coming up here in a second.
Fake scribes.
Fake scribes, yeah. And that is Poe's area. And he says some cheeky things up here about how, oh, this area's good, isn't it awesome? Like, yeah, dude, we get it. This is your area. You're so cool.
Yes, an ego as giant as a house, you know?
Yeah, right?
I also like how the game, technically, what we've been doing so far is basically defeating the same characters over and over again, but every fight feels very different.
True.
Not just because you have very different decks and mechanics to deal with, but also because the bosses themselves play in a very different way. So I think it's very cool that you're basically in a sort of a loop, but not really. And everything feels like just a brand new game every time that you play it.
That is very true. And as far as like speedrunning this, right, that is extremely true of Act 1. right? Like, it's a true roguelite. We're just dealing with RNG, and there's things we do to manipulate stuff, and you know, we played our outs and things, but every run is very different. And there's a bunch of categories, right? There's just like moon percent, for example, which is you just play the first act to kill the moon. This is no major glitches. There's a lot of really intense glitches in this game, actually. So if you want to, you know, play it like that, Act 1 is more or less the same still in glitched categories. It's the later acts that get really wonky. So like if you don't like this section as much, you can learn that. It's a cool game, I think. I especially like, we were talking before, I especially like the roguelite element of having to really think on your feet and play cards, you know, have a different deck every time and just like play cards on the fly. Like you're just playing the game, but you're just trying to do it as efficiently as you can.
Yeah, like it's speedrun wise, this third act looks almost easy because you basically, once you get the Wizbot, everything goes a little bit smoother. But the first act, I feel, even like watching you play the first act several times and watching a few other runs and stuff like that, it does feel like it requires a lot of adaptability.
Yeah.
And you have to be fast and have a lot of quick thinking. It definitely requires a lot of work.
All right, Gali. We're on to Gali, and Gali is connected to the web. Importantly, I have disabled Inscryption, like its ability to connect to the internet. So that's going to be important coming up. So first, this is a mole. We've seen them in the first act. They jump in front of your attacks, so we have to get rid of the mole. Oh, Gali's getting a single. So these are my actual friends on Steam. They are cards now. And we win this first round. So this next mechanic, normally you make a card and it gets sent to someone else who's playing Inscryption. Since I disabled its ability to connect to the internet, it's going to be our card. So we're going to make a very specific one. There we go. It's going to look like that. It's the Big Fat 2000. Confirm. So we're going to get this card. And the Big Fat 2000 is flying and has 5 damage. And it's fragile. So normally it would die after its first turn. We don't care. We're just going to go right over the mole, and we're going to beat Gali. And I have actually a big skip that I have to do here, and I have to remember to do it. So 1 second.
This skip allows us to basically meet all of the scribes and having to talk to them.
Yeah. So yeah, it skips a whole bunch of cutscenes to like you just said. The other scribes are here. It also warps us right up here. And we made it. Great job. We did it. There's Luke. We didn't see him ever. That's what he looks like. So what we're actually doing is we're allowing Poe to connect to the internet in various ways and playtest his game. And he's now uploading this version of Inscryption to Steam. That's what he's doing right now. And it's going to stop at a very tasteful 68%. Nice.
Shout out to Leshy.
Shout out to Leshy. Leshy getting here right in the nick of time. So yeah, all the scribes are here. Like I said, we would have met them in the cutscene earlier. They step forward. Magnificus is like, start a new game, dude. But Grimora says nay. She's the scribe of death. She says delete Inscryption, and that's what she does. So now we play through the decrepit, decaying remains of Inscryption, and with these sentient scribes. Sans Poe, as we can see, there he is. And the most important thing coming up is, I know this isn't the right note, but this one piano note always reminds me of Welcome to the Black Parade, coming up here in like a couple seconds. Right there. I know it's not the right one. It's just like a lone piano note, I guess. Just my millennial mind only knows MCR.
It's the right vibe. Yeah.
What am I doing here? What? Did I pick it up already? What is going on? I don't know what I did with my movement there. Whatever. Here is Grimora. And she's the coolest.
And now Act 4 starts all over again, baby. From the beginning.
Kind of. Grimora has a really cool like tease at a boss fight, the pirate ship fight. We're not going to see that cool thing because we're just going to lose to her as fast as we can here. Which is a shame. It would be so cool to do a Grimora's section. She's so scary and cool.
I lied. I'm sorry, chat. There's no Grimora act.
Yeah. There we go. GG's Grimora. You've bested me.
The first time that I saw her, I was like, yes! Does that mean that the game is not over? I'm gonna have another like 8 hours of entertainment out of this.
Not quite. She's true to her word. She's deleting everything. Okay. And now my heart. This part is sad, even though I speedrun this, having to sit through this. Leshy getting deleted. So we're gonna play the old chap one more time here. And there's not a ton we can do to speed this up, except for just like draw our cards cleanly and pass cleanly. It goes a set amount of rounds. And
Very well, old man.
Right. So we don't even keep track of score anymore. Just keep passing until the bell gets deleted. Which I think it's after all my squirrels are gone and 2 or 3 of the other cards. I don't quite remember. Go. Yeah, this is just so sad. It's just so sad. This music is like so great for this.
We'll meet him again. Hopefully it's gonna be our DM in another circumstance.
Alright, GG's, Leshy.
Good game, Leshy.
Very small skip coming up after this like matrixy data falling thing here. You just basically mash forward and you can skip to talking to Magnificus right away. So you'll kind of hear me running in a moment. If it's kind of faint. We'll see. There we go, got there. Oh, nice. All right, so the final boss.
This is the most hype moment in the game.
Are you all ready for this? This is difficult. This is intense. There's a ton going on.
I'm just gonna say that I lost my mind when I got here.
Here we go. Are you ready? Queen has been practicing to commentate this for weeks because we got our dual disc. It's time to duel.
It's time.
All right, we got to believe in the heart of the cards is step 1. That's the first strat we have here. 400 health points. So we're gonna try to get those down real quick. After we're allowed to. There we go. There's our bell.
Another absolute banger in the background.
Yeah.
By the way.
Okay. So what are we trying to get to here, Queen? What's the strats?
I mean, obviously the strat would be to summon Exodia at this point.
Yes,
so we're gonna
exactly.
get those arm and legs out.
Yeah. So we're looking for our grandpa's cards here. Like I said, we're believing in the heart of them. We're trying to get all the parts of Exodia for that 1-turn kill against his Blue Eyes White Dragons. We'll see if we can get it drawn here. Nope, just another Emerald Mox. That's okay. And we're lying. This is a cutscene. We can play this out if we want, but it's actually a quite long cutscene. It's tied specifically to the audio file that's playing here. So we have some time to chill for 6 minutes. So I'm
Maybe
gonna
we
get some
could
water.
we could just get a real Yu-Gi-Oh match in the meantime.
Yeah, we could. You honestly could.
Yeah.
We're talking. Is it called Master Duel? Yeah, I was playing Master Duel for a while, but I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh before. It's like an online Yu-Gi-Oh, and I would just lose on turn 1, and I would not know what was going on. Like, people would just be throwing down cards, and there'd be effects happening everywhere, and then it's just like, you lost. Sorry.
Yu-Gi-Oh has become a complicated game. Like,
yeah. Apparently.
Very complicated.
So, I mean, we have this dual disc here. I actually... Oh, Magnificus can do some talking here. I actually think the moon being the final boss of Act 1, and also having, like, Leshy able to, like, interact with what feels like scenery and, like, break the rules a lot is kind of a reference to the anime and, like, you know, destroying the moon to reveal the tides and just, like, making up rules on the fly. Because this game actually has a lot to say about trading card games, what makes them good, as well as kind of like trading card communities. Whether you subscribe to what it has to say or not, I don't really know. But like Luke Carter is a trading card game like YouTuber. Like Leshy have values like atmosphere in the games, whereas Poe values like strategy and balance. Right. The game seems to be saying that Leshy was right. It's really about just having fun and having cool cards. I don't know. Something to keep in mind, I guess.
I gotta say, if this part of the game were for real, like if you had an entire act with Magnificus and just, you know, playing with a dual disc and stuff like that,
I know.
my inner child would have screamed.
Yeah, I did. I literally screamed when I saw that dual disc the first time.
Me
hooted
too.
and hollered, and I said, "What is going on?" This game, I thought it was good. It is now much better.
Yeah, I was even streaming it. I think I deafened off of my chat, you know?
Yeah.
Because I literally screeched.
Yeah, and I just watched the anime when I was a kid, but I loved it. So yeah, like what was happening earlier, things are being deleted. It's getting glitchy, and it's going to get glitchier as we go along. Here, I didn't actually look at what time it was when this cutscene started, so I'm not sure how much more we have left. But yeah, you see that one's going bonkers. We lose half of our dual disc.
It's okay, we just need half of it. We
Yeah.
don't need the whole thing. So who would be your Yu-Gi-Oh favorite character?
My favorite
While
character.
we're at it, you know?
I mean, I like Kaiba. He's cool. He's cool.
I'm disappointed by that choice. I'm disappointed. Kaiba is a spoiled kid that doesn't accept defeat.
He wins at all costs. He'll go to any length. That's not
He
true.
doesn't though, that's the problem.
Yeah. That's not true. I'm honestly, the reason I liked the show was because of the stupid rules that they made up on the fly. I thought it was always so fun as a kid that I'm like, oh yeah, of course the forest would catch fire, or like, yeah, like electricity and water, like make the arena wet. Like that's such a good idea. Why don't I think of that? I always thought it was like fun.
That was so random. Like
Yeah.
it made no sense to me, you know, because I was like, I was even playing the card game back then, and I was like, but these are not the rules of the card game. I don't understand what's going on, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can tell, we're wrapping up our cutscene here, and time is going to be coming up pretty soon after the cutscene's done. So here we go. This is also really sad. I must still shake your hand.
Aww. It was a bit of a psychopath, you know, putting his
He was.
pupils through a lot of ordeals, but he's nice. He wants to shake our hand.
But he doesn't. Aw, F. F in the chat for Magnificus. Okay, so we're here in this void. Time is going to be coming up after I talk to this woodcarver and change screens a couple times here. So, and 3, 2, 1, time. And I am going to stop it right there. Don't really want the end cutscene to be spoiled, and it's kind of graphic as well. All right, that was Inscryption. Thank y'all for listening and watching. And Queen, awesome. It was great hanging out with y'all. Do you have anything to plug or to say before we log off?
No, not really. I just want to say that I had a lot of fun doing this. Everybody should leave Mads a follow. She doesn't speedrun only in Inscryption. She also mentioned that she speedruns 80s, and I cannot wait to have a look at that, actually, because that's going to be very interesting. So yeah, make sure to give her all the recognition she deserves.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I speedrun Hades. That's kind of what got me into this. I got hooked on roguelite speedrunning, but I speedrun Spyro and a few other things intermittently. But yeah, give me a follow, Twitch or Twitter, and look forward to, we have a bunch of other great runs coming up. I'm looking forward to the No Delivery run. I think that's going to be cool. So thanks for having me, and stay scary, y'all.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mads. That was a wickedly fun run. I was saying, I personally just beat this game last week, so it was super cool to see how everyone is able to break it and just get through it so quickly. So that was amazing. So once again, everyone, if you are just tuning in, you are here at Fright Fatales. And we have dark, scary, and horror-themed speedruns from the Frame Fatales community going on all evening / whatever time zone you're in. So we're going to be heading to a break straight away as we prep for our next run. Coming from Alice at Wonderland Games, we've got a Corpse Party 1 Any% All Chapters run coming up. But I just want to say thank you so much for letting me be your host for the afternoon. I'm all done. My name is Lana Roos, and I've been having a wonderful time hanging out with all y'all. But I will be leaving you in the very capable hands of Cutie Roo, who will be taking over as your host for the rest of the evening. So thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. You're all amazing. We'll catch you right after this break with more Fright Fatales. Bye!
Why, hello, everybody. This is Cutie Roo SR. I go by Roo, and I am the host for Fright Fatales. I'm going to be taking over for the rest of the event. I am super, super excited. Just a few things, just really quick, just a few reminders that the AGDQ K3 online will be. If you head over to the website, you can always find the info there at gamesdonequit.com. The games list have come out today. Well, that game list that is awesome. But we do have a second submission period for games released after September 1st that is coming up. So just those dates to remember is November 6th as well. See the website for more details. Alrighty, well, we are gonna get back into our spooky event with the Fright Fatales. I am so excited to introduce Alice at Wonderland Games. Would you like to say hi?
Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to get to run this for y'all, so I hope you enjoy.
I am super, super excited. This is definitely a game that is just like really, really interesting. And it's going to be Corpse Party. It's any% all chapters. So whenever you're ready, give us a countdown.
All right. I will go ahead and start. And should I let you know when timer starts?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Timer is going to start right after I hit new game on first chapter. So I'm going to count it down. In 3, 2, 1, go. Woo! Okay, I'm super excited to show this off for y'all. This is Corpse Party. It is originally a 1996 JRPG horror. So it's pretty old. We're actually playing on the 2006 remake. It's been remade a few times now. If you have never played it, I would highly recommend playing it. It's super duper fun, has a fun story. It's just in general a great game, and I think it's been remade so many times for a reason. This game has a bunch of invisible tiles that it's looking for you to try to hit throughout the game. The invisible tiles are supposed to casually show that you've explored a certain amount of the school. It's also supposed to make you feel kind of lost, like you're wandering around, don't know what to do. It does a really good job of that, but during the speed run, we have all the invisible tiles actually mapped out, so I'm going to be running around trying to hit all of those tiles to progress the story as fast as possible. This next room is going to be a really good example of it. But if my movement ever looks like weird or erratic in any way or something like that, that's actually probably because I'm trying to hit invisible tiles that need to progress the story. So you see I wander around here several times, I hit a random tile there, and then the door unlocks. So, the game is going to lock us in quite a few rooms, so get used to being locked in rooms having to hit invisible tiles. Chapter 1 is the shortest of the chapters, they get progressively longer, and we are already on our way to pick up our final item. Our final item is actually a floating key. A floating key is another recurring staple for this game, but the floating keys are really interesting because they're always found in rooms with 2 entrances. When you enter one side, the key floats to the other, and when you enter the other side, it floats back to the original one. So, the only way to grab it is to have 2 people in your party. And then we're going to corner this floating key. There we go. So we place Seiko on this side, and then we come and we corner from this side. And that's how we grab our key. Now, if you notice, this game is actually on a grid pattern. It doesn't show the actual grid itself, but each is kind of sectioned out. So it's really interesting to me because there's a couple different results from that grid pattern. The first of which is that the game is kind of solvable as a speedrun, which I find really interesting. So you can really clearly map out the quickest path to each thing that you need to hit, each item you need to get, and each story progression. But the other thing is it kind of makes a few sections of this run difficult, because if you hold a key just slightly too long, then it's going to have you take a full extra step. I always call that a tile too far or a TTF, so we're going to try to avoid those as much as possible and take as straight up lines. There we go. And now we are heading to the hardest part of Chapter 1. I'm going to be a little quiet during Infirmary, but there's a really interesting glitch in the Infirmary where it's exclusive to PC. You hold down 2 different buttons at the exact same time, and what that does is an invisible trigger that you're supposed to stand on, walk away from, and then return to. What we're going to actually do is make the game think that we've left the trigger and then returned to it on the same frame. I'll go ahead and point it out here in a second, and right here. It's a fun little glitch. It progresses that story section way faster than it's supposed to because we're supposed to wander around the room. There's a tile there that's supposed to prevent us from getting an item we need, but because we know where those are in advance, we're actually going to use it to push us towards the door. And just like that, blazing through, we're almost done with Chapter 1. Just a quick worry for photosensitive viewers, we're going to have a few quick flashes, so look away for just like 10-15 seconds. And you're good. Okay, so the fastest way to get from chapter to chapter is to actually close out the game and then reopen it. So you're gonna see me do that in between each chapter. Oops. Well, accidentally show the opening cutscene, but that's fine. So each chapter is going to play the credits for some reason. They decided that each chapter was going to play the credits as you end and then show the whole thing, etc. And then rather than watch all of those, the speedrun community decided that the fastest way to get to each chapter is to go ahead and close out the game and then reopen it rather than watch the credits each time. So I'm going to close the game and then reopen it a few times in between chapters. So another really interesting piece of tech that you're going to see throughout this game, and you've already seen it a few times, is early item grabs, or early item interactions. Basically what that is you're supposed to be on an adjacent tile to an item before you interact with it. However, because you can't cancel your movement as you're moving to a new tile, the game considers you on that tile the second you start to move on that tile. So, as you begin to move on a tile, or in the first step you take onto a tile, you can actually interact with the item way earlier. It only saves about half a second per interaction, but throughout the course of a run, that saves a ton of time. meet Rio. Rio is our first spirit that's trying to kill us throughout this run. Rio has an interesting property that if you ever look him dead set in the eyes, so eye-to-eye contact, he will kill you. So, we're going to be avoiding Rio as much as possible. Chapter 2 has a lot of really tight dodges. I will point those out when they're particularly scary, although you'll also probably hear me exhale relief whenever I hit them, because they are particularly scary. Ayumi here is the group psychic. Oh, funny little side note about that dodge right there. We had a really hard dodge on Rio planned out in the speedrun, and then we timed it out, and we found out the casual method of just going back in the door was actually faster than the speedrun dodge for him. So now we do the casual route, which happens to be faster. Ayumi being the group psychic makes her particularly vulnerable to a lot of the supernatural entities, so you'll see her several times throughout the run kind of make poor decisions, wander away from the group, and or get possessed. And that's exactly why she's particularly susceptible to them. And so a couple times we're gonna have to save Ayumi. One other really interesting piece of tech that you'll see me use several times throughout this game is whenever you have to select a text box, I am selecting it very fast, but I'm selecting it very fast and precisely because what you can do is hold up or hold down, and holding those directions and then spamming the select button will choose the top or the bottom option, and that's super helpful. For choosing really fast options, is you can just hold up or down and choose the top or bottom option really quickly and not have to worry about, menuing down or menuing up. Okay, this is a really hard dodge. Give me a second. Every time. Scares me every time. So, once again, like early item interactions, as soon as he is on your tile, you die there. But, luckily, he has to fully move onto the tile before you die, so we have just a little bit of a window where we can be on the same tile as him and not die. It's a very short window, though, and we're going to use that a couple times throughout the run. Something interesting as the story progresses is all of the parties that are separated in this game are actually in the same school, but they're kind of separated on different spiritual planes. So you'll see things that happen in one plane or with one party affect what happens with another. And right here, Ayumi realizes that one of our party members has died in the previous chapter. This is the only piece of RNG in the run, and we get a good RNG. Nice.
Nice.
The only piece of RNG in the run is whether or not she runs into you, and if she runs into you and blocks your path, then it's slower than taking a straight line. Whew.
The sprites are super adorable, by the way.
I know, I love the way they're done, and throughout the remakes they actually keep the little, sprite remakes. They're kind of cute. I also like to say repeatedly, this game has an Oops All Banger soundtrack. The music sometimes only gets better from Chapter 1 somehow. I don't know how, but it's just fantastic. Another really hard dodge.
All I can imagine is if I was walking through a house and all these events are happening, I would be very scared and I would just go in the corner and hide.
Fair. A lot of people do decide to do exactly that. And despite the fact of them doing exactly that, that usually gets them killed. And you actually can see a lot of the people that died here kind of died due to inaction. So a lot of the party gets up and doing things really quickly. Now, I will say, because this is a speedrun, I am purposely not saving, because saving, takes time. So, if I do ever get hit by one of those ghosts in an actual run, that would be GG, but I will try to catch up the time as much as possible for y'all. Now, currently we're collecting these two pieces of the stall. The main story for this, without trying to give too many spoilers, is these 8 friends and their teacher are all trapped in this supernatural plane that represents an old elementary school. The old elementary school had a series of murders that happened, and so basically our job is, after a botched friendship ritual, believe it or not, we are trapped here and trying to solve why the murders happened, how they happened, and how to appease the spirits who are creating this plane so that we can go home. One of the ways that we think to do so is grabbing this doll. The two pieces of the doll put together are supposed to have the murderer's confession on it. And we think that that may be a good way to help appease the spirits. All right, there's chapter 2. And back on Discord. Oop, well, that's okay. We have time for the estimate. I'm just giving y'all a lot of accidental information, you know.
I love the mashing of the tags and then the flop.
It's so good.
It's so good. That was such a good, like, just, I just did not expect that.
It's so good, especially because, like, since I got my mechanical keyboard, you can hear the mashing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So chapter 3 is really interesting. First of all, there was just a massive reroute for chapter 3, so shout out to Dr. Dirigible for finding this. There is a couple different reroutes that happened during chapter 3. It saves 18 seconds over the course of the run, which is kind of insane. The first of which is we thought originally we had to go top, bottom, top for this room right here. This is another floating key, but it turns out that we can just go bottom and then top, top. And this saves a little bit of walking. We can just re-enter this room twice, and that will trigger the cutscene.
Oh, wow. That's actually really neat to find out.
Yeah, it's super helpful.
Yeah. But it's interesting that, like, in order to doing that sequence, that's what helps trigger the cutscene, too.
Yep. This game has a lot of little hidden things it's trying to force you to find throughout the story, which I always think is really interesting from a casual perspective because it's trying to make you feel confused and lost, as the characters would, so that's kind of interesting from a storytelling perspective.
Mm-hmm.
The other major thing that Chapter 3 does is it's trying to demonstrate the darkening effect, and the darkening effect is your sanity bar throughout this game. So, the darkening being raised equates to, you know, sanity being lowered, and people make poorer choices, poorer decisions, etc. the higher the darkening is, or the lower their sanity. We read a lot of scraps of paper at the beginning to show this person's last dying memento, and it's supposed to demonstrate how sanity works in the game and how it can affect your decisions. This is the other major reroute for Chapter 3. We can do early infirmary. Originally, we thought it was necessary to do the first check on the bathroom, and then go to the infirmary, and then the second check in the bathroom, but we found out you can do infirmary first, and then do both of the bathrooms back-to-back, and that actually saves a good amount of time for doubling back. There we go. You'll see, especially Chapter 3 has a lot of different text boxes, so I'm using that holding up or down in order to select the best text box. Oh, hold on one sec. Dang, missed it. So there's several buffered inputs throughout the game, and the buffered inputs are really hard because I have a very small frame during a cutscene, I'm holding a direction, and for instance, on the Yuka buffer, I'm holding left, and then the second the cutscene ends, I go ahead and press up, and that will give you a little diagonal movement. It's very hard, but I'll get more chances to show them off for y'all. Okay. So once again, just trying to take as straight of paths as possible to each next objective that I need to be doing. Currently, we are on our way to grab the key to the old wing. The old wing is really interesting and has fantastic music. Also, because this is an older game, I'm supposed to smash the glass for this cabinet and grab a key from it, but, you know, we can smash the glass from the side and grab the key from the side, because that's how interactions work. This right here is the longest straightaway in the game. I always think this is interesting, so I get a bit to relax and say hi to y'all. Hi, chat. The old wing, this is also the first time we're ever going to see it, but it plays a very important role in the story. A lot of the chapters have to do with trying to rescue party members, trying to find ways to appear the spirits, anything along those lines. Chapter 3 is interesting because Yuka has to go to the bathroom, and we spend the entire chapter checking all of the bathrooms in the school to see which ones are available to use. It's kind of an interesting story as far as plot goes, but we do get to see the old wing and check the bathrooms in it, so... Now, our first thing in, as far as story goes, is we're going to go ahead and get our main characters darkened. We have to in order to progress the plot, so we're going to talk to several other students that have gotten trapped in this plane, and hear about their stories and what happened to them to lower our sanity. This NPC you have to talk to from the right for some reason. If you try to talk to her from... If you try to talk to her from the bottom, it kind of glitches out. It won't softlock you per se, but it takes several talk attempts to talk to her from the bottom, so we're just talking to her from the right because she'll actually respond to you that way.
Yeah, and you don't want to have a time loss on that.
Exactly.
I just love that you have to do it from the right, though.
Yep, this game has a lot of little peculiarities like that. Now we are checking the final bathroom. Will it be usable? Spoiler alert, no.
Just no.
No. And the final thing that Chapter 3 does, surprise, is it serves to separate all of our party members. So now that Yuka walks back in and tries to find Satoshi, we can no longer find him. Also, I love this piano. This piano is so good. Take a second to enjoy it. Very nice, creepy piano music. Alright, Yuka's interesting because a lot of people basically try to grab her for different reasons. So a lot of Yuka's movement is really tight dodges, like that one right there. That's one of the less tight ones, though. Chapter 5 is one of the hardest dodges in the game, and I will definitely point that out. We're coming up on another invisible tile glitch, which is really interesting. Watch Yuka teleport around here, and you'll see this was not intended. Into the door frame, back behind him. So that is the same glitch that I used in Chapter 1, holding down 2 opposite keys. You're supposed to walk away from the door, and then walk back into the door. But if I hold down 2 opposite keys, then it thinks that I've walked away from the door, and I walk away from it, and back into it instantly. That corpse was there to begin with, don't question it. This puzzle is really interesting in Chapter 3. You're supposed to find 3 pieces of paper and overlay them to find a code as to where these holy shoes are to walk on some cursed ground. As long as we interact with 1 piece of paper, it thinks that the puzzle can be solved. So we just interact with 1 piece of paper and go ahead and solve it. Oh, this is the shy door. Everyone say hi to shy door.
Hi.
We startle it and then we turn our back to it and it opens. So you just need to give it a little space and it'll open for you.
I love that.
We have grabbed the holy shoes. We've definitely solved the puzzle. Don't question it. Luckily, the shoes are in the same place every game, so you don't really have to solve the puzzle as long as you make the game think you solved the puzzle. I'm gonna go for a really hard early item interact here, and you'll see I interact with it earlier than I'm supposed to. There we go. Now we have the talisman to open the bathroom. This was all to find a bathroom.
All of this? Wait, the whole speedrun is to find the bathroom.
Yep. The whole Chapter 3 was to find a bathroom.
Oh, Chapter 3 only. Chapter 3 edition, bathroom.
And then we have just a little bit of lore dump here to end Chapter 3. Alright, and after this cutscene, Chapter 3 ends. There we go. Share back on Discord. On to Chapter 4! Already more than halfway done with the game, y'all.
Let's go. I do like I think my favorite part behind all the quirkiness is everything that is like the mashing of the text and then the random things that appear. Or
yeah, it's really good.
You know, yeah.
Alright, this is a really hard menuing section. I'm going to be abusing the fact that you can use the up and down buttons to pre-select text really quickly. And I'm going to be a little quiet because it's really difficult. Give me just 1 sec here. Perfect. All right, there we go.
Nicely done.
So chapter 4 is the beginning of getting all of our party finally back together. We've saved Naomi. Whew, that was pretty clean on the infirmary too. And now we are going to go appreciate a very lovely wall. What a nice wall.
And the wall. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's gold. I never knew that you could talk to a wall like that before.
It's just such a nice wall.
It is.
We are going to go grab the doll from the second chapter, and the doll is going to be our main gimmick for chapter 4. We are supposed to make the doll, the spirits whole again, and all of the spirits have lost their tongues through various ways. So, the whole point of chapter 4, rather than try to find a bathroom, is we are collecting all of the various tongue bags, and the game calls them tongue bags. And once you don't think about tongue bags too hard, it's a fun little phrase to say.
Tongue bags.
Tongue bags.
Tongue bag, tongue bags.
Tongue bag, tongue bag, tongue bag.
Yeah. I can't say 3 or 5 times, but I could do 3, but 5 is a little bit too much.
All right, we're gonna grab Yoshiki, and then we're gonna go on a tongue bag hunt. Tongue bag hunt?
Tongue bag.
There we go.
Tongue bag hunt. Yes. This should be a holiday to go find tongue bags.
Now, this doll is super creepy in the actual story. Luckily, we have sounds turned off for the voices in particular. Funny little quirk because this game is older, but loading the voices takes a little extra time. So I turn off the voices to save a little bit of extra time rather than it try to find the voices for each line. Luckily, the voices are off though, because this doll is very, very creepy. It gives us several cryptic messages that are like, start where this event happened and then walk this many paces up and then this many paces left and, that kind of thing. We have grabbed our first tongue bag after the cryptic puzzle from the creepy doll. This game is, once again, this game's plot is really interesting. I really recommend playing it if you haven't.
Yeah, I definitely am. For horror games, I'm not like the biggest fan, but to be honest with you, Fright Fatales has been my biggest fan now.
It's so
There's
good.
been a lot of great like horror games that I didn't even know existed until this event.
We have given Rio his tongue bag. And now we're going to go collect Seiko's cell phone. The music is too good. Just appreciate. I think, so chapter 5 has my favorite music of the entire game, but just like, appreciate. All of the music is so good.
Oh, I'm seeing, with what chat is saying that the storyline's very, very interesting. And when I mean by interesting, it's dark.
It's very dark. But it's really good. No, but it is super dark. I kind of save my chat a little bit by playing the speedrun version of it so that 1, they can play it themselves. Mm-hmm. Hi, y'all. And 2, if it's too dark for anybody, they can avoid it.
Yeah.
This floating key is really funny because both of these characters have already collected a floating key before, so they don't have to discuss what to do, discuss how to trap it, anything like that. They're just like, oh, okay, I got this one. One stands there, other goes over there. It's really good.
Dot done. Not easy.
This is another buffered input. Perfect. There's a little buffered input for y'all. Okay. And now we're done with that group on chapter 4, and that chapter 3, 4, and 5 all tend to just end on like big lore dumps whenever you're done with one of the characters. Now let's go. We're gonna go touch this door. That's to give us the next creepy puzzle. And the creepy puzzle shows that we have a key here. Oh, one interesting interaction that I forgot to describe is there are some items you're supposed to interact with, walk away, and then watch this movement really closely. So you see how he steps up for just 1 second and then I interact with it again? You're supposed to interact with that, walk away, and then interact with it again. But rather than use the whole hold down 2 opposite directions on items, you can just run into the item. And just the act of moving makes it think that you've moved away. So you interact with it, run into the item, and interact with it again really quickly. Also, surprise! The school has a pool.
Wait, what?
Yep.
There's a... I wonder if it's heated.
Alright, let's go check. We're gonna go check the pool pump room, see if it's heated and everything. Sorry, door's locked. Surprise, in this game, a door is locked. Okay. So we find out someone is in trouble in the pool, but before we go and check on the person who's in trouble, we have to make sure it's Ayumi first. So we have to go look for her, find out that she's not here, and then go save her in the pool. Now, luckily, once again, there's no RNG left in this game. So she's always in the exact same location. It's actually possible to dive too early there as you're moving onto the correct tile, and it thinks that you are still on the previous tile. So I need to always wait just a little second when I move onto the correct tile before I dive, because otherwise you can get a false dive. And now, we have the key.
Da-da-da-da.
Da-da-da, we're gonna drain the pool. There's a little glitch with ladders here I'll show you in a second. It's really funny. Climbing ladders takes time, so why not just phase through them? You'll get to see that one more time. And we have our second tongue bag.
Whoop, whoop.
Phase through the ladder one more time. Okay, one tongue bag left to find. So, this tongue bag is gonna be a really long scavenger hunt. It's one of the harder ones to find, and like, although there's not RNG to it, it's like, it takes a while, has a lot of steps to it. So be ready for a very long journey to find this final tongue bag. Or Morishige can walk up and hand it to us. Perfect, thank you. The game likes to do a little jubate there for you. Okay, so these two have appeased the spirits and are officially making it out of this Heavenly Host Elementary School. Checking around to make sure it's real. However, this is when they realize that while they've appeased the spirits, the plane still exists and their friends are still trapped there. So this is where they decide that while they can make it out themselves, they need to go back and save everyone. We have a very long, dramatic cutscene that I'm skipping through so that there's no spoilers for all of you who are going to go play this game after watching this. And there's chapter 4. On to the final chapter of the run. This one is one of the most involved, most complicated. This is going to be a fun watch. So, shoutouts to the time Yuka realized that she was following around a murderer.
Oh. Plot twist. That's important.
Little bit. Now we have one of the hardest dodges here in the game. Give me 1 second. Perfect. So, that dodge feels really weird, but I will explain why. Whenever something is chasing you, it uses a really basic triangulation method to try to figure out the best course to move towards the player. So what you actually do there is you move up as quickly as possible to manipulate the AI into thinking it never needs to move down, and if it never moves down, it never blocks your path. So you do a really quick up input there, and he'll never move down. And that's why that's a dodge. Okay. You're supposed to go right originally and not try to dodge him, and then it's going to have a cabinet fall on you, and you have to run all the way back around and dodge him one more time. Casually, however, if we do the speed run, we just run right to begin with, grab the key, have the cabinet push us towards the correct direction this time, and then we can just leave. Now, Sachiko is going to lead us to safety. Thank you, Sachiko. This is always a really interesting leading to safety because Yuka is the only one that realized, or that does not realized, or had some way of realizing that Sachiko is a murderer yet. So she walked from one to the other. Nice little bit of irony there for you. Alright. This is where we find out that we do actually, in fact, have to go back in and save everyone. And this little ominous bit where Yuki says, by the way, if you see us again, we'll probably be angry again because we don't have control of it. Alright, who's ready for the banger?
I am.
Sorry, every song is a banger, so...
That is true.
I was actually remembering the wrong song, but you know, that one's really good too.
They're all bangers.
The Chapter 5 is a really interesting gimmick, because now that we have all of the parties together, quote unquote, we actually switch between the two. So now we work with the left party on one half and the right party on the other, and they're supposed to help each other progress, give them items, etc. as they need them. First and foremost, we do have to go grab Yuka, because she is currently following around Sachiko, which is not a good thing. We find the cell phone. We give up on finding Yuka. Surprise, she was here the whole time!
What? I think we're having a wonderful time with the Fright Fatales event because we just want to hear all the good music from Corpse Party.
Oh yeah, no kidding. We're going to hit a little lever so the other party can progress. And then that is actually the final thing the other party needs to finish all of their actions on the main world. So we're going to go ahead and switch, finish up with the other party entirely. This song is so good.
It is. I just so it's worth.
We find a little hidden passage in here. And then this chapter is interesting because we find out that the quote-unquote botched friendship charm was actually purposefully misled. So it was never meant to be a friendship charm to begin with, and we find the person who led us here did it intentionally and also died here. So we're collecting all of her notes in order to confront her with the fact that she led a bunch of people here to die.
Oh. Well, yep, this is fine. Like, this was intended.
It's supposed to be a little do you remember these locations? So it's supposed to be a memory game, to be honest, but as a speedrunner who's played this game several hundred times, I do in fact remember these locations.
I'll tell you right now, I'm learning the locations to memorize.
Nice.
But it's important to get all these notes. I mean, we have to bring them back.
Yep.
Oh, that is
All right.
disturbing.
Yep. It's disturbing for a reason. Really hard buffered input here.
Oh.
Perfect.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Luckily, if we just grab that item as fast as possible, it is possible to miss this cycle and have it trap you. But if you do it properly, you manipulate it into moving down and getting itself trapped there, which is super helpful. That if you just go fast, it works. All right, there's our final note, and we're going to go confront Naho in the library. Is Naho in the library with a notebook?
We'll find out.
Little clue humor for you. If you see, I do purposely avoid an item there. The item is a big plot point, but that being said, especially towards the end of the game, we have to cycle through our entire inventory. And so every item that we pick up that's not necessary to the plot progression is going to cost us time. Okay, now we have a very difficult puzzle on this side. We have the dark puzzle. This puzzle is meant to be done, well, you can't see it. There is one specific way to solve it, and luckily, having done this several hundred times, I know the way to solve it. But this is really difficult casually, especially because you have a minute to solve it, and you can't see what you're doing.
I would die a bunch.
Yep, I died a bunch there. This game is also really interesting because it's one of those games where permadeath matters, so you can actually kill characters and end the game with that character dead.
Oh, that is actually interesting.
Yep. We're supposed to go around and explore all of the lore implications of this room, but this is a speedrun, so we're just gonna leave immediately, and then it says, no, you need to hear the lore, and makes you watch it anyways. And we grab the final item we need to appease Sachiko. It is the black cat that her mother was going to give her before she died. Back in the old wing.
All those, they're just gross.
Yep.
It's gross.
Yeah, that's kind of the nice thing about running on the 2006 version as well, is as the remakes happen, the graphics get better. And it's nice as a speedrun to have the graphics just not be the best yet.
Yeah.
This is the hard room, a lot of like really tight inputs, trying to bonk as little as possible. One bonks there is really not bad. Then we find a secret passageway from the 3rd floor to the basement. I don't know why it goes from the 3rd floor to the basement, but you know.
I think missing all the other levels is just faster.
Fair. Just jump down. It's like a slide all the way down.
Yeah, exactly. Just slide down.
Now we have our 4th and final scripted character death. This is the last character that's not allowed to survive. Sadly, it's their teacher, but she dies saving Ayumi, so heroic death.
Aww. Let's go, heroic death.
Now, all of the parties are into the basement. There's a few spirit puzzles here that are really interesting. The spirit is trying to help you because it realizes what you're doing, so it tries to teach you the answer to the puzzle, and then you have to follow the spirit. But we've once again already done these puzzles hundreds of times, so I'm just gonna tell the spirit, nah, I'm good, and do it myself. Now, this is a really convoluted catacomb. You have to do this series of levers in order to get yourself all the way across, and save in mind that this is actually purposely as convoluted as possible. There's a reason for that I will point out later. So I think this song is one of the most underrated in the game. I think it's so pretty.
I'm listening to it.
I'm going to show
So
y'all a
beautiful.
slow item interaction as is how it's intended to interact really quick. And you can see the difference of like bumping into it, stopping interacting versus like interacting with it as you're walking up to it. Alright, this one's supposed to be a really complicated spirit puzzle, but there's no RNG in this game, so... Now we need to explore. Oh, buffered input. Perfect. We need to explore this room, and by explore this room, I mean check the single cabinet one time, and then we're considered explored the room. Okay. And just like that, our entire party is finally back together. Now, this section is very difficult, and this is one of the biggest run killers in the game. I have to do a large series of inputs where I offer Sachiko all the things she needs to be appeased, but if you mess up a single one, you lose. That's GG. So there's a lot of really quick menuing here. That should be good. And we're good. I can stop holding my breath. Any one of those. Sachiko will kill you if you mess up any single one of those, and there's 10 in a row. So, you may have remembered me saying that this path was convoluted as possible on purpose. The reason for that is now we're doing a Metroid-style escape section. This is what happens when you fail one of the ghost puzzles. It's supposed to send you back, so you have to, go back and do it again. Conveniently, when we're trying to escape, sending us back is exactly what we want. So we're going to purposely fail the ghost puzzle, so it sends us back. We're going to try to remember this very convoluted catacomb so we don't mess up. The bells that are tolling right now are actually real-time bells. So if you ever hit the 6th bell toll, you also die. This plane collapses in on you before you can escape, and you all die. Which is fun. Luckily, we're speedrunners, so we're already naturally speedrunning this part of the game. Whew, we are almost out.
I was like, the suspense is killing me.
Yeah, the suspense. The fact that a speedrunner still requires like 4 bell tolls in order to make it out here is crazy. All right. And time is after the final cutscene. We are officially done. We have a little heartwarming section to end. Thankfully, after all of the darkness that this game puts us through. And time.
Wow. Just
woo!
Wow. Thank you so much for showing this.
Yeah.
This was just a treat. I literally like it's really good. Is there anything you would like to say before we get going? Is there like any plugins, any shout outs?
Shout out to D-Planet for helping push me on the speedrun. We traded world records back and forth quite a few times, and I currently hold it. I really appreciate that. D-Planet helped me push it down quite a bit. Dr. Dirigible for the new route. Massive shout out to my chat. Love y'all. I really appreciate y'all being able to make this, and love the GDQ chat. Thank you for being here and watching me. I really, really appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you showing this, and I'm super excited that it was here for Fright Fatales. Alrighty, well, we will be back with some more Fright Fatales. We are going to be having our next game. It's going to be the Dicey Dungeons Halloween special, Warrior of All Fights. And we'll be back more later.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Fright Fatales again. I am Cutie Rue, SR. You can call me Rue, and I am ready to show off some more cool, spooky runs. We do have a few things just to kind of remind about. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the games done quick, both with the hotfix and with the AGDQ 2023 costs. So please consider subscribing if you enjoy the daily GDQ content. And if you are watching on YouTube, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, you could always check us out at twitch.tv, Games Done Quick, if you're interested in looking at our live content. And we are normally on weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. I am super, super looking forward to this next run. I think it's going to be very, very cute. The Halloween special is definitely worth watching. Take it away for the Dicey Dungeons Halloween special, Warrior All Fights with Selkuth Mine, and Marlo Dobe.
Hello. Welcome here. I am super excited to be running Dicey Dungeons, which was my first ever speed game here at Fright Fatales. I'm even more excited to have Marlo with me. Marlo, do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Marlo. I'm one of the developers of Dicey Dungeons. I did all of the art and animation, and I can't believe that anybody speedruns this game.
It is a bit of an RNG fest, so here's hoping. I got all the bad RNG out during my practices earlier, so hopefully.
Lady Luck will be kind.
Hopefully. So yeah, this is the Halloween DLC for Dicey Dungeons. It is free with the game, at least on Steam. So if you own the game on Steam, you have the Halloween DLC. The Halloween DLC has 3 different characters you can play: Warrior, Inventor, and Witch. We're going to play Warrior today. And yeah, basically the goal is we're going to do all fights. So I have to fight every single enemy down to the boss. Fingers crossed, RNG doesn't hate me and we don't die mid-run, because that's not going to go so well. But yeah, time is going to start when I click start. So give a countdown in 3, 2, 1, start.
Woo! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
I am too. It's a lot. It's honestly a great game. Like really, really great game. And the speedrun too is just, it's very entertaining.
I'm so excited that I got to work on a game that I liked playing as much as I liked working on it. This game is very addicting to me too. I don't think I play it this fast though.
Come on, RNG, give us a 6. No. It can be super quick if you can get 2 6s in a row there, but no such luck.
You're going down, puppy.
I feel bad defeating the wolf puppy. The wolf puppy's so cute, especially dressed as a ladybug. Ooh,
there's some of them that are just too cute.
Some of them are just adorable.
To fight.
Yeah.
So for this speedrun, do you usually try and defeat all of the enemies so you can get to the top level by the end, or do you tend to skip some?
So the reason I'm doing all fights, there's 2 categories that are typically run, is any percent or all fights.
Gotcha.
I'm doing all fights because it helps with the RNG. Because I end up fully leveled starting the boss. It just makes it safer. All right, and here's the thing with Halloween. We have unique changes to each floor. So now we have a special kind of Fury. Fury is an effect in the game where it will normally, the next attack you do or the next thing you play will proc it, and it will go enact the card twice. In this case, we have a special one that only has a 50% chance of going off, so it's not guaranteed. We also have something here called Recovery. Basically, when you see Limit Break pop up on screen, that means recovery bar is full, and that means I can use it in this case to heal up 6 health points. Every episode and every character have different effects.
We like to make it complicated.
Yes. We're going to quickly get rid of that one because that's a very dangerous card.
Oh my gosh. I forgot that I drew the wizard as a chicken.
This is amazing. I love this costume.
Thank you. Thank you for drawing the wizard as a chicken.
We were talking in the green room before, and I truly do not remember a lot of what I drew for these costumes. So this is I'm relearning it all.
So you'll see
nice surprise.
I have affected burn on the wizard. When you burn the wizard, you do take a die and you make it look fiery. Put fire on it. Ooh, I'm gonna take Polar Star. And in order to use that die, it's gonna cost 2 hit points. Same for us. If you have poison, that's just the damage that ticks down. And shocked, which the wizard had done to me a little bit prior, hides a card, and I have to spend a die to unlock the card. Lots of different effects in this game, and they don't always stay working the same. Okay, we're gonna pop back and heal. We're gonna check the store here super quickly. I'm gonna buy the boomerang. I might regret this choice.
Yeah, that's a risky one.
So boomerang is the one that we normally use in just in normal warrior runs. We use boomerang. It's quite effective. However, it comes at the cost of you do 2 times the damage of the die to the enemy, but you take the full damage. So we need to upgrade it as soon as possible.
Right.
Yes, we've been frozen, so that means the highest die that I roll, which is a 6 in this case, is going to get turned into a 1. That's fine.
We finally got that 6.
Finally got a 6.
We didn't need the overkill.
We didn't. All right, so we're going to upgrade this. We are going to check the shop real fast. Okay. I'm going to grab some health and then fight the demon.
I didn't even read what any of those items were, and you already knew.
I'm looking for very specific things. I've kind of figured out.
Makes sense.
Figured out what I'm looking for. There are some standard items that are good, but a lot of runners have their own preference as well for they're going to prioritize looking for this card versus a different one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so you've been shocked twice. That's annoying. I'm going to risk re-rolling it. Oh yeah, this is a thing that is unique to the warrior, is this combat roll that you see here. This is consistent with the warrior, I believe, in almost every episode of the warrior, including the DLCs.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent.
It's pretty consistent, and it just offers you 3 chances to re-roll, which can be the difference between succeeding and not succeeding. Oh shoot, okay. Heal. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, and upgrading boomerang means instead of taking the full damage, so say I put a 5 into it, rather than taking the full damage, I only take 3 every time. So I still take damage, but I take significantly less. So it means I can put something like a 6 into it, or a 5, and take much less damage. Oh, yay.
Nice.
6. Thank you, game.
And you burned them.
Burned. They're going to inflict poison on me. Like I said, poison just kind of will slowly tick down. Standard poison. It's pretty standard from other games.
Yeah. We like our vanilla poison here.
Vanilla poison. All right, that's floor 3 done already. Okay, we are zooming on by.
Nice clip, yeah.
Okay. I like the one we got. All right, so enemies have extra health, as I didn't mention that one, as of floor 3. But now, all status effects are doubled. So that means when I put burn on someone, they take double burn. Same goes for me. If I take any sort of status effect from them, I take more. But it also means our special fury double procs, which means if it goes off, instead of doing it just once, it does it twice extra.
Oh, wow.
Which means you can do a ton of damage really, really fast.
And was that from the last modifier you just got, the pumpkin spice
Yes,
one?
from the
That's
last modifier. We have Haunted Dice here, which I actually really like. This, I consider it free rerolls. We're going to check this. This is a shop that will offer you, yes, deal, I'll take that. We're going to do a quick equipment swap. We're going to grab the health, and then onto the sorceress, who is like hashtag spooky, hashtag Halloween has been turned into a capitalist event.
Yeah.
She's a mood.
The only costume difference is I put a ghost on her shirt and the little jack-o'-lantern on her broom. She did not have to change too much.
I appreciate that.
She lives Halloween like it's all year long. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna do that.
I do appreciate this speedrun. It's so good.
Yeah, this is so cool to watch. I'm new to seeing speedruns from this game. I know people have been speedrunning it for a while, but it's such a treat.
I will warn people who are interested in getting into it. It is extremely RNG heavy, so just be prepared.
If you like math, boy, do we have a game for you.
Ooh, curses! This is a fun one to talk about. So, when you get cursed, your equipment has a 50% chance to fail every time. And so that's one curse burned. I have to burn 2 curses. Okay, that's gonna proc. Cool. Love that. Thank you. Thank you. Ow.
Oh, wow.
That is the one danger of Boomerang, is if the Spooky Fury procs twice like that, I have died to it because it just it goes so many times. Oh, okay.
Oh, we've got
Please
the
help.
heartbeat
Thank
sound.
you. Do that.
Yay!
Oh my goodness, game! You are spoiling me.
Oh, good! Some good rolls, huh?
We are getting beautiful item RNG.
Yay!
Oh goodness, this is not a good floor layout though.
Oh.
No.
This is gonna get interesting.
This is a baby.
Because it's adorable and is like doesn't really care, doesn't really want to be fighting. Oh yeah, Marlo, do you feel comfortable explaining the backstory of this game, how we ended up fighting, or would you like me to?
Oh, go for it.
Okay, so in the original game, Lady Luck has set up a game show and is looking for some humans who are willing to participate, gain some fame. What she didn't tell them, though, is they'd be permanently turned into dice, and that that this game show dungeon is rigged. You can never escape it. Spoiler alert, in the full game, you eventually do escape. But we're
Imagine
back
that.
for the Halloween one for some more fun. We also got inflicted with Vanish, which meant any double dice disappeared. So that was fun. We just lost 2 dice from that. Counter spell, we don't have. Okay. Oh, I should have put that on for this enemy. This is my least favorite enemy. This is where my runs usually die. So.
Oh no!
RNG, fingers crossed.
My fingers are crossed.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways, that's why the game is spooky.
Yeah,
Because we're permanently trapped in a dungeon. We're permanently trapped in a dungeon. You know.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
In the normal game too, when you beat a run, there's like a little bit where you spin like a prize wheel, and it's like, get out of the dungeon, but there's one sliver that means you have to go back to the start, and it always lands on the one sliver. But what I always thought was funny is people would leave us like bad reviews on Steam because they thought the wheel was like really bad luck or something. It's like, no.
The game makes it pretty clear it's rigged.
Yeah, you just lose every time. That's the point.
All right, so the reason why this enemy is really hard is because it can curse you and blind you. It doesn't do a lot of damage to you, but it curses and blinds you, and so it slowly just ticks down your health. That was very lucky, that fight.
That was quick.
I usually lose runs there. It's frustrating. Okay, there. I'm gonna. Oh, thank you. I'll take that 6.
We love a 6 when we play the warrior.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've been weakened, which means, as we're going to see here, I have to put smaller sized things in, and things like the whip no longer does burn damage. I ideally don't want to be weakened. It's a little frustrating. Oh, we've been shocked and we're confused, which means our equipment is in a scrambled order. Doesn't really matter in this case, though. Okay, which Which one? You. That's a max 5. Ooh. Can I roll something better? Game,
Come on,
please.
come on.
No, not a 6.
No.
Ah.
No.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
Oh no, we've been poisoned. Okay.
That recovery is coming
Beautiful.
in clutch.
This is why I enjoy running the Warrior DLC, because you have that health built in. Oh my goodness, the game is just giving me beautiful RNG for these things. We're going to upgrade a couple things. Upgrade you. And then we're over here.
Oh yeah, upgrades left and right.
Upgrade that. There we go.
This warrior is cracked now.
And the reason I upgraded the battle axe is because I don't know what boss we're gonna get. If we get Drake, which many runners just turn off the game when they see Drake.
But he's so Halloween-y.
He's so Halloween-y, but he's awful to fight. Awful to fight fast. Come on, heal. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a very interesting part of working on this game, is sort of like the enemies that ended up being kind of run killers for people. Just were surprising to me, not because they're not hard, but it's just like I didn't anticipate people would hate the loud birds so much.
We got pumpkin spice. Okay, good.
Yay!
I'm going to quickly grab you. Boomerang, let's go. So the reason you have to leave a slot there if you get Drake is Drake has a special item that has to be used to kill him. And it takes up 1 slot. So, fortunately, we didn't get Drake. We instead get to enjoy Pumpkin Spice, who I believe is brand new to this DLC. She only appears here.
Yep, she's special.
Aw. You get the special edition.
Also, this is the final boss. I will do my best to try and call out in advance, but I may not have much warning on time ending, so just a heads up for tech.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I should kill her next turn, so...
This is wild! Oh my gosh.
Okay, we've been silenced. That's fine. I'm not worried about that. Our health is fine. All right, and time.
Yay!
Nice.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot about that.
And now the mummy is here. The mummy's going to...
Oh, I wonder where the wheel will land.
Spin our wheel. Oh,
no.
No. We didn't escape. We didn't win.
Oh, well. There's always next time.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was great.
It's such a good game. That was a good run.
I'm like sweating. I was like white knuckling my desk the whole time. That was great.
Does someone have my time? I'm curious.
Oh, yeah. It is 15:05.
Oh, okay. That's solid.
Nice.
That's solid.
That would have taken me probably an hour. So that's very good.
Yeah. It's a great game to get into running. There's a lot of individual level stuff. Most of them are super quick, super fast. And it's a cool community. So, come join us.
Is there anything else you would like to say?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to come find me, you can find me over on Twitch at Selcouthmind or Twitter at TheSelcouthmind. I do some speedrunning stuff. I do tons of indie game stuff. And yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, and I just want to say shout outs to the development team for Dicey. They're all really lovely, and I had such a great time working with them. And I'm so excited that people have taken to this game so much. So I'm super honored to be here. I'm a big fan of GDQ. I think I worked on this game while I watched many GDQ runs, so it's pretty surreal for it to be in an event. So yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Aw, well, thank you both for honestly, just thank you for showing the run. I loved it. I'm glad that we had a few, we did have some good RNG spots because
we
I know
really
how
did.
RNG works sometimes. Yeah. Alrighty, well, we will be back with some more. Thank you both, and we will come back to you with some more Fright Fatales. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Cutie Roo SR. I am bringing you some more Fright Fatales. Let's get all those spooky games in. I am super excited for this next one as well. All these games have been just like amazing in my opinion. It's a very good lineup. I definitely am looking forward to this no delivery. It's a treat of a run. I definitely like got to stay here the whole time. It's so good. But before we go into the run, I just want to have a few things that I would like to just inform you about. So on October 31st, we do have a Halloween spooktacular that will be hosted by Igdices and Smooth Operative. Definitely check that out on October 31st. And then if you always want to know what's going on with Games Done Quick and what we're up to, it's just use the command links in Twitch chat for all things GDQ. Also, just a reminder that the AGDQ 2023 online will be January 8th to the 15th. So if you head over to the website at gamesdonequick.com for more info, you could check out the game list for the first submission period, as well as that just got released. And then the other thing to note is the second submission period for games released after September 1st. That is coming up. So you do have a second chance for any of those new release games, and you have that submission period from November 6th through the 12th. And that will also be on gamesdonequick.com for more details if you want to check that out. Alrighty, I would like to introduce the next run. I'm really, really stoked. Like I was mentioning before, this is No Delivery, and it is with Baron and Bunny's Bun Reina as commentary, and we are doing the any percent. Whenever you're ready, take it away.
Thank you. Like Ruth said, this is going to be No Delivery Any Percent. This is a CRPG that came out in 2019. You can find it on itch.io. It's a very good game. And on my couch with me, I have Rena, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm not the only other run of the game, but
there's three of us. There's three of us.
There's three of us.
Yeah, there's three of us.
So we've got a majority of the runners here in the call right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But hi, I actually mostly play shmups these days, but I do speedrun a little bit, and here's one of the games I still do. It's been very fun watching this game evolve. It was a little stagnant when it was just the one guy, but now I'm here, and now Varen's here, and we're here to ruin everything.
Yeah, we're here to ruin everything. We're going to explain the game as it goes on, but we are going to start the timer in 3, 2, yeah.
What? Oh, good call. All right. Well, that just means I get to talk more.
Hey, totally take it away. I want to hear more about the run and what we're looking forward to.
Yeah. So the joke I always make when I get to run this game for marathons is that for some reason they decided to let me sign up to run Mario Party for their marathon, which is not entirely accurate, but it's basically accurate. We are in the RNG pits today, so we're going to pray to RNGesus, Almighty above, to please let us stay under estimate. It would be very cool,
RNG
I think.
gods, please.
RNG gods.
Yeah, all of this game is mostly procedurally generated. So the dungeons, the encounters, all that good stuff, procedurally generated. So most of the beginning of the run is just going to be sort of preparing for whatever the game wants to throw at us. And while even if we do get to break it spectacularly and get to ruin the combat, it's still a bit of a nightmare sometimes. Oh, that's not good. To be fair, this game is a little finicky. It is made in RPG Maker. By the way, this game's made in RPG Maker. You wouldn't tell by the way it looks, but it is in fact made in RPG Maker. This thing is inundated with like 75 million different plugins, only a few of which I know from my own experience with the program. But it's actually kind of a surprise. The developer put a lot of effort into this one. It really shows. He's actually coming up with a new game, pretty similar concept with convenience stores. So keep your eyes open on that one. Mm-hmm. It is actually exciting. Oh, all right.
Okay,
Perfect.
I have gotten the thumbs up that this game is finally cooperated. And we are going to be able to start. Time starts when I hit filter off here in 3, 2, 1, go. Welcome
Excellent.
to No Delivery.
Yes, we're going to be starting off this run here with a big old cutscene. The game's going to try and do its whole introduction and tell us how to play the game, how it works, and all that good stuff to some degree. Though this intro is one of the places where we can easily lose a lot of time.
I like that because I was not paying attention to the menu. So you're supposed to pick thick crust and plain cheese because it's the shortest dialogue options after, but I beefed it, so...
Yep, pretty much. That's a mood. But even worse, the game is going to throw us into a sort of tutorial dungeon with a pathetic character who cannot do anything. The goal is that we die. But the game can be very kind to us and spare us for quite some time. So... the only time in this run, we are going to pray for death as quickly as possible. And some days, the game is very not nice
mean,
to you.
Absolutely dirty. RNGesus looks down on you and says, "Not today, bud. Not today."
Yeah. I have had multiple runs in a row that have actually made it all the way to the end of the dungeon where the game will just automatically kill you because it doesn't expect you to be there. And that just happens sometimes. We'll see it coming up here. This is what the dungeons are going to look like. They're segmented into these different rooms, which might have an encounter, or they might have one of these. Normally, you would need a broom for these, but you can also remove them with 10 HP. Or, if your stats are high enough, you can do them just without any HP
Yeah,
deficit.
you need 2 or more competency to clean them without any brooms, without taking damage.
Which will come into play later.
Solid. 2 rooms, very solid.
Thankfully, wow, that was ridiculous.
That was good.
All right, we're off to a great start.
Better than my practice run where I got all the way to the last room before I escaped, and I was like,
let's see what's our randomly generated character because it wasn't randomly generated enough.
I hope we can attend it because I don't want to
please attendant.
Please. Oh no, that's fine.
All right. Well, so our character. We are looking for one very specific character. We are looking for the arcade attendant, or just the attendant, but they're clearly an arcade attendant. They get a very important skill that we can loop over and over again that completely breaks the combat. And optimally, we're looking for an attendant with a competence of 2 or higher, so that way we don't need to worry about misses.
My down key stuck and I didn't actually pick up the key, so this is going to be fun.
Oh, fun.
You'll love to see it.
Hey, here's our friend. Here's our friend.
Yo, escape on the first try. Let's go.
Oh, that's
it's paying me back for the bad practice run.
Yeah, the RNG's been great so far. But coming up here, we're actually going to be running into a glitch pretty quickly. What used to happen in this run is that you'd collect a whole bunch of trash and sell it to the trash can for a bunch of moolah. But we found a way to get a lot of moolah very quickly without having to do much of anything. Basically, there is this stall, like the one we just went into. It has a present in it with like $70 in it, and also I think some sodas.
Yeah, it's $75 and then 2 sodas.
2 sodas. If you examine presents twice, sometimes they'll give you something different. And this whole system seems incredibly complex for RPG Maker, right? It is, which means it's broken.
It is incredibly broken.
Hello, guy. And right before we get to that glitch, we're actually going to be picking up a party member here. Free party member. We're going to hope we see them. If we actually even get to use them in the dungeons is also completely random. But that aside, money glitch. So all of this inner working stuff is very complicated for RPG Maker. There's a lot of like plugins that go into it and make it work. So because of that, it is of course kind of broken, which is fine. And it's not too terrible, and for the most part works in most rooms. But in this stall, if you interact with the present and then leave as soon as possible, as we're going to see like right now, if you leave as soon as possible, the game doesn't have the opportunity to set a flag that allows the present to be unopened, or that opens up the present again and checks if the second item needs to be picked up. So by circumventing that flag from being set in time, we can just keep on opening this present over and over and over and over and over and over again. Also, don't forget to get Walkman Blast.
I'm gonna get it on the way out.
Good. I have done too many. There's been too many days where I've completely forgot the Walkman Blast. And hey, you can also do it with the 2 sodas in here as well. You don't just have to do it with. You don't just have to do it with the money. It works on the sodas as the second item as well. And right here, we're also gonna grab the Walkman Blast that I walked about earlier. No, you get that Walkman Blast, and the Walkman Blast is the skill that breaks this game. The Walkman Blast requires 2 batteries, and it stuns, I believe, it does like a lot of damage to all the enemies.
Yeah, all the enemies on screen.
All the enemies on the screen get blasted. It's very good. But of course, it requires 2 batteries, and normally you don't start getting batteries until, like, a very late part in the game. It's a very late dungeon that we're going to be seeing as our second dungeon. And right now we're rolling through to see if we can get in attendance soon. Hopefully. Come on. No, not quite. Come on. Big money, no whammy, and stop. Come on, please. I'm begging. I'm begging and pleading.
The guy said you can't get rid of me. I'm coming back.
Oh, God. Come on, dude. Come on.
We love the pupper, but he's not what we're looking for. I'm sorry, y'all. I have to disappoint you. I know.
Oh, no.
Go away, puppy.
No, puppy.
Go away.
I'm so glad I grabbed 7 things of money accidentally instead of 6 because it costs 25. Oops, I meant to fire him. It costs $25 to re-roll, and you get 75 per those boxes, so you get 3 re-rolls a piece. So basically, because I grabbed 3, I have 9 opportunities to re-roll without cutting into my camera money.
Please. Are you please?
The game said, I heard you were talking smack. No more good RNG for you. Oh, this is so bad.
Oh, no.
Welcome to RPG Maker games, friends. No, I do not want to start. Oh my gosh, please.
We love to see this.
Come on. I'm dying. Please send your energy. For the love of God, please help me.
Please, yeah.
Why?
Please.
Come on. We need money.
Oh, we need the money.
Send us the monies.
Come on, please. I have lost count at some point how many rerolls this has been.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm dying.
Come on.
I mean,
come on. Please.
When you spend $75 on soda, I could see why you need the monies.
Why?
Come on.
Why? Where is he? Where's the man? Where did he go?
He said, I'm getting a better job. Oh, the attendant and the delivery boy look so like the same when they first start loading in, and I was about to pop off, but this is really bad. This is like really, really bad. This is
abhorrent.
Again. No.
This is horrendous.
This is TZB.
This is so bad.
Come on.
Yes, finally. The attendance.
Yay.
Let's go. Finally.
Let's go.
All right, we have our competence to attendant. Finally. It took 1,000,000 years, but we made it. Do you have some cameras?
No, I didn't buy the cameras. I was like, my head was just like, where go now? And I was like, I need to buy the cameras with what little money I have left, which I would not be surprised.
We're gonna be a little low on cameras.
Yeah, 21 will unfortunately probably not be enough for the whole thing, which means I'm gonna do some funky shenanigans.
Yeah, that's rough.
Considering I normally have 41, which I have double.
Okay, so the cameras. Why are we getting so fussy about all these cameras? Well, the cameras are a very, very special item. Basically, these cameras, as you're going to see, they stun enemies. When enemies are stunned, they can't move. And you'll never believe what they give us when they're done. 2 batteries, which is just what we need for Walkman Blast. So for battles, we are going to be using cameras and Walkman Blasts to make sure that even at a very low level, we can still go through some of the game's hardest dungeons by stun-locking enemies. Which is why it's so important that we have a lot of cameras, because we need a lot of cameras to get through the game. Usually, I mean, honestly, even with as safe as I'm usually on runs, this would have eaten into my budget a little bit. And unfortunately, we're getting pretty bad luck here. We're not looking for encounters. We're looking for messes, we're looking for shops, we're looking for the drowned waiter that we unlocked earlier. They can all appear here, but enemies can also appear. How many enemy encounters you get usually depends on how far you are in the game. So for some of the earlier dungeons, usually it's not too terrible, but every now and then you just get unlucky. And some of the later dungeons is going to be real rough. Thankfully, getting encounters here isn't all terrible. It means we're eating up cameras, which is not good, and is kind of dangerous, especially since we need a lot for the boss. But it also means we get a lot of uses of Light Gun. Light Gun is another ability that the attendant has that's also very powerful, specifically with combination with another item we're going to get called the Disposable Marker, which makes sure you don't miss. The chief problem with Light Gun is that it misses a lot, and so by using the Disposable Marker and then the Light Gun, you can pretty much guarantee that you'll get at least 1 critical hit, and you'll be attacking the enemy twice. It's very good. It's very good. I think it's like basically the strongest attack in the game outside of the Walkman Blast, which is more useful for hitting a lot of targets at once. But that aside, this arcade hasn't been too terrible.
I would like to see the drowned waiter, like getting these brooms or getting the messes to clean up and getting like short fights is not too bad, or like seeing these little NPCs here that sell us various items are pretty good, but I need the drowned waiter, please, for the love of God. No, not another arcade, not another cabinet, no.
Unfortunately, getting a party member is not, it's not great. It's kind of a pretty low chance to get, but it would be very nice. It would be very nice. So far, this is not the worst arcade ever, though.
It's
pretty mid.
It's very mid. That's also my dryer. Thank you, dryer.
Which, after the attendant incident that we just went through, is fine. It's nice to have a mid dungeon. It would kind of just be kicking me in the shins if we got a horrible dungeon after that one. So at the very least, a little solace in the fact that our dungeon's not been terrible. And for the most part, enemies have been dying pretty quickly. The amount of damage you do with any given attack is actually a little random. Not only is there a little just general damage variance between your rolls, if anyone plays Pokemon, you understand completely. But also, this is a game with critical hits, and critical hits are very, very good in this game. It's the reason why Light Gun does so much damage, because it has such a high rate of critting. Now, the soda here that we just used, we picked up in the same place we got all that money. The soda gives you an additional turn. It's a good substitute for the drowned waiter if you don't get them, and even if you do get them, it's just having another turn to act is always fantastic, of course. And as you can see, that permanent marker I was talking about earlier, doing some work here. Make sure you don't miss, and also increases your crit rate. We are getting some spicy crits. Ooh, this fight's going pretty well, actually, all things considered. Oh. Of course, we get to.
Those were nice crits. Very good.
Ooh.
What I'm actually going to do is, once we come out of this dungeon, I think I'm going to pick up a few extra pieces of trash and buy some extra cameras, because if anything is like the last run, I need those cameras.
Yeah, gee golly, I can't imagine why you'd want to do that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Our next boss, our next dungeon, is one of the final dungeons in the game. It's the show stage, and it's rough. It's rough. There's encounters almost every single room. It's a tough fight. So we want to make sure that we can come in as safe as possible, especially for the marathon. Especially for the marathon. So we're actually going to do a little of old-timey garbage collection. Something we used to do in the run a lot more to get a lot of money. Of course, we get to talk to our fun little friend Elmo, as I like to call him. Our little friend Elmo.
Yeah, our little
who is,
fake Elmo.
who's surprising a lot more important in this route of the run. The route just changed, actually, semi-recently. We get a different ending now.
Yeah, so there's...
that makes this character more important.
Mm-hmm. There's 5 like routes in this game, or like endings. So there's survival, birth, death, necromancy, and termination. So we used to get the birth ending where we went and picked up all the clown statuettes around the establishment, but now we don't do that. We do something completely different. And we go to fight the skin suit and then crawl into the... Oh, no, you're supposed to... There we go. And we crawl into the oven and fight. I don't really know what to call him because some of the lore in the game kind of doesn't make any sense. But there's a kid that's really scared of the skin suit, and once you go to defeat it and bring it to him, he's like, "Oh my god, we're free now!" And then he's like, "Fight me!" And I'm like, "Okay, but that's what you want."
I think it's because you're releasing the souls from the establishment.
Something like that, yeah.
You know, things you would typically find in a Five Nights at Freddy's plot summary.
Yeah, oh my god.
Coming up on the next dungeon, it's going to be right through here, and up on the stage, the show is going to be a bunch of enemies, all some form of dismantled animatronic, and a few cameras. And they are all rough. If you do not stun lock them, they will stun lock you. So don't worry if you feel a little bad for the game that we are breaking at the seams. Don't worry, it will play very unfair to you if you don't break it. This is a horror game. It is meant to be as brutal as possible, and oh boy, does it deliver.
No, it doesn't. This is no delivery. I can't resist. I could not resist.
Yo,
waiter through. Let's go.
Okay, that's really good.
That is
Getting
amazing.
the drowned waiter as soon as possible is always fantastic because it means you get more turns in battle. And more turns in battle means every single fight is going to be a lot safer and a lot quicker.
Absolutely.
Because you can just use the Walkman Blast and the disposable camera in one turn, which means your turns are going a lot faster. Case in point. Whew, spicy.
Oh, yeah.
Which is good for this dungeon in particular because we are going to be getting a lot of encounters.
Like that.
As you can see. Yeah. It's a lot out here. It gets rough. But yes, this dungeon gets wacky, and the boss gets pretty wacky too. Both of them will stun lock you. They'll pull this exact trick right on you without mercy. You can just get absolutely demolished if you're not careful. It happens even if you're like a higher level character, you'll get smacked across the face. They do actually have I believe they do actually have a full like stun ability. Actually, it does damage and stuns.
Yeah, static. It's the static ability. Static will hit you, stun you, and if you drink a soda before they stun you, your soda wears off. It actually takes it off because I had that during the last run. I used a soda before I stunned them, which is the wrong thing to do. You're supposed to stun them and then drink a soda so they don't do that, and I forgot. And my soda wore off, and I was screaming inside. You know what? Let's just do that.
I would be too. I'm screaming inside right now. Wow.
Both light guns missed. We're gonna
pretend that didn't happen.
Ooh.
See, you slip up for just a little second, and oh hey, the drowned waiter's almost dead.
Yep. which is kind of unfortunate. I hate getting all these encounters. This RNG is awful. The game said, hey, I know you're doing a run today in front of a lot of people. Let's embarrass the heck out of you.
No fun. No fun allowed. And it's a little scary having the drowned waiter so close to death. Because drowned waiter is just really nice for speed. But thankfully, looks like we're doing okay. As horrific as the RNG. Ooh,
that was good. That was a good hit.
That was nice.
That was very nice.
As crazy it seems that we're getting all these encounters, this is unfortunately fairly normal for this part of the game. While it is nice to get a backstage with few encounters, it is also borderline impossible. Basically, all of my grinding into this game has gone into this specific part of the game, just trying to get a better backstage. And also doing a dungeon that we don't have to do anymore, so that's cool. In the original route, we used to go to the birthday party, which was even longer than this dungeon, which literally the only enemies just, like, they just blow up in your face like exploding trees do in Earthbound. Every single enemy. It's very annoying. But thankfully now with the new route, we don't have to do that.
No, we do something completely different. We still have a boss battle at the end, but we completely skip having to do an entire extra dungeon, which saves honestly quite a bit of time, especially if you have bad RNG.
Oh, for sure. I mean, getting a fantastic RNG on birthday was always hype, but man, those days when it's just balloon after balloon, it's just not a good day. It's just a bad day, actually. It would get pretty rough, and you'd have to deliberately take a bunch of healing items just to make sure you wouldn't keel over right midway through the dungeon. And on top of that, there was a big boss fight at the end. It was wacky back in the olden days. But now these newfangled youngins with their newfound ending, I guess,
somehow found that the necromancy ends is faster. Which shout out to Teddy for finding that. Who was the only runner until Rena and I came along. So shout out to him.
Yep. Pretty much. Ooh. And as we make our way to this boss here, we kind of commentated it before, we came on mic, but if you couldn't tell already, this game's pretty heavily inspired by Mother 3. Even the aspect ratio is 3:2, good old classic GBA. And I'm actually really happy with the way this game looks. Everything seems to fit into the Mother 3 vibes really well. I believe Oates, the developer of the game, is like the sole guy working on it. I think he does the art too. And huge ups to that. Great, another encounter.
This has been RNG City.
Yep. But yeah, I did a wonderful job with all the art. Everything still looks creepy, but it doesn't look like outside of the style anyway. I really admire it, which is good because we get to look at these enemies a lot. we get to get a great view of every single enemy in the game. I assure you. As we are currently. But thankfully we're coming up on the boss. His name is the Collector. Where he fits in the lore is
honestly, I haven't played all certificates in quite a while, so some of the story I actually kind of forget, but in between some of these scenes and when you get some of the endings, there's going to be like a large dialogue box that pops up. You probably saw at the end of the arcade wrong turn, but it kind of tells the story of the game. And it's basically like someone owes a debt for the building or the business or something, and there's somebody who's coming to collect it, but the whole place is also haunted, so everyone's dead. And it's just like this whole thing of like, what is going on? The story makes sense, but it doesn't make sense at the same time. And like, It's a wild game. Please play it. It's like $5 on itch.io. Please go play this game. It's really good.
Yeah, please go play this game. We actually are not going to see a lot of the content at all. We've skipped like 80% of the dungeons with the looping technique because we don't have to level up our character or make any of the standard progression. We skip a lot of the dungeons and only do the ones we absolutely need. We're doing this one specifically so we can get the sledgehammer. The sledgehammer is important because it gives us access to a certain back room that we need for a lot of the endings, necromancy ending included. So that's the only reason why we're going through this whole shebang, is to get this, wow, that was fast.
Yeah, it was a lot better than I thought it would be, but I also had like 15 batteries, so I just was like shooting it. Which there are little things that the game tells you when you get to the end of wrong turns. And I'm actually going to go to the lobby instead of the restroom. I'm going to use what money I have gotten from these fights to buy a little more cameras because we are out of cameras.
Please do.
The 24 is more than enough for the end. So basically, it'll give you like items like the sledgehammer. It just said the severance fee was abolished. So like if you played this far and you didn't like this character, you can now re-roll it for free. You don't have to worry about the money anymore. But because now we have the sledgehammer, we're going to crack this mirror back here and crawl in here. And then we're going to be up in the rafters of the establishment. In the old route for the birth ending, we'd be going around and grabbing these little clown statuettes that you see right here. We no longer do that. Instead,
unfortunately, no more clown.
we're going to be walking on the slats above the stage. This little dude's going to knock us off. Batteries. And our little friend.
A free summon.
Makes a return. And we're going to fight this little boss.
Engage skin suit. I've only started seeing this thing like of today, and I'm like,
yeah, I was gonna say I was like finishing up a practice run like as we were getting ready here earlier, and
still not comfortable. Still haven't gotten there yet. Not a great visual. Oh, nice. Right now we are looking for health code violations from the Showtime puppet, which poisons the enemy, which means as we do these Walkman blasts, we'll also be taking a bit of damage. But it appears to just not be happening because
he just misses.
We are not in a position to be liked today, I guess.
RNG is just really bad today. You just
come on.
I'm giving up. Oh, poison!
There we go.
Let's go.
Oh, we love to see it.
We do love to see it.
All right, fantastic. It's not going to do too much since we're coming up to the end of the battle already, but it is nice. See, just a free 8. You can't say no to that, right? I mean, we're trying to end battles as fast as possible. We only get the Showtime puppet for this battle, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I'm not really worried about wasting his health here. I'm just going to keep doing health code violations until this thing dies.
Yep. Yeah, you hit it again. Nice. We love to see it.
Okay, there we go.
Bingo bongo.
So now, because we defeated the little monster here, we have the skin suit, and this is important for the necromancy ending, because now we're going to go into the auditorium back here again. We're going to use the sledgehammer against the wall that you might have seen earlier that had some cracks in it, the same as the mirror. When we come back here, there's a whole other part of the establishment that was obviously covered up before. And we need a sledgehammer to break through wallpaper, apparently, because it says it's wallpaper, but I don't know how many layers of wallpaper you need to use a sledgehammer to break it. I'm not really sure about that, but...
Yeah. Thankfully, at this point of the run, we can kind of relax a little. The dungeons are over, which is the real grief of this run. While we can still miss. You can still miss attacks. We can still get really bad RNG with the attacks. There can be execution errors. But overall, we're in the home stretch. Here's our final boss coming up here. And
they even give you an XXL cheesy bar because they're like, we're going to put you through the ringer. Here's a healing item in case you need it. But we have cameras. We don't need that.
We have cameras. We don't need that.
So, no.
Actually, well, theoretically, we shouldn't need that. Let's not be too hasty.
We have 20 cameras. If for whatever reason I run out of cameras again, like I did during the practice run, I'm going to cry. I'm literally going to sob on stream, man.
I will also sob on stream.
But because this is not a boss battle you fight at the end of a wrong turn, you do not get a little partner here. It is just you by yourself, and that is why I grab extra sodas, so I have exactly 4 sodas for all the boss fights. I only use 2 permanent markers because I think the first 2 bosses are the most important for me to get the hits on, whereas in the third fight you saw I had the puppet with me, and then I had a whole bunch of batteries to go, so I really wasn't worried about having being able to hit crits with this.
And this boss just kind of gets the short end of the stick.
Is a little tanky because he just goes and goes and goes. His gimmick is if he's not stunned, he summons these spirits that we're going to see at the end of the fight here. Because once he dies, he summons a bunch of the spirits, but his gimmick is during the fight he pots up the spirit, so it's supposed to be a very long, drawn-out fight, but because we stun him continuously, he gets no opportunity to do so.
Yeah, now that you mention it, a lot of the fights in this game are a lot easier when the enemy can never take an action.
And because at the end of this fight, the Wisp only takes 1 attack to fight with, once we stun them and do a Walkman Blast, they should all die. And the final boss, or the second part of the boss here, also only takes 1 hit, so I'm not really concerned about using all my cameras here. Like, if for whatever reason my RNG is so bad that he's lost 10 cameras, it does not matter.
Yeah. Come on, crits. I'm begging and pleading for some crits.
I would like some
crits.
Crits, baby, please.
Crits, baby, crits, baby, crits, baby.
Oh, we're getting there.
Come on.
We're getting there.
Come on, bingo bongo.
Yeah, let's go.
Bingo bongo. And time's coming up here?
Well, there's going to be one more little mini boss after this. So these are all going to die. This guy's going to come up on the final hit of this guy. And come on, go do the hit. Time. Yay, we did it! I'm bad RNG inside. That was actually not too bad, and I'm terrified to look at my time. I almost don't want to know. Please tell me what it is.
You want to know your time?
Yeah.
It's a 31:32.
Okay. Yeah, with that, honestly, with that bad RNG, I was like thinking we were going to be like 34, 35. So honestly, like that's why my estimate is so high. My PB is a 22:30 and some change, I think. And honestly, you can lose 8 to 9 minutes of time to bad RNG alone.
Yep. Just a heads up, the world record's like 18 minutes.
Yeah. What? I'm only I'm a couple minutes off of, or 4 minutes off of world record, but obviously bad RNG can.
Yeah, it's
flip
crazy
the whole
how
thing
much
upside
RNG.
Thanks, Ray.
Hey,
I lied. My estimate was 31:33.
Yeah,
Thanks, Ray.
yeah, exactly.
But this is no delivery. It is a cute little game that somebody put a lot of effort into, and if you're interested, it is on itch.io. I believe it is flat prices, $5, I think. I don't know if it ever really goes on sale, but if you bought either the Racial Injustice bundle from 2020 or the one for... There was another big bundle in 2021. This game is included with it, so you might already have this game. Definitely go and look and see if you already have this game. It is really fun. Rena and I and Teddy were the only 3 runners of this game, but we don't have like a Discord. We don't have any like resources. It's really just like watch a run. I can send you a picture of I have handwritten notes here to remind me if I like blank out where I'm supposed to go. Definitely
we can make a Discord, but
I mean, honestly, if we made a Discord for 3 people, I'm at the 100 server limit. I can't do that. Yeah, but this game's obviously like our leaderboards on speedrun.com. It's just under no delivery. There's basically just 2 main routes. There's any %, which is what I've done here. Then we have all certificates. All certificates is basically getting all of the endings in which you'll see the actual certificate ending come up once these credits are over. Any % is basically just from start to finish, get to the game as quickly as possible. We used to, like we said earlier, we used to do the birth route. We no longer do that. We're doing the necromancy route, which is faster. So any % is literally just whatever ending gets you to the end the fastest. Just a good old any %. There's no like any % necromancy or any % birth. Like no, just any %. Just show up, do a run really fast. If you want to do a different ending and you can get a faster time than us, please do so. We definitely would love more people to come and run this game with us. Also, I would like to give mad props to not only Rena for being here for commentating while I focused, but Rena also found the duplication glitch you saw me do earlier in the run. So mad props to Renna for that. Definitely like follow her on Twitch and social media and stuff. She's really awesome.
Yeah. And feel free to contact either of us if you're interested in the run. We're more than happy to teach anyone. I'm super hyped about the run. If you want to try your luck, roll the dice a little bit and see what happens. Who knows? You might be the next world record holder. And of course, just playing the game casually, I guess, is pretty fun too. I don't know.
Yeah, and I definitely encourage anybody to try this game. If you're in the Fright Fatales Discord, I am in the Discord, Barin, #5963. If you would like to hit me up on Twitter, my Twitter is the same as the Twitch that's been rotating around on the overlay the whole time, Drago Rin. Definitely down to like talk about the game or help you run it or anything of the sort. You can basically just watch a run on speedrunner.com. Literally just like take some notes, you'll get it down. No delivery, that's the name of the game. Hey, that's our game. Yo!
Well,
he said it. He said it.
Necromancy, we did it. Yay!
I want a certificate of necromancy. I'm kind of jealous.
It's never too late to grab one.
Yeah.
It's never too late to finish your degree.
True. Just go get like I can definitely go back to college. I mean, a psych degree it's okay, but I want necromancy, please. That is what I want.
You can always switch majors.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly. Or just get double majors. I'm just like, yeah, it's fine. I'll become a PhD in necromancy for sure.
Absolutely.
I was going to say though, would anybody like to hear a ghost story?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Enlighten us with a ghost story.
I love ghost stories.
All right. So we have a ghost story for you called The Yellow Ribbon. Jane wore a yellow ribbon around her neck every day. And I mean every day. Rain or shine, whether it matched her outfit or not. It annoyed her best friend Johnny after a while. He was her next door neighbor and had known Jane since she was 3. When he was young, he had barely noticed the yellow ribbon. But now that they were in high school together, it bothered him. "Why do you wear that yellow ribbon around your neck, Jane?" He asked her every day, but she wouldn't tell him. Still, in spite of this aggravation, Johnny thought she was cute. He asked her to the soda shop for ice cream sundae. Then he asked her to watch him play in the football game. Then he started seeing her home. And come the spring, he asked her to the dance. Jane always said yes when he asked her out, and she always wore a yellow dress to match the ribbon around her neck. It finally occurred to Johnny that he and Jane were going steady, and he still didn't know why she wore the yellow ribbon around her neck. So he asked her about it yet again, and yet again, she did not tell him. "Maybe someday I'll tell you about it," she replied. Someday? That answer annoyed Johnny, but he shrugged it off because Jane was so cute and fun to be with. Well, time flew past as it has a habit of doing, and one day, Johnny proposed to Jane and accepted. They planned a big wedding, and Jane hinted that she might tell him about the yellow ribbon around her neck on the wedding day. But somehow, with the preparations of his beautiful bride and the lovely reception, Johnny never got around to asking Jane about it. And when he did remember, she got a bit teary-eyed and said, "We are so happy together, what difference does it make?" And Johnny decided she was right. Johnny and Jane raised a family of 4 with the usual ups and downs, laughter and tears. When their golden anniversary rolled around, Johnny once asked Jane about the yellow ribbon around her neck. It was the first time he brought it up since the week after their wedding. Whenever their children asked him about it, he always hushed them, and somehow none of the kids had dared ask their mother. Jane gave Johnny a sad look and said, "Johnny, you waited this long. You can wait a while longer." And Johnny agreed. It was not until Jane was on her deathbed a year later that Johnny, seeing his last chance slip away, asked Jane one final time about that yellow ribbon she wore around her neck. She shook her head a bit at his persistence and then said with a sad smile, "Okay, Johnny, you can go ahead and untie it." With shaking hands, Johnny fumbled for the knot and untied the yellow ribbon around his wife's neck. And Jane's head fell off.
Okay, that is not what I was expecting, honestly. I'm sitting here I'm trying to keep a straight face while you tell the story. I'm just like, okay, yeah, that's pretty, okay.
Not gonna lie, with the music going in the background, perfect 2 a.m. watching creepypasta vibes.
I got extremely lucky because it was like, can you bring a music in the game? And I was like, I can try. And then I walked into a wrong turn, immediately got the music. I was like, yo, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for listening to my silly ghost story about the yellow ribbon.
Yes,
and thank you for showing this no delivery. I honestly, this was like, today has just been so much fun with Fright Fatales. I swear, it's been a blast. And,
it's only gonna get better, I imagine.
Oh yeah, there's still a couple more runs to go. So definitely don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We have some more bangers coming up in the schedule. I believe right after me is going to be Miss Scarlet Tanager with Resident Evil Gaiden 80%, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh. That's fun.
Correct.
And then we have Resident Evil 2 right after. So Resident Evil back-to-back bangers. So definitely
hitting.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere and stay tuned for some more Fright Fatales. And thank you all for such a fun day. We will be back with
Bye, Twitch chat.
Hello, everybody. This is Cutie Roo SR bringing you some more Fright Fatales, our spooky event that we are having for the first time ever with Fright Fatales, and it's been a blast. We've had a lot of good games of lineup, but we still have more to come. We are going to be showcasing the Resident Evil Gaiden 80% with Miss Scarlet Tanager. But just before we get into that, though, I just wanted to kind of remind about a few things that are happening with upcoming events that are going to be around the corner, especially with Frost Fatales. We do have the 2023 Run and Volunteer submissions. They will be opening up on November 14th through the 26th. So get you those submissions ready and good to go so that you could submit, because then we will be having the event on February 28th or 26th through March 4th. Let me just botch that because, yellow ribbon has preoccupied my mind and the head fell and I just keep thinking about the head. So anywho, as we get back to the more fun with the Fright Fatales, I just want to do one more little thing. With Fright Fatales, we do have a Game of the Month celebration. This month, we still do have a few days left in October that you can still learn about the Satan Loves Cake speedruns, and it's all throughout the next couple weeks. So if you want to join in, you can go on the Twitter and you can DM the account to get into the Discord and join in on the Game of the Month celebration fun. Alrighty, I am definitely ready to roll with the next game. This is going to be the Resident Evil block. I am super, super excited, and I would definitely love to introduce Miss Scarlet Tanager. Hi, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing quite well. I'm here with my couch as always, and my couch is always my bunnies, Garrus and Tally. Everyone say hi. Now, now this is Resident Evil Gaiden, which is objectively the best Resident Evil game ever. But just to call up my rabbits for a second here, this is my box for the game. All of that damage was done by them, so apparently my rabbits are not a fan of Resident Evil. But we're gonna get straight into this.
Alrighty, whenever you're ready, you can start the countdown.
All right, time will be as soon as I click on new game. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we're just going to start off by immediately skipping all of the cutscenes. We are playing as Barry Burton. Yes, this is the first time in the Resident Evil franchise until we got to Revelations 2 where you actually got to play as good old Barry B. Now, for those in chat, if you played Revelations 1, you know this storyline. Super spoopy ocean liner being very spoopy. And I'm gonna, no, I'm not gonna get, I didn't, okay. Darn it. I should be able to run from this though. I'll explain the combat in just a moment here. There we go. Sometimes you can get through that door without getting caught. I got caught there. But the combat in this game is, it's not your regular Resident Evil combat. It has to be its own special thing. Now, next time you get into a fight, because we will get into one relatively shortly, I will explain the actual combat so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Here I'm trying to dodge the... Oh, okay, got past him, cool. A lot of this game in particular is a lot of zombie dodging, but because it is an old Game Boy Color game, sometimes the zombie dodging can be a bit tight, especially because this game has slowdown. It has quite a bit of slowdown sometimes. Oh, that's the wrong button. There we go. But Barry has been sent on a mission to investigate the super spoopy ocean liner because first they sent Leon S. Kennedy to go investigate it, and he went radio silent, and he has not been heard from since. So now Barry's job is to go, figure out what happened to Leon and solve the mysterious ocean liner incident. It's functionally the plot of Revelation, except it's with Barry and Leon, which I believe this is the only instance of them actually meeting, quote-unquote, in canon, even though this game is very much not canon. Okay, I'm going to do a very hard zombie dodge here. I may not get it. Nope. Okay. Focusing. Oh, I cannot believe I got that. Oh, I cannot believe I got that. I almost never get that dodge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that is one of the most difficult dodges in the game. It doesn't look like it is, but trust me, it's one of the most difficult dodges in the game. So a lot of this game is just memorizing where placements are, and I'll be able to show you the combat now. So the little reticle there, the white and the darker blue, you need to make sure that you use the your weapon in that you hit the action button in that area there. Now, just for safety, I'm going to grab the shotgun. Normally, I don't, but just because this game can be a wisdom tooth sometimes. Okay. But you need to, if you hit the reticle in the center, so the blue portion, the dark blue portion, that is a critical hit. You do more damage, which is always good. Hello, Mr. Zombie. Come here. Okay, I got that. So some of the dodges in this game can be very difficult. But most of what I have to say is just get good. For those who actually play this game is relatively rare. I'm kind of known for that at this point. That's kind of my thing, playing the rare games nobody else knows.
It's actually really cool because it's nice to see like what kind of games that are out there and the speedruns to those games as well.
Yes, this game is a lot of fun to speedrun. Now, casually speaking, you can actually soft lock yourself in this game really easily because of the finite amount of ammo and the fact that you have the knife, which does have quote-unquote infinite usages, but it can only be used at close distance. And there are enemies in the game that you have to shoot from a distance in order to beat them, like some of the boss fights. But because this is a speedrun, we already know how to break the game wide open, which I'll show you guys later. Like, this game is absolutely busted. Like, you're gonna be seeing some boss skips, some tricking the bosses that are tyrants into thinking that they're regular zombies, some visual glitches, all that kind of fun stuff. Alright, so that key that I just got there, I'll skip the cutscenes because the cutscenes are slow. Oops. A Resident Evil game that actually has skippable cutscenes from this long ago seems sus. Alright, we're gonna see the first instance of the Tyrant skip, or the Tyrant glitch. Now I'm gonna drag this zombie with me, and hopefully I get it the first try. You need to keep him on screen because if you don't have him on screen, just for safety's sake, I'm gonna do this. Okay. And there's the Tyrant coming towards me, and I've got the zombie coming towards me too, and if I got the glitch... Yes, I did it, okay. So instead of fighting the Tyrant, I'm fighting a regular zombie. You don't want to be fighting the Tyrant because one, fighting the Tyrant is slow, and two, the Tyrants are annoying. So as soon as I come over here and trigger this cutscene, the Tyrant is gone. And that is the first of many bugs in this game. Okay, I'm just gonna take out this little zombie here. Excuse you. There we go. So the further back the zombies are, the harder they are to hit. And, excuse you. And the more powerful the weapon you use, the more powerful the weapon you use, the faster the reticle goes. So now we have two characters in our party. We have Barry and we have a little girl named Lucia. Now you actually do have a party system in this game. the three characters that you get in your party at different times are Barry Burton, Lucia, and Leon, and you can use them independently. If any one character dies, however, it is a game over. But generally, only the person who is the current acting character gets hit, so you can sort of cheese it out by swapping to another character real quick. Hello, Zombo. Okay, let's see if I can make this dodge. Yes, I can. Okay. This area can be a little bit scary for dodges, so I'm going to play it a little bit safe. Hello, Mr. Zombie. I'm over here. Now, anytime you aim your weapon, if a zombie has line of sight on you, they'll start chasing you, which you can use to sort of juke around some of them. Because once they have attempted to attack you, if they don't actually hit you, oh dear, they can go into a sort of stun animation for a second, and you can slip past them. Also, I personally think this game has some actually really good music. It's the very like old MIDI, Game Boy style, but I low-key love it. Okay, we're gonna use the lockpick on here. Hello, Mr. Friend. Are you gonna be nice? You are gonna be nice. Now there are a couple. You're not gonna be nice. Come here. Hey, excuse you. Friend. Okay, fine. We'll do this the hard way. And there we go. So I was focusing there a little bit because actually getting a good hit on the reticle can be relatively difficult. And yes, I just got an assault rifle, and that is going to be our primary weapon for most of the game, at least the first half of the game, until we get what I like to call the meme launcher later on, which is a gas launcher that is bugged to give you infinite ammo.
Really?
Yeah, but only if you know how to use it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the runaway feature. So if you try to run away from a fight, you saw me do it a little bit earlier. It pulls up that little like yellow bar, and you have to hit the red part of the bar in order to actually successfully run away from a fight. When you have the gas launcher and you try to run away, and you just start hitting the launch button, so like the attempt to shoot button. During the runaway animation, it just starts throwing ammunition at the enemy during the runaway part for some reason. So it's functionally infinite ammo, and it's pretty great.
That is amazing. I love games.
Like I said, this game is absolutely busted. Okay. So we're equipping the assault rifle on Barry because we are going to very shortly have one of two boss fights that you actually do properly in this game. So you fight the tyrant maybe like 5 times, and you only do 2 of them legit. And this is one of them. So you see my reticle is going much faster because I'm using the assault rifle, but the tyrant's already gone. GG tyrant.
GG's.
So one downside is that you can sort of see... Oh, did I use the wrong... Yeah, okay. You see that we don't have Lucy in the party anymore. The tyrant during that cutscene that I skipped actually just kidnapped her. So now we have to go find her, because just like Claire Redfield, Barry Burton is also a terrible babysitter. And here's some instances of that slowdown problem I was talking about. It's always consistent where it happens, so it doesn't really affect the run, which is pretty nice. And now we have Leon in the party. You can't see him because he is inside Barry's character model.
Oh.
Don't worry, you'll get to see Leon's character model later.
Okay, good.
I'm just gonna slip past this guy. And let's see if I can get this dodge. Alright, that's one successful. There is so much slowdown in this room, so get used to hearing the zombie moans. There is a zombie hidden here that we have to kill because this zombie has something we want. Okay, you know what? There we go. We want this key. This key is a very important key. And as the game slows down again... Oh, one of the zombies just vanished. I've never seen that happen before. That's weird. Okay. So as you play through the game, the types of zombies and their numbers and their locations in specific areas change. One thing that's kind of funny about that is... Hold on. There we go. In some areas, oh, don't do me like this. Okay. Sometimes the zombies just don't stay down and you have to take them out again. What was I saying? Completely lost my train of thought there because the zombie was being rude.
Rude.
Yeah.
Rude zombie.
Rude zombie is rude. Okay. Oh, right. Sometimes you can game that. Sometimes you can use that to your advantage in this game because during certain parts of the storyline, the game just doesn't populate specific areas of the ship with enemies. So you can absolutely go to areas before you're supposed to in order to get things before you're supposed to. You can sequence break it a little bit. Though, funnily enough, you don't really use the sequence breaking during the speedrun. You do pretty much take the intended route. Though you do sort of take an unintended route a couple times just because there's multiple ways to get from point A to point B during the game. Here is a friendo. We don't like this friendo. Okay. Using a bit more assault rifle ammunition than I would have liked, so I guess it's kind of a good thing I grabbed the shotgun. Because ideally, the assault rifle would last you a hot minute. Excuse you, friend. Oh, okay. Fine, you're gonna be like this? Oh, you got me. Okay. So because there's two of them, I'm actually going to try and run away from this fight. Normally, I would not run away from this fight, but just because there's two of them, I just don't want to deal with two. Because sometimes when you are trying to hit a zombie, or trying to get a zombie's attention, it will randomly spawn a second zombie just because the game doesn't like you. Yeah, say like this guy here. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take a reset on this. Now, this is something to remember about this game, is that resets are allowed because the game has a continue system. It has a continue and an autosave system, which is pretty nice. Okay, I'm going to do it again. And even the world record run of this game actually does have a couple resets in it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because some of the dodges in this game are actually fairly difficult. I almost never miss this dodge too, which is kind of funny that I messed it up twice. Oh, whoops. No, I don't want the PDA. There we go. Okay, now there's two paths through this room. I normally take the north path, mostly because I find the dodge easier, and half the time I have to hit I have to get into a fight twice if I take the southern path. But I don't know if it's actually been decided which one's technically faster. So we have to take out this zombie here, because specific zombies have specific items. There we go. Specific zombies have specific items that you need to progress. Hello, Mr. Zombie Man. Come here, please. Thank you. Please don't make my game slow down. That was very rude of you. Alright, so what we've done now is now that we have lost the little girl Lucia, we're trying to track down where the tyrant took her. And in order to get that, we needed a whole bunch of items. Okay, let's see if I can do this dodge. Oh, okay. That one, sometimes I get caught there, but not normally. Alright, this man here, we're going to get his attention, come up here, we're going to trick him, and we're going to go past him. So one hope that you end up a lot is the security room, and that's where we're headed right now. You have to go back there multiple times to check the security monitors to figure out where you need to go next, which is what I'm doing right now, because they need to figure out where the little girl is. The problem is, except for the very first time you're in here, it's populated by at least one zombie every other time, which is rather annoying. All right. So we have to go all the way to the beginning of the game now.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Functionally the beginning of the game, I should say.
Yeah.
Which is fine. This is fine. But it's just a bunch of backtracking. I know where I'm going, and it's just hoping that I can get the zombie dodges between here and there. So you see the zombies have changed in this area too. But what was it?
Oh, no, I was about to ask that right now. You answered.
Yes. The zombies change all the time. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're annoying. And by that I mean they're always annoying. Though
99% of the time annoyed.
Yes. Though one thing to remember is what was I saying? Ah, criminy. One thing to remember is that sure, the zombies may be annoying, but once you know what you're doing, they're fairly simple to dodge. during those times when you see a zombie getting spawned in randomly, once you've played this game enough, you realize that spawned in zombie can't actually grab you. If you get into a fight, they will get pulled in, so to speak. But they can't actually grab you. Only the original zombie that's normally there can actually grab you. So you can use that to your advantage to sort of juke around them. Okay, here is another tyrant, so we're just taking him out with the assault rifle. And he's gone. So that is the only other time when we actually have a legitimate fight with the tyrant. So I hope you guys enjoyed the tyrant.
I did. I know I did.
So ideally, we will not see him again in combat. We will see him again, but not in combat. Okay, this Josh is fine. All right, and now we are Leon. Everyone say hi to Leon. Leon is the exact same character model as Barry, except he's blue and he doesn't have 2 extra pixels to be his beard. I'm not even kidding. Pixel for pixel, it's the same character model, except they swapped the color for the clothes and they gave him 2 pixels for a beard if he's Barry.
I think Barry's my favorite.
Barry's pretty great. He's definitely pretty cheesy in this game. Now, you don't see it because I'm skipping the cutscenes, but if you actually look at the, excuse you. There we go. If you actually look at the character, sprites in the cutscene, the character, sprites they use for everybody else is, made for this game, but the one for Leon is, they literally just traced over his character, sprite portrait from the original Resident Evil 2. So his little sprite thing in the cutscenes really sticks out. And I find that pretty great.
Oh, it is. It is very, very great.
Yeah. Sadly, you don't really see it during the speed run because we're skipping all the cutscenes. Right, now that I've gotten this, we're going to go up the elevator twice. This is essentially just going around and gathering things up for this section. Excuse me, friend. Come here. Thank you. Now, we don't like the purple zombies because the purple zombies can cause poison.
Oh, that is problematic.
So they're definitely zombies that we need to avoid. Mostly because getting poisoned in this game is generally a reset. You can get through it if you happen to have either a purple heal, pretty much a purple heal. I think it's the only one. There might be one other type of heal that can do it, but
I think not fighting them is probably the best strat.
Generally, yes. Oh, criminy. So because I had a moment there relatively quickly, anytime you pick up a key item, it does a autosave. That's another thing to remember about this game. Autosaves are your friends. Because for the most part, outside of just a couple times, it's normally faster to just reset the console or reset the Game Boy instead of, worrying about trying to run away from the fight. Of course, the fastest is always to dodge it, but dodging in this game can be a little dicey. And I'm just going to pick up this little fire extinguisher because that area that I was in downstairs where I got the blowtorch and I got the crowbar, that's inexplicably partially on fire now. Different parts of the ocean liner are on fire at different points in the game, and progressively you see more and more fire. We don't see a lot now because there haven't been too many explosions, but that will be something that is fixed relatively shortly. We're going to have some more booms. I saw somebody in the chat ask if this is an official RE game. It is. This is an officially licensed Capcom product.
I love Capcom.
And I love it. It's pretty great. Okay. So we have to take out this zombie because if we don't, he's going to be annoying. Ooh, that was... Oh, what? Okay.
What? Oh, I disagree.
Yeah, no. This guy can hit like a truck, so you have to be very careful.
Oh.
And if you get unlucky... Yeah, he just killed me again. Okay. This guy can be dicey. Third time's a charm.
Nice, yep.
Yeah. Because we needed to get the key off of him. The reason why that fight can be so dicey is the crowbar zombies can actually attack you from one level further back. And sometimes they just decide they're going to hit you 3 times in a row. Thankfully, there is a quick save right there, so it's fine if you get killed a couple times. But yes, this game is an official Capcom product. It is not canon, though. That's why it's called Gaiden. Yeah, so canonically, nothing you see here actually happens. And when we get to the very end of the game, you will see the biggest reason why this game cannot be canon. And I won't spoil it until we get there.
Ooh, I'm
Hello,
excited.
Friend. And goodbye, friend. Do, 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 do. I love the little ditty in this game. It's such a cute little song.
Yeah.
I also love the title music. We didn't get to hear the title music too much, but I love it. So just because I happen to know this game as well as I do, that's why I know which doors to take at what time, because there's 2 different ways to get into this area. And you saw that I took the way from the beginning of the game. Now, this entire area is now devoid of zombies. This is what I meant by going the technically unintended route through the ocean liner. I think the game assumes that you're going to take the way through the library, but that's slow. So we take this way up through the top of the ocean liner, and because of that, there's almost no zombies for half of it.
Yeah, and yeah, that's... I agree. Even though I don't run this, I agree. Going fast is always the best route.
Now I ran out of bullets. Good thing I had the shotgun. There we go. I'm killing this guy specifically to pick up this herbal med, just because if I don't, a couple parts later, it might be a little dicey. You can skip it, and it is technically faster to try and juke that zombie, but doesn't always work out the way you intend. As many attempts to dodge zombies in this game are. Okay, is he gonna be good? Oh, he's not being good. Okay. You know what? I'll reset that. Okay, let's try it again. See, one thing that can be good about resetting is it sort of resets where the zombies are, which can, again, be helpful. So now we have to run all the way back through this part of the ocean liner in order to go meet up with Barry, because, like I said earlier, every time you go to the security room, it's to check the security cameras to figure out where to go next. That cutscene told us where Barry is, so we got separated from Barry for a second there, because he had to go check on something, quote unquote. Now, for those in chat who know their Resident Evil, y'all know what Barry's like, right? You know what he gets up to? What Barry tends to do in games like this when he gets separated and does some things off screen? Yeah. I'll show you guys in a moment. Mostly because it happens in the cutscene. Oh, right. I forgot about this guy. This happens twice. The zombie will always grab you in this doorway because he's always too close to you. But I'm going to step through this room. We're going to hit a cutscene. And Barry has just betrayed us.
What? No,
I know. Shock and horror. Barry just betrayed us, and he just took Lucia away to the evil, not Umbrella. I think it is technically Umbrella, but took us away to the evil Umbrella, maybe not Umbrella Corporation shit. Yeah, classic Barry. He just betrayed us.
How rude. I actually liked Barry.
He always does that, though. That's kind of his thing.
Oh, that's fair.
So we're Leon on our own now. But remember how I mentioned that gas launcher? This is the room where we get that. Now there's a couple ways to get through this room, and this is also the room of mega slowdown. So I might not, it might take me a couple of tries to do this. Yep, I got hit. Okay. Because for some reason, the bow of the ship is just slowdown central.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, because you can see I'm moving at like 3 frames a second right now. Yeah, he got me. Okay. Now I do have the key that we need in this room, but the gas launcher that is the bugged out gas launcher is also in this room, so I can't leave it until we get that gas launcher. Okay, I managed to get past one of them. Now I just have to manage to get past the other guy. Come on. Come on. Can I? Yes, I got it. Okay, cool. Give. And here we go. The game is now just completely donezo.
The game's like, I'm done. You broke me too much.
Yep.
I'm tired.
Just to give you an example, as I slowly just lag out. There we go. And goodbye, zombies.
Wow.
You have been gassed to death.
Wow. Okay. This is definitely worse.
Yeah, and as you can tell, I didn't actually use any ammunition to do that. So you hit the runaway button and you just start spamming the attack button. Oh hey, zombies. So that's what I meant by the zombies that get summoned by the other zombies can't actually grab you, at least not initially. Once they try to grab you once, they'll get stunned for like a second. Oh, I needed to go down their floor. Then they can actually grab you. But yeah. So where am I headed now? Oh, right now I remember where I'm going. Hello, Mr. Zombie. Though, even though I have the gas launcher of the gods, we don't actually still want to get into a fight, so we are still going to run away. Because it is still faster to dodge zombies than to go through the whole combat arena. So where possible, we will still dodge zombies, but if it's like too difficult of a dodge, or like this one up here, where no way we're going to dodge it, you just go into the fight, do the run button, and start spamming attack. And it's going to be like that for every single fight in the game, except for the final, or for the last two tyrant encounters. You know what? I'm not dealing with you. Come here. And the zombies are gone. So we can't go north through this area? Yes. Oh, wait. Excuse you. I think we're going the right way. I might have turned the wrong way here. Yes, I did. Okay. See, sometimes in this game you can get a little turned around in what and where you're supposed to be going. I actually believe I meant to go north. Yes, this is the way I'm supposed to go. Okay. Let's see if I can do this dodge. Excuse you. Okay. Dodged. Dodge successful. And here's dodge number 2. Oh, nope, didn't get that one. Okay. So because of our overpowered gas launcher, the fights are they're just a joke.
They are. They really are.
They are an absolute joke. And even if you accidentally use the ammunition normally for the gas launcher, you can still do that. It can have 0 ammunition. All you have to do is hit the runaway button and start spamming attack. It's absolutely broken, and I love it.
I do too. I have a ton of fun just sitting here and like, oh, the zombies are like, and you're like, goodbye.
Goodbye. Friend? Could I have dodged him? Yes. Did I want to show you guys some zombies getting blown up? Also, yes.
Yes, I approve gas launcher.
He might kill me. Oh, okay, he didn't kill me. I was gonna say, he might kill me there. Do I have a health item? I do. I have the extra one. Yeah. So, remember how earlier I bugged out the tyrant in order to make the tyrant turn into a zombie during that fight? You can use the gas launcher in those fights when you bug out the tyrant. And you will get to see that in just a bit here. Because we are headed towards another tyrant fight.
Ooh. I'm excited.
And by tyrant, I mean we're going to bug the tyrant to turn the tyrant into a regular zombie, and then we're going to instantly kill it with the infinite grenade launcher.
Yeah.
Or infinite gas launcher, because this game does have a grenade launcher, but you never get it in the speedrun. Excuse you. Okay. That zombie is not actually dead, so we're just going to go past him. Oh no, a zombie friend! Sees you. Oh cool, I don't always make that dodge.
Nice.
Okay, this bucking out of this particular tyrant boss, it usually takes me 3 or 4 tries because it's very finicky. So let's see if I can make it on the first try. So one thing I try and do is I do this on this side in order to get him to follow me this way. Because you want the zombie to be in an active attack stance. Now let's see if it works. Ah, it didn't work. Okay. That's first attempt. So you want the zombie to be like a perfect distance away from you. So it's very finicky. The zombie dodges in this game are the zombie glitches in this game are very finicky. But it's fine. Can I use that other zombie? Will this work? I don't know if this will work. I don't think this will work. This doesn't feel like it should work.
If this works, I'm gonna...
Oh, it worked! Okay!
It worked! Oh, that was so good!
Second try.
Yes,
now
let's go.
The tyrant is just bugged out over there, but as soon as I come over here, we are now Barry.
Oh, this game is so good.
Okay, I have to quickly... And now we're just going to blow up with the gas launcher because this boss actually works with the gas launcher glitch. Not every boss does, but this one does. Now, for safety's sake, I'm going to pick this up. Now, even though Barry betrayed Leon, quote unquote, he wasn't actually betraying Leon. He was just sort of using Lucia, the little girl, as sort of leverage, trying to figure out what's going on. Because Lucia has the super special viraliness inside of her, which is why the tyrant wants... I accidentally actually ran away there. Huh. Okay. Okay, game. Yeah, you don't actually want to hit the runaway button when you're doing this. Sometimes you do it on accident. Lucia is just a little girl who was just chilling on the ocean liner, and then, oh no, everybody turned into zombies.
Yep.
Please leave me alone, Mr. Tyrant. And it turns out that she can actually sort of sense where the tyrant is for some reason. And she has special, like... Sort of think if you played Resident Evil 6 and you've played as Sherry Birkin. She's sort of the Sherry Birkin in this game in terms of having weird virus-given powers. Because she is indeed sort of infected with the virus. It's not very well explained because give this game a break, it's on the Game Boy Color.
Yeah. It can only explain so much.
Yeah. It's early Resident Evil on the Game Boy Color. Give the game a break. But yeah, she's functionally this game's Sherry Birkin. Okay, now that we are back on the ocean liner, so the area where I was in before was actually a submarine. So we just hijacked a submarine and it's currently sitting next to the ocean liner. And we need to go find Leon because the ocean liner is rapidly sinking due to all of the explosions. So we need to go find Leon and get back into the submarine because for some reason Barry knows how to pilot a submarine. It's Resident Evil. There's no point in questioning it. Chris is apparently an ex-Air Force pilot, and Rebecca Chambers is both a mechanic and a medic at 18. Don't question it.
I won't. I'll just take it.
Every like main character in a Resident Evil game is weirdly overpowered. Like Steve Burnside knows how to fly a cargo plane and he's 17.
Oh my goodness, I didn't realize how young.
Yeah. Yeah, it's stuff that you don't really realize until you think about it. Go, wait a minute, how does he know how to fly a plane? He's 17.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wait, what is the actual legal, is it like 21 or 18?
I don't know, but if you ever look up like the actual bios of the original Resident Evil 1, it's wild. If I recall, Jill Valentine is ex-Delta Force at like 24 or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
gracious.
It was either ex-Delta Force or ex-Green Berets or both, I can't remember. But it's just silly. So here, we found Leon, right? Yeah, Leon's actually a tyrant. I'm gonna have to focus here for a second because this dodge is probably the hardest in the game. And I will explain it after we do it.
Take all the time.
Nope, I wasn't gonna get it. Nope. 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 Ah, darn it. Yeah, this particular dodge is the closest thing to pixel perfect this game gets. And you do have to dodge this fight because you do not... Oh, in the speedrun, you don't have the weapons to actually do these fights legitimately. I might have been able to do it that time, I just messed that up. But... Come on, Mr. Tyrant. I have places to be.
Right? You got this.
No, he wasn't gonna.
I think Leon likes you.
Yeah, Leon the Tyrant likes me.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Man, please. Die.
Be nice. Come on. Stop being rude.
Yes! Did it.
There we
Okay.
go. Nice. Let's go.
You have to get the Tyrant to go far enough north that you can slip back here. So we found Leon. Yay! Leon's totally fine. Don't worry about him at all. Excuse you. Come here. Okay, you know what? This lag's bad. We're just gonna take out these zombies. We're actually getting near the end of the game, believe it or not.
Oh.
Yup, we are getting near the final Tyrant fight. And by final Tyrant fight, I mean the best glitch in the game. It is personally my favorite because it causes the entire screen to bug out.
Oh.
Downside is it's a potential soft lock. So we have to be careful.
Okay.
Yeah. I do have a backup save just in case.
Okay.
But hopefully I'm able to get it without getting the soft lock. And we're just gonna take out these zombies with my bugged out weapon. Because this game is well built.
I'm sorry, but any game that is able to be OP with a weapon like that because it's broken is instantly like on the top tier of my list of that is super cool.
Yes. It is. It's pretty cool. And if you've ever played this game casually, you're probably just like hitting yourself that you didn't know this about the gun. Because legitimately this game is fairly difficult casually. Mostly because of the finite resources that you have and the fact that the knife can only hit close range and there's fights that you actually have to do from long range.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The later Tyrant fights specifically have to be done from quote-unquote longer range because the more damage you do to the Tyrant, you push the Tyrant further back. And if you don't hit the Tyrant when they're in the further back areas of the battle arena, they'll actually move back forward again. So if you can't hit the back row, quote-unquote, you can't finish the game.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I did have a question from chat, if you don't mind me asking.
Of course.
Can you tell us how you got into Gaiden? It's a pretty unique Resident Evil game.
I am a Resident Evil collector. I have nearly every port of nearly every Resident Evil game. Is gonna get her? Okay, it didn't grab me. And because I have all of those, I mean, I had to add this to my collection, right? Mm-hmm. And because I love games that are rare and I love games that are dumb. So I'm just gonna stand here for a second. Everyone say hi.
Hi.
Hello, Mr. Tyrant. Yeah, he's just gonna stand there. So I'm going to focus. Yeah, he's just gonna stand there. Until you walk up to him. But the thing is, we're not gonna do it legitimately. So this is the part that can soft lock. So I need to get the zombie to grab me in this specific room and hope it didn't work. Okay. Thankfully that wasn't the soft lock. You need to get this glitch to go off in a very, very specific way. You need to get the zombie to summon a second zombie, but only in a specific spot. And for some reason in this hallway, didn't happen again. Okay. For some reason in this specific hallway, you don't get thrown into a fight when that zombie grabs you, if he grabs you in the doorway. Sometimes the game just does that. Okay, that summoned a second zombie. And we need to sneak past him. Don't get caught. Ah, darn it. Okay. So that's what I meant by you have to summon the second zombie in a very specific spot, because you still need to be able to get past that zombie. Now, there is another way to do this where you don't have to summon a second zombie, but I haven't been able to get that to come to work consistently without triggering the soft lock. Darn it. Normally it doesn't take this many tries. I normally get it like on the third try. Because you have to do 2 glitches in a row in order to successfully skip the final boss. Which, yes, that's what we're doing. We're skipping the final boss.
I'm just watching intently because this is good.
I summoned the second zombie. I've successfully gone past him. We're going to run right into the tyrant. We have turned the tyrant into zombies.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go through this room, look at the zombie, attack the zombie, and the game is successfully bugged.
What?
Yeah. So as soon as this cutscene is done, we're going to hit time. So I'll let you know when we get there. But that last screen there is actually the most stable I've ever seen it. Sometimes the sprites are completely like broken and thrown around and like in pieces, and all kinds of shenanigans can happen there. So as soon as it says thanks for playing, that'll be time. And that's time.
Nice done.
Now I had to skip through that because the end of time is at the end of the final cutscene instead of the beginning of the final cutscene for some reason. But that little moment there you guys sort of saw where it was Leon, you know, on his little walkie-talkie, and then it sort of zoomed in on his neck. In Gaiden, if the reason why that Leon turned into a tyrant earlier is because the tyrant in this game can actually shapeshift and take human form. The way that you can tell the way that you can tell that a tyrant is not an actual person, because in that final cutscene there was 2 of the little girls and you had to figure out which one was the actual one, is if they bleed green. If they bleed green, they're the tyrants. And in that final cutscene, the Leon who leaves the liner with you is bleeding green. That's why this game cannot be canon, because this game kills Leon off screen. This game actually kills Leon off screen, and the Leon who leaves the game with you is a tyrant. Hence the biggest reason this game is not canon. Aside from the fact it's called Gaiden, which means like side story or non-canon.
Well, in the meantime, was there anything that you would like to say thank you or have shout outs or want to do some plugins? Do it right now, because honestly, I would love everyone to follow you.
Well, you guys can follow me at Miss Scarlet Tanager on Twitch. I'm Miss Scarlet Tanager on everywhere. On TikTok, on Instagram. On Twitter, I'm Miss Scarlet Tana, because Tanager didn't fit. But I stream occasionally. I don't have a set schedule because I do have a full-time job working in medical research. So I'm a little busy. But my rabbits over here, Garrus and Tally, have their own dedicated webcam. So if you want to see more of them, make sure you come give me a follow. And I'd also like to give a shout out to the awesome just music this game has. It's pretty great. And also can I get an F in the chat for my box? This game can go. I bought this game for $500 with the box and manual, and my rabbits managed to get a hold of it.
Oh, F. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I had to keep reminding myself, I love my bunnies. I love my bunnies. I love my bunnies.
But definitely big. That's enough.
Yes. But yeah, I hope you guys come give me a follow. I stream all sorts of horror games. I am now learning Resident Evil 2 on the N64 because, again, I love my weird, obscure ports. And I hope you guys will join me over there if and when I stream. So make sure to follow me on Twitter as well in order to get notifications, because we know how Twitch is when people go live sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, definitely want to say thank you for showing the brokenness of Resident Evil Gaiden. That was definitely... Oh, this Fright Fatales has just been such a fun event. We will be back more. Just stay tuned, and we will get to our next Resident Evil remake, or Resident Evil 2 remake. And that's gonna be that's gonna be super, super fun. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back with some more Fright Fatales. Hello, everybody, for Fright Fatales. This is Kitty Rue SR. I go by Rue, and we are back with some more spooky horror games that are going to be showcased by our Fatales. So I just want to do a few announcements before we get into the next final run, but it's going to be awesome for the Resident Evil block. I'm super stoked. I will definitely just wanted to do a few things of your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered at the GDQ Twitch channel. Help support the Games Done Quick, both with hotfix and with the AGDQ 2023 costs. So please consider subscribing if you enjoy the daily GDQ content. And talking about AGDQ 2023, it will be online from January 8th to the 15th. But if you head on over to the website, gamesdonequick.com for more info, you can see the games list for the first submission period. And then the second submission period, there's another one, surprise. It is going to be for any of those video games that were released after the September 1st. And that is going to be coming up on November 6th through the 12th. So if you are interested in submitting more, you could go to the gamesdonequick.com for more details. And just one more thing, just before we get into the run, Cross Fatales 2023 run and volunteer submissions will be open November 14th through the 26th. So I would definitely get all these submissions going, just saying. As well as Frost Fatales will be happening on February 26th through March 4th. So just get ready for that. Come enjoy with the hot drinks and the speed runs, and it will all be on the Games Done Quick channel. Alrighty, so I would definitely love to introduce Sneevil and Kitty Rar. Sneevil is our runner for the Resident Evil 2 remake, and Kitty Rar is going to be the commentator. Do you both want to say hello? And Sneevil, you go first.
Sure. Hi, I'm Sneevil. Nice to meet everybody. I hope you're having a good night so far. As she said, I'm going to be running Resident Evil 2 Remake. And pretty much just before we start, this run is mainly a glitchless run. We're going through the game as intended. There's no going through walls or anything like that. And other than that, I think, Kitty Roar, you want to say anything?
Hi, yeah, I'm Kitty Roar. I'm a streamer here on Twitch, and I do a lot of variety, and I speedrun RE2 Remake as well. And I'm very excited to be here, so thanks, Sneevil.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for joining me. All right, so I'm going to go to the second cutscene. I'm going to pause there. And I'll count us down once I'm paused on the second cutscene.
Look, man, I'm serious.
All right, we're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go!
Let's go.
All right, so starting off here, we're running as Claire Redfield. That's the main character. And the category that we're doing is Claire A Standard. So basically, that means we're running as Claire. We're doing it on standard difficulty, and we're doing the A scenario. So starting off here, the story is that Claire's looking for her brother, Chris. And we don't know where he is, but we know that he was last seen at the Raccoon Police Department. But what Claire doesn't know is that there's zombies everywhere, as this is a Resident Evil game. So we start off here, that zombie that you just saw, we like to name the zombies in this game. So this is Frank. Everyone say hi to Frank. And then say bye to Frank. Say goodbye, because we're not going to see him again. Basically, to get past most zombies or enemies in this game, we're not going to be killing many enemies. What we're going to be doing is, for specifically the zombies, we'll be shooting them in the head once. And this stuns them and gives us enough time to just run past them. So we actually don't really kill many enemies at all in this game. I think we kill a total of 6 enemies, besides the bosses. But yeah, mostly we'll just be shooting them in the head once to get past. So right here, we're just on the road to the Raccoon Police Department.
Can't stop. Gotta keep moving.
And right here, you're probably wondering, whoops, why are you getting bit by a zombie, Sneevil? I don't understand. Are you gonna bite me? There we go. So we actually purposefully get bit right there by that zombie, and this is for a very important reason. So Leon, this doesn't apply to Leon, it only applies to Claire. But basically, if Claire is in caution, she runs way faster. You save 2 minutes throughout the run. It's really, really good. You can't do it with Leon, but only with Claire.
And so there's 3 different health like statuses. There's fine, which is you're fine. There's caution, which you're a little bit hurt. And then there's danger, where you're really hurt and you move really slow. So basically throughout this entire run, we're gonna be focusing on staying in caution as much as possible. And just because if you're in fine or if you're in danger, you're gonna be moving a lot slower. Something else to explain, I'll just explain it right now. So it was first introduced in Resident Evil 4, and it's this concept called difficulty adjustment, or DA as like a short form. And basically, so the better you play this game, the harder it's gonna get, and if you suck at this game, it's gonna get easier. So say I die a lot, or say I miss a lot of shots and stuff like that, the game's actually gonna get easier. And say I pick up a bunch of items and I actually never get hurt or anything like that, the game's gonna get harder. So basically what we're gonna try to do throughout this run is try not to get hurt. We're gonna only be picking up certain items, and we wanna keep the DA as low as possible. All right, so right here, sorry, there's a lot to explain at the beginning, but right here, you can tell that my timer is paused. So I actually do that on purpose right here, and it is all to do with that zombie. So that's the only pause strat we have to use throughout this run. And basically, that zombie, if you don't pause there, he actually bangs on the door like 2 to 3 times. And in order to avoid that, we actually pause there, and that zombie actually moves as you're paused. So he'll be banging on the door while I'm paused, where the timer is paused. And it actually allows me to save a couple seconds instead of waiting for him to bang on the door. Oh, there's Marvin. Everyone say hi to Marvin. Don't worry, he doesn't live long. Sorry to burst your bubble. I love Marvin, though. I really wish they kept him alive, but unfortunately, Marvin has been bit by a zombie. So, not much luck there. The beginning of the run is honestly pretty chill. There's not too many hard strategies. It's just running around picking up some items. And right here, we have a pretty much empty hallway. There's no zombies here yet. Keyword is yet. I'm actually gonna stick right along this wall here. There's a zombie on the ceiling you wanna avoid hitting. If you do run into him, it'll waste like a second. It's no big deal. But you wanna stay along that wall. And right here, do you wanna explain the quick turn, Kitty Roar?
I could do an explanation.
Oh, yes.
But I've, the explanation.
I can explain it. It's cool. It's cool. So basically, when I'm about to turn, so I do these really pretty, like 90-degree turns. And the way I'm able to do that is I'm actually hitting the aim button right before I'm about to do the turn. And what this does, it stops me in place. It stops me from going forward anymore. And I'm able to just immediately do this nice 90-degree turn right after I hit the aim button. So you're going to be seeing me use those all throughout the run. I'm going to use it again here. It allows you to just do these really clean lines and just stick around the corners and not waste very much time going around.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Perfect. And another thing to mention, so not all the zombies are always in the same place throughout the run. For example, this zombie right here on the right, we call her Eleanor. Sometimes Eleanor is very mean and she's just in our way. This time she was luckily walking away. But basically we call that RNG, which is random number generation. And this just means that the zombies are not going to be in the same place every time. Some zombies are always in the same spot, but other zombies, they like to move around. So you got to be cautious. You got to be ready for whatever situation that you may be confronted with. We're just going to keep on going here. I actually do need to shoot out 2 bullets right here. I had some extra bullets. I need to make room in my inventory, which is the reason I did that. We're just going to use this key. And there's a little strat coming up. Right here, I'm going to aim down to the floor. There's going to be a helicopter crashing, and it normally throws you backwards, but if you aim down at the right time, it'll throw you forwards near the door. So that's obviously where we want to go. It saves only like a half a second or something like that. But every second counts. Whoops. I'm gonna do some menuing right there, just get my inventory in order. And an example of RNG is right here. So on the other side of the door, there may or may not be a zombie there. We're gonna hope there's no zombie there. If not, I got some plans to deal with them. So let's see what we get. Oh, we got the zombie. So I'm just going to bait his attack and go backwards. And once he's done with his attack, I'm good to go. He'll be stunned for a couple seconds. And that went really well. So I'm gonna reload my gun right here. And what that does, so every bullet that I have is pretty much in my gun right now. I don't have any bullets like clogging up my inventory, and that's exactly what I want. And we just picked up some key items right there. And I'm just gonna use the fuse to open up this hatch right here. And we're good to go. Now, remember that hallway where I said there was no zombies the first time? Well, we're heading back there now, and there's a lot of zombies there. Or, I mean, I guess there's 3. That's fine. Another thing to mention is, since we are doing a marathon run, I want to make sure I have health on me at all times. Now, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of randomness, a lot of RNG, so I want to make sure no matter what situation, we're not going to die. I really want to avoid death. If we do happen to die in this run, it's fine. Luckily, the zombie's facing the wrong way. We're able to get past him. Sometimes you do need to shoot him, but that's fine. And right here, we're just going to open the door with bolt cutters. We're going to pick up another essential item, which is the detonator. We're going to get rid of this really fast. And basically, the entire point to the beginning section of the run is to grab 3 medallions. These 3 medallions are going to open up the basement of the RPD, which is where we want to go next and where the first boss is. So that's basically the point of the entire first section of the game, just to grab these 3 medallions. Also, if you didn't notice, so as I'm going up and down stairs, you're going to see me doing like an aim. You're going to see Claire aiming a lot. And what that is, it's called stair skating. Now, usually when Claire goes up or down stairs, she has a really slow stair animation, and we want to avoid that. So in order to avoid that, we actually hit the aim button like periodically. And what that does is it allows us to just go up and down the stairs faster than she normally would. All right, right here we have my favorite enemy. Oh yeah, that's why he's my favorite enemy. I love him so much. How you doing? Actually, my chat has named him. His name is Chad. I'm just going to avoid his attack, and he's giving me a very hard time. Now, something with the Chads or the Lickers, actually, if you look back at them, so you're going to see me looking back at them a lot when I'm running away, and what that does, it just makes them chase you slower. If you just run away with them without staring back at them at all, they'll just chase you really fast, and we want to avoid that. We really don't want to get hit by them. So we look back at them, and it allows them to just move slower towards us. And gives us some more time to run away. All right, so we're coming up on the 3rd medallion. And I'm going to finally use this detonator. Now, one thing, as this detonator is coming off, I'm also going to grab some extra inventory. But as this detonator is counting down, I'm going to go through this door. Now, I'm doing that for a very specific reason. Now, there's a shelf right near the door. And if you don't go through that door as the detonator is counting down, it will actually, the shelf will fall. Sorry, one sec. The shelf will fall and block your way, and you have to like lift it up. It takes quite a long time, especially you have some enemies in here which you want to avoid. So by going through this door as the detonator is counting down, it actually stops the shelf from falling. Now, fun fact, if Mr. X or any of the other characters go through the door, oh dear. Okay, that's not good. But this is why we bring safety hells. Yay. But basically, any enemy or if Mr. X or any NPC goes through that door as the detonator is going down, it's going to stop that shelf from falling, and it just saves us a lot of trouble. All right, we're going to come down here. We're going to put in the 3 medallions, and this is going to access the next part of the game. Whoops. And we're coming up on the first boss here. Luckily, we get a little bit of a breather before the first boss. Not much to do. We're just making our way down. Some more stair skating, some more quick turns. Stair skating and quick turning, it looks easy, but honestly, it took me months and months to get it down. So if you're a new runner to this game, like, don't feel bad if you can't do it right away. Fun fact, this was actually my first ever speed run. So this game actually single-handedly got me into speed running, and I'm really glad it did. Now, we're coming up on the first boss. Now, there is one weapon in this game which is more powerful than all the others, and I'm going to be using it to kill this boss. Let's do it.
Let's go. This is probably the fastest boss.
Yeah, it's so fast. Yeah, blink and you'll miss it.
I did. I blinked.
Yeah, really. So the reason that boss fight is so fast, and the reason the knife is the most powerful item in the game, is actually because the knife damage is linked to the frame rate. So the higher the frame rate that you're running on, the actual more damage the knife is going to do. So right now I'm running at 120 frames, which is the maximum allowed for this game. Honestly, if they let more than 120 frames, it would kind of be pay to win, like who is the best computer. But if I was on 120 frames, which is what I'm running this on, it took about 14 to 15 slashes. But But if you're running this on 60 frames, it's going to take double the amount, so it'll take about 30 slashes. So the higher the frame rate, the higher the knife damage. And this really allows us to just cheese some of the bosses, just kill them very quickly with the knife. So we're going to be using that all throughout the run. But this also means that the knives are very important. So if I lose it, that's really bad news. I do have one extra knife in my inventory for if we get grabbed, I can use it just in case of emergency. But if we lose all our knives, like it's almost next to impossible to kill the bosses. So we really want to make sure not to lose those knives. All right, do you mind explaining the liquor room?
Yeah, so you're gonna want to hug the right side here because this liquor here will ambush you from the top. And if you hug the right side, you'll most likely always dodge that liquor there. And we're just coming in here to grab a key item and then get out as well. And you're gonna see Sneeble do a kind of AI manip as she's going back into the liquor room. So she's going to be shooting at the ground, basically to alert the liquor so that way she can go through the room unscathed.
Yeah, so whenever you shoot a bullet, a way that we use to manipulate the enemies is... oh no, this is bad. I think we're dead. So no, that's fine. There's luckily like a quick save right here. But this is what I mean where the run is very random. Like a lot of the time you won't get hit in there at all. And then other times they just ambush you. So we got to do that room again. Luckily we start off right here. The thing is that I don't have an extra herb right now, which I would ideally have. And that's because we got bit when we came off the ladder. We just seem to be getting bad luck. But honestly, that's all right. All right, so we're going to do this again.
Yeah, the liquors in this game are just very pesky. They're like you can manipulate them, but at the same time, they're just they just listen whenever they want to. They don't care.
I'm pretty used to that situation, to be honest, of just dying in that room, so I'm not really too phased. But hopefully that'll be the only death. If not, we'll deal with it. Luckily, there is quick save, so if you do die, like where you're not starting all the way over. But let's try that again. So let's see how this is hopefully how it's supposed to look. Let's try it again. Okay, I think that, no, this is bad again. Okay, so we're gonna hope they don't hit me again. The thing is, right here though, this is gonna be difficult because basically there's a liquor on the ceiling. This is gonna be fine actually, no. So what I'm gonna do, remember I said I had an extra knife? So we're gonna use this extra knife to make sure we don't die again. And we're gonna get out of here. There is an herb coming up, so we should be fine. But this is why we want to stay in caution throughout the entire run, because when you're in danger, you go this slow. And you really want to avoid going slow. It is a speed run after all. Yeah, as I was saying earlier before I got rudely interrupted by the Chad, basically when you shoot bullets, the zombies or enemies are attracted to where you shot the bullet. So the reason I shot at the beginning of that room there is to aggravate the lickers earlier so they move out of my way, so I'm able to hopefully get through there safely. And there's going to be an herb right up here. We should be fine. There's a lot of herbs on the way that you can pick up, so we should theoretically be fine. We're going to grab this one and heal up right away. And we're good to go. We're good now. Yeah, it's always really scary being in danger because you're pretty much one hit away from dying. But luckily, we're in caution now. It is a little bit more risky running as Claire because you are required to be in caution the entire run, whereas Leon, you're in fine. So if you get hit a couple times, you're in caution. You're not slowed down very much. But Claire is a little bit more risky for that reason, as in you're running in caution the entire time. So right here, we got a good example of a beautiful design. They have a key in a picture frame. I don't know why, but that's a Resident Evil game for you. And we're going to do some more stair skating. There's actually going to be a locker right up here that I'm going to open on the way out, or on the way across. And we're going to need what's in there later. So we're going to open up now so we don't have to wait for it to open later. I'm going to shoot that zombie, and it should be giving me enough time to get in this room, grab these 2 items, and get out of here. So hopefully he's not in my way. That's good. And we're going to grab this. We're going to need that for a puzzle later. And now this part's pretty relaxing, honestly. There's not too much to do until we're done with this section, and then we meet a nice new enemy.
Our bestest friend.
Our bestest friend, yep. So on our right side here, there's gonna be a zombie. I can kind of tell how close she is to me just by how loud her growl is. She didn't sound very, very close to me, so we should be good on the way back. Yeah, she's really far away. Sometimes she could be a lot closer though, so you just want to watch out and be ready for where she's gonna be. All right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna put out this fire right here so we can get through the hallway. And I'm just going to go meet my best friend right here. We have a coffee date. How you doing, Mr. X? You fancy hat? You looking nice?
Oh,
he's all dressed up. Oh, he's not very friendly today. Okay, so we're going to run away from him, obviously. We don't want to be anywhere near him. And this is Mr. X. Do you want to explain just how Mr. X works?
Yeah, sure. So Mr. X is the stalker type in this game. In the speedrun, he doesn't really chase you around too much up until this upcoming part here that Sneevel's going to go to. But yeah, Mr. X is he can definitely pack a punch.
Yeah,
if you don't
literally.
dodge him correctly. Yeah, literally.
Yeah. So I'm going through this section here to get a key item, but when I come back out, we're gonna pray that Mr. X is not there. All right, so I'm gonna stare at this liquor. Luckily, he jumped, so it's easy to get away from him. And I'm gonna be grabbing another key item in here. This is to move the shelves in the library. And it'll allow us to get to the very upper floor. So I'm gonna get out of here. And you're gonna be able to tell if Mr. X is coming or not by if you can hear his footsteps. He is here.
Sounds like he's
a
little farther.
Oh, he's here. So that's okay. That honestly always happens if he shows up. I should be able to get past, and I'm not in danger, so everything's fine. We still have a health, and that's just kind of what happens when he shows up. If you're really fast, you might be able to make it before he gets to the door, but it's pretty hard to do. Now, do you want to explain why I shot outside the library?
Right, so that's another AI manip there that you saw Sneevel do. So basically by her shooting the ground, the zombies are attracted to that sound and they'll kind of mindlessly go towards the door and they'll completely ignore Claire. So that gives her enough time to push the bookshelves in order to create a path up top. And luckily Mr. X, it didn't catch up either.
Yeah,
so
sometimes they'll punch you while you're pushing the shelves. It's not a good time. You want to avoid being damaged as much as possible, except for that initial zombie bite at the beginning. All right, so right here, another relaxing room where enemies can't enter. Very grateful for that. We're just gonna be moving these gears around and just, so basically the point of this area is to grab the second electronic piece. Now we need 2 of those to solve a puzzle so we can go to the next section of the game. So we're just gonna do some movement in here.
Yeah, there's quite a few sections in this game. We're currently in RPD 2.
Yeah.
So we finished RPD 1, and once we get all the electronic parts to get to the next section, we'll be done with RPD 2, and then we only have a couple more sections.
A few more harder sections. Yay!
A few more, yay!
Just a couple. So here we go. We're done with this puzzle. It's going to drop an important item. We're going to pick this up. Now, there's going to be a zombie on the other side of this door. I'm going to hope he doesn't grab me. If he does, that's okay. There's an herb right here, but he's facing away from us. We're fine. Now, this zombie over here can be a little bit difficult. We're going to do a headshot just to make sure that he's not going to bite us there. And we're through. Now, we only got one more zombie to deal with until we do a puzzle. Now, right here, I'm going to open this door. I'm going to immediately go to the right. And then I'm going to go to the left. Now we're going to trick the zombie into thinking I'm going to the right when I'm actually going to the left. And this just allows us to get by unscathed, or else he'll bite you if you just stick on the left the entire time. All right, and if you notice, I grabbed some bullets from the locker up there. That's just going to be, honestly, we don't pick up very many bullets throughout the run. We only pick up 2 sets of handgun ammo, and that's pretty much it. Do you mind explaining what's going on during this puzzle?
So with this puzzle, you use both electronic parts, and the solution is always the same. You're just going to want to put in both electronic parts, and then just put the wires in the right position. And then we meet a new character.
A new character, yes. So during Claire's run, you actually play a section as Sherry. So this is Sherry. And bad news for Sherry, she's been kidnapped by Chief Irons. Now, I probably don't need to explain that Chief Irons is not a nice guy. So the entire point of this part is to just escape.
Yeah, and with this puzzle here, the solution is always the same as well, but you want to put the block puzzle in the 3rd position, and then all you got to do is shuffle the blocks around in the correct position. This puzzle still can have RNG, but
What is this?
how do I say? It can have a few different
Like, the starting positions are always different.
Right, the starting positions are always different.
But then you always move the same block over, so all you gotta do is twist them. That's pretty much it.
You can get super lucky though and get like a godlike puzzle with just one change.
Yeah, so I've actually gotten the puzzle where it's all in the right position. You just need to move the block over, and that saves like a good 4 or 5 seconds. But I think the possibility for that, just to put it into perspective, I've done probably thousands of runs. Like, I've been running this for almost 3 years now, and I've only seen that the best RNG twice ever. So it's pretty rare to get. You rarely ever see it. But if you do get it in a PB run, that's going to be really hard to beat, so... Alright, so right now we're just going to be grabbing a key.
It's him.
And we will be meeting Chief Irons shortly, unfortunately. So we'll be grabbing this, and pretty much the Sherry section, it's the same every time besides that first initial puzzle. You always do the same thing. I personally like this section because it's kind of relaxing. There's no, like, stressful moments. And you get to relax. It's nice to have a little breathing room throughout a speed run. If you play this game as Leon, though, you actually play as Ada instead of Sherry. And Ada's section is a lot more action-intensive and action-heavy. So if you prefer to have a speed run that's, like, very action-intensive the entire time, I'd go with Leon. But if you like having a little break in the middle, I'd go with Claire. So that's what I prefer. Especially the next section of this run is not the best, so it's good to be able to relax a little bit. Now we're just going to be waiting for Chief Irons to do his pattern in here. He does the same pattern every time. And we're just going to be hiding from him. We want to make sure not to be seen, so if you do get seen, you pretty much need to do this entire section over, so we're going to really make sure not to be seen here. I'm pressing the crouch button down very hard. I really don't want to let go of it.
The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's going to be.
Gonna hide right here. Now, I do need to run to the other side of the room. There's a door over there which he's gonna be opening, and I need the key from there. So we're gonna be waiting for Mr. Irons to be swinging his flashlight. Once we see that, I'm gonna have to start running and look for the best hiding spot in the room. All right, so he's going to swing, and I'm gonna run. All right, where's the best hiding spot? I see it. I see it. Oh yeah, right here. Isn't that right, Kitty? Oh yeah, best hiding spot. I don't think he's gonna see us here, will he? No,
not at all. Definitely not tall enough for him to see.
No, definitely not. So on standard difficulty, you can't do this on hardcore, but on standard, when you're standing right here, so Sherry's shoulder's pretty much in line with the middle of this green thing. Her foot is barely touching the carpet. And if you're in this position on standard difficulty, he just doesn't see you. It's kind of funny the first time you see it. But yeah, he has no idea where I am. So we're just going to wait for him to finish his cycle, and he's going to open the door, and we'll be able to get out of here.
Yeah, usually in a casual run, you'll be hiding under the table.
Yeah, there's a table over there.
But the reason why runners choose this position is because one, it's like a wall that covers Sherry completely, and two, you'll be close enough to get this key here to be able to get out. Oh gosh,
that was a weird turn.
That was scary.
Yeah, that was scary. He could have caught me right there. I really would not like that. But luckily, Sherry's a lot faster than Irons. We won't have a problem getting away from him now. As long as you get a little bit of distance, you're fine. And also something else, so Sherry obviously doesn't have a gun to stair skate with the traditional way. So what we do here is called the Sherry Shuffle, and I'm just pressing the A and D keys just or back and forth, and that allows her to go down the stairs faster and skip that slow stair animation. Here's Johnny! A nice little nod to The Shining right there. And we're just gonna keep running, and we're pretty much done with Sherry's section. We're gonna be going back to Claire now.
Good to see you again, Claire.
All right, now we're back to Claire. We got a new item. We got the parking garage key. Now this is just gonna allow us to actually leave the RPD. We are done with this place. We are done with Mr. X. We want to get out of here. And I still have an herb on myself, so I should be fine. I believe there's, oh no, I already used the herb there. But I still have an herb on me, so we should be fine. And we're going to be getting out of here. And the next section of the game is called the sewers. Now, you can imagine that's a very lovely place with a lot of lovely enemies. So really looking forward to getting there. But we have a little bit of running to do before we make it to the sewers, so let's do that.
Oh, you said we're done with Mr. X. Are you sure about that?
Are we?
Hmm.
Okay, say hello to our little friend again.
Hello.
What, do you want to
Bye-bye.
explain what I just did there?
Yeah, so basically you kind of trigger Mr. X to do, like you bait him to do an attack, so that way it gives you enough time to go through the gate there. Because if you don't bait him, where, you know, he slows down when punching, he'll pretty much go up to Claire and either grab her or punch her. So.
Yeah, we don't want that to happen. He's already done it enough times throughout this run. Right here, I'm gonna shoot the zombie on the left really quick. As long as you're fast enough, you shouldn't get bit here. If you're too slow, the dude who fell on the ground is gonna grab you, but luckily that went well. A lot of this game revolves around just having really good aim. Like, if you miss headshots, you're in a lot more danger, but once you practice this run enough, you kind of understand what positions the zombies are gonna be in every time, and you're able to just memorize where to shoot. Right here's another zombie that we name. It's called Misty, after the Pokemon trainer. We don't see her very much. Misty is usually pretty nice, but there's like a 1% chance she can grab you, so I'm glad that didn't happen. And this next section, so we got dogs. We got zombie dogs. Zombie dogs are not very fun to deal with, but this one's pretty easy. We just walk right beside them. Or right through them, I guess. And some people say dogs are free. I concur, because I've died a lot of times here, so let's hope this goes well. There's a dog right here. There's 3 different things they could do. First one, let's see what he does. Okay, he just does nothing. That is perfect. We like the dog to do nothing. The second thing is that the dog will like jump at you and you have to avoid it. The third thing that the dog will do, he'll act like he's doing nothing, but he'll actually, sorry, that scared me. He'll actually, oh no. Okay, we're gonna get bit here. I don't think it should kill me, and I have an herb, so. Because the thing is, if I were to use a knife there, I'm missing one for the boss fight. So we're gonna heal. Everything is fine, and we're just gonna go through. As I said, dogs are not free. They're not free.
They're definitely not.
Especially yeah. Sorry, you go.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I've gotten bit here a lot, especially coming up the bus there. Oh man, that zombie dog is
That dog
really
is
rude.
so mean. I've lost so many runs to that dog. Especially there's like no health for a while, so if you do go into danger there, you're kind of not in a good situation. All right, say hi to Irons. Say goodbye to Irons. He's dead now. He's just dead.
Goodbye, you criminal.
Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, he's not a very nice person. I don't really feel bad for him. All right, so now we're making our way down to the sewers. And we're gonna meet another familiar character. Sherry! So we're gonna be meeting back up with Sherry, but not for long. And did I say that was the last time we were gonna see Mr. X?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
this
he's
part
back
too.
here.
Wait a minute.
Technically, we don't really see him because I'm running away. He's not really in our field of view, but he is chasing behind us right now. Now, there's a cool little glitch which happens if I do this this line fast enough. We'll see if it happens. It doesn't make the run any faster, but it's just kind of funny to listen to. So let's see if it happens.
Let's see it.
Yeah, go, go, go. So when you hear Claire saying that, she's not supposed to be saying that right now. Basically, yeah, she just interrupts herself. But yeah, that dialogue's supposed to be happening like during the last section, but when you do it like too fast, the game doesn't know what to do and it just keeps spitting out the dialogue. So just a little funny audio glitch. There's no like real application in the run. Like it doesn't help you go any faster. It's just hilarious. So I'm glad I got that.
And welcome to the sewers.
The sewer is very clean, isn't it, Kitty? It's very
So
clean and
clean.
nice. This is where I want to live here.
Don't you just want to take a bath there? Oh,
Yeah, this is,
man.
oh my gosh, I've always wanted to go on a vacation. This looks great. All right, so on the other side of the door, there's gonna be a zombie. We need to shoot him immediately. And just run through. That was a really good headshot.
Yeah.
And as long as you're fast enough, that second zombie will never grab you. So luckily you didn't grab me. And we're gonna be lowering this bridge. And Kitty, do you think you'll be good to explain the strat with the zombies going down the stairs when I get there?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, cool. Because that one I need full concentration. I'm really not in a good position to get bit again. So
yeah, that part can be pretty tricky.
Yeah.
You guys will just see in a second. So I might as well just start explaining it now. So you'll see Sneeble hugging the left side here in the stairs while stair skating down. And the reason is because there's going to be a sneaky zombie on the left side. So she needs to kind of avoid him and not be in his field of vision. She's going to do a quick shot here to get him out the way and then just run past.
Oh, that's a weight off my chest. I hate that.
Yeah, I hate that part too.
Those zombies can be very, very difficult to deal with. We're actually going to be dealing with these 2 zombies 3 times throughout the run. So I'm glad the first time we went past them went well. A lot of the time, the zombie who's on the left, which you can't really see, he'll end up grabbing you if you're not fast enough, but luckily that went well. And there's a new enemy, which you might have just seen at the corner of your eye. And those enemies are called G-Adults, the big blob monsters. And basically, my chat actually named the G-Adults Hubert. So if you hear me say Hubert, I'm just referring to the G-Adults. And the G-Adults, you really want to avoid getting grabbed by them because they can poison you. And being in poison or being poisoned is the worst thing for a speed run. You move really slow. Claire starts coughing randomly and you can't attack and it's just awful. So the one thing we're really going to try to avoid here is just getting grabbed by the G-Adults.
Yeah, because if you get poisoned, Claire or Leon start coughing, you start moving slower, and then you need to find a blue herb, so that just kills so much time.
Yeah, and we don't really typically carry a blue herb throughout the run, so you really don't want to get grabbed. All right here, I'm going to hope this zombie isn't fast enough to grab me. Perfect. I shot the other one that was in my way just because I thought it was going to be a problem. And we got past them the second time unscathed, so this is going well. This is going well so far. All right, so right now we're above what I like to call Hubert City. So that means this is where all the Huberts, grew up, where their family is. They like to hang out here. They play Monopoly. I don't know what they do. But basically, we're going to be infiltrating Hubert City, and they're not going to be very happy with us. So we gotta really avoid getting grabbed by the Huberts. Jesus. Hubert is bad. Hubert never wanted to be my friend, so I kind of gave up. All right, so there's there's a Hubert right here under the water. I'm going to shoot him. This is going to give me time to get around him without grabbing. And right now, you see the wall that is on my right. So basically, that Hubert right there, as long as you don't touch the wall that's on your right, you won't get grabbed. However, if you do touch that wall, he will grab you, and it's not a good time. So the thing is, you want to get as close to that wall as you can, just without touching it, and you should be fine. All right, do you mind explaining this room? There's a lot of tight movement in here.
Yeah, this room is really, really small. You're going to be collecting some plugs for an upcoming puzzle. This room is kind of a little puzzle in itself because you got to plug in all the plugs, to get to the spark shot, which we're going to need for a boss later. But as you just saw, a zombie fall, he has a couple different patterns, and we did not get the good one, unfortunately, because he'll be standing and waiting in front of the entrance there. So you're going to see Sneevil shoot him to stagger him to get past him.
Oh, I thought
there's
I
just
missed.
a lot of quick turning.
Oh, dear.
Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of quick turning and a lot of menuing here, so yeah.
Yeah, this room, when you first start speedrunning, it's very hard to get the movement down, especially if you're not too comfortable with quick turning and stuff. But practice makes perfect. So just, if you can't do it right away, just keep practicing. All right, I'm going to be equipping the spark shot. Now, the good thing about the spark shot is pretty much automatically stuns any enemy that you shoot it with. It's really useful for the speed run. For example, right here, there's going to be probably some Huberts in our way. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to shoot him once. He's stunned, and hopefully I can make it through this little crack here. Okay, we're good. And there's going to be one more Hubert that we're going to be dealing with. He's going to be hiding from us. He's going to try to surprise us, but I'm going to be surprising him instead. So as soon as he pops out of the water, we need to shoot him. Perfect. And this should give us enough time to get around him and hopefully not get grabbed here. Excellent.
Nice.
Yeah, they're very scary because you get grabbed, you're poisoned, and we really don't want that. All right, we're going to be coming through this room with the Vesty. I call him Vesty Man. It's pretty much the zombie with the vest on, or the I don't know what to call it, the shiny vest that reflects light.
Oh, yeah.
So this is bad. So that zombie has a
sneaky.
5% chance of grabbing you. Unfortunately, he did, but we have an herb on us. We're fine. As long as we don't die, it's fine. I really don't care about going into danger. It happens a lot, especially with marathon runs. You can get the worst possible scenarios, and you just kind of got to deal with them, so that's fine.
Yeah, and with those zombies there, I feel like they can be super unpredictable with their positions. They're always in different spots. Sometimes they can block the entrance to the stairs, or they could just be on the side. So Yeah, to just keep that in mind. Although that one was really sneaky.
Yeah, that one.
I didn't expect that.
That never happens. That's never happened before. No, it happens sometimes, but it's very rare. So that was pretty unlucky, but luckily we had health on us, so we're fine. And we're going to be grabbing another herb down here, just for safety. We always want to have an herb on us, so we'll grab this one. And I'll let you take over for this fight because I have to go full concentration mode.
Oh, absolutely. This fight is the worst. G2 is just an abomination. But anyway, so you're going to see Sneeble here. There's 2 phases to this fight. So we're going to be skipping this first phase by throwing a nade in the center of the room. And that's going to do enough damage to skip the entire first phase of the fight. So you won't have to hear or see Birkin clawing through the ceiling for like 30 seconds. So it immediately goes into the second phase, which we're going to be using a crane to get rid of Mr. G2 here. So you're going to see Sneeble go directly to the crane. She's going to push it, and then she's going to bait an attack from G2. And he can do 2 different patterns here. He could do a jumping sweep, or he can do a 1-2-3 slash attack, which is my most preferred, and I think that's what he's doing right now.
That's my most preferred, yeah.
Yeah, it's so good, because it gives you enough time to kind of stagger him down to the floor, and you could just slice him up. So for this fight as well, you have to get G2 to under 50% HP, because that'll allow the crane to just get him in one cycle. If you don't have him in under 50% HP, you'll have to do 2 different crane cycles. So that was a super clean fight.
That was a really good fight.
That was amazing.
All right. And if you noticed, I turned down my graphics to 50%. Now, you're only allowed to do that for the boss fights. But the reason for that, as I mentioned earlier, the knife damage is linked to the frame rate. So the higher the frame rate, the more damage. So the reason that we turn down the graphics is just to make sure our frame rate is as high as possible. It's not using as much, like, I don't know, of our CPU or whatever it's called. I'm not a very good tech person, so I'm not very good at explaining the tech side, but basically we want to make sure the frame rate is as high as possible, and that helps us attain that for the boss fights. So right now we're carrying, oh, sorry, yeah?
Oh, sorry, I was just going to add to it real quick that, it just keeps it at a consistent 120. That way it doesn't, like, dip down or anything like that.
You're going to be fine.
To get the most use out of the knives.
Yeah, the knives are very important for the boss fights. You want to make sure it's doing maximum damage. And right now, so we're going to the final section of the game. It's the worst section of the game. We're going to hope we don't die here. If we do, I'm not going to be too surprised, but let's try our best. And right now, I don't know if you could tell, but Sherry is infected. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of backstory. So, Sherry's father is actually that big boss monster that we're fighting. So that's Sherry Birkin. The big boss monster that we fight is actually William Birkin, which is her dad. And they're infected with the G virus, or the dad is. So that's the reason we call it like G1, G2, G3, G4. That's the 4 fights that we do. And it's basically because we're fighting the same dude over and over, just in different phases. And he's infected with the G virus, which is why we call it like G1 and stuff like that. Now, Sherry, unfortunately, has been infected with the G virus. So the whole point of this next area is just to make sure that we heal Sherry. We're going to be getting her a vaccine. We care about Sherry. She's really sweet, and we don't want her to die. So we're going to go drop her off in a sick room and go look for the cure. Now the labs, I think this is every speedrunner's like worst nightmare, is just walking into here. It's both good because you're near the end of the run, but there's so many run killers here that you just got to be very careful. So we're gonna hope we don't die here. If you don't see any death screens, just know that's very, very good. I'm gonna be shooting, so you're gonna notice I'm gonna shoot the door right here. So right here, I'm gonna shoot the door. And what this does is, since zombies are attracted to like bullets and stuff like that, there's a zombie on the other side of the door, and the zombie is actually coming towards the door. Now that's where I want him to be. The thing is, the strat doesn't work every time, so we're gonna be able to tell if it worked or not once we go past the zombie. If you hear the zombie growl at me, that means it's bad, it didn't work. If you don't hear him growl at me, that means it works. So let's see what we get. Oh, he growled at me. So I'm gonna get my spark shot ready just to shoot him when I come out, because he's gonna be waiting for me. But you can use that audio cue just so you're not surprised by where he is. Now I have an idea where he's gonna be. I'm gonna be ready when I open the door. Okay, so that's kind of bad. I missed. It happens. It's fine. Luckily, we have a health right here, though, so we should be good to go. As long as we're able to heal, it's not really a big deal.
Yeah, that zombie is very pesky.
Yeah, and he's very fast.
Yeah, and he's extremely fast, yeah.
Dr. Lee, your presence is urgently requested by Chief.
All right, don't worry. That was the easy section of the labs. We're going to be going into the very hard section next. There's actually a new enemy type in there. And the fun thing about this new enemy type, which we're about to encounter, is that they can one-shot kill you. So the thing is, if you get grabbed, so they're called the ivies. They're like made of like plant material. You're going to be able to notice them. They're very green. And if you get grabbed by these ivies, the thing is, they will kill you instantly unless you use one of your sub-weapons. So sub-weapons are like your knives or your grenades. But the thing is, we don't really have extra sub-weapons right now. We have to use them all for the boss, so they're all pretty much, we can't get rid of them. They're not expendable. So we need to make sure not to get grabbed by these ivies. It's very, very important. We're going to grab that herb right there for safety. And I'll show you what the ivies look like in just a second. All right, there's the ivy. This one's just waking up. He hasn't had his coffee yet. He's not too interested in me. We're gonna grab this flash grenade. And do you mind explaining this puzzle? It's pretty quick,
so
but...
this puzzle is the same every time. Basically, it's just like a number pad. You get the solution through the trophy, I believe. But as long as you remember the puzzle and the numbers, it's pretty much the same every time. And it'll unlock an upcoming room with another puzzle.
Yeah, puzzles. Luckily,
Yay.
a lot of the puzzles are the same every time. So once you memorize them, you're good. But this puzzle, it is the same every time, but I'm really gonna concentrate because if you mess it up, it's really not good. So red, green, blue, red, green, blue, red, and green. I basically say that out loud just to make sure I don't mess it up. If you do mess up this puzzle, you pretty much have to solve it using your brain. And I'm not too good at solving puzzles, so I really want to make sure not to hit the wrong button at the wrong time, or else it just messes up everything. And you're kind of on your own. All right, speaking of ivies, there's going to be one ahead of me. The ivies have these bulbs on them, those orange things. I'm going to make sure to shoot it. And that actually stuns the ivy for enough time and gives me enough time to get past them. That's what we're going to be doing to deal with most of the ivies. Right here, I'm going to equip my grenade. Now, there's going to be 3 zombies on the floor up here. We want to kill them all because we're going to be coming back through this room, and there's going to be 2 chads or 2 lickers in this room. So we want to make sure those zombies are dead. And the reason I'm looking at the ceiling right here is that there's a licker that drops down. Now, if you don't look at the ceiling, he's going to hit you. For whatever reason, if you're not looking at him, though, he doesn't hit you at all. So it's just an easy way to get past him. All right, do you want to take over, Kitty Roar, for this whole next section?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm shaking in my boots.
No, you'll be fine. You got this.
I hope so.
Like Sneeble said, there is 2 Chans awaiting, and they're not very nice, just as you saw in the other Mr. Chads in the beginning. They do not play nice. So basically here, you're going to see Sneeble do another manip with her pistol, and she'll be aiming at the floor to kind of alert the lickers, and if they behave, they'll both go on the ceiling, and she's going to throw a stun grenade or a flashbang, and that's actually perfect. This gives her enough time to go do this puzzle real quick and be able to come back without being attacked by the lickers. So they have a couple different patterns that they can do. Sometimes they listen and go up to the ceiling, and then sometimes
all right. Sorry.
They start jumping around and being very weird. But that was actually perfect. That was really good.
Yeah, normally they'll both like turn around in unison, but one of them decided to break free and do his own thing. But luckily he didn't hit me. So I also do have 2 extra herbs on me right now. I have 2 of them just because this area is so dangerous. But I think we'll be fine on the way back. We do need to pass by them one more time.
Yeah, luckily the flashbang will stun them long enough, but sometimes they can just recover so quickly and just run right towards you. So let's hope they just stay back. And you're gonna see her camera manip here too to kind of like slow them down a little bit, because as she mentioned earlier, they do get a little camera shy, and they slow down when they want to, but luckily they did there, so no issues.
All right, we got this dude here. I'm gonna shoot his shoulder. This is very. Go. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is bad. So we're gonna use a knife. This is gonna be trouble for later because I'm actually, oh dear, missing a knife for the boss fight. Now hopefully this one doesn't grab me too. Okay, so this is you have just seen the worst situation of that room. You cannot get worse RNG in that room. We just got it. I did lose a knife, which I do need for later, but I have a couple other strategies up my sleeve that will hopefully work. We're just gonna pray together and hope it goes well. It's a little bit risky not having the extra knife, and by a little bit I mean a lot. I'm kind of underplaying it. I'm really scared right now, but I hope it'll go fine. If anything, I can wing the last boss fight. It just won't be optimal. I'm gonna be going around the right or the left side here. There's actually an Ivy over there we want to avoid, and I'm gonna be using my spark shot to stun whatever Ivy is in my way here. Oh my goodness!
Oh wow!
I don't know why they're doing this to me today of all days.
So aggressive today.
Oh my lord. Okay, so they usually that one won't do that, and they're just being extra aggressive. I guess they sense, like they can smell the GDQ run. They know this is important. They're like, okay, this is my time to shine. I've been dormant for too long. This is my time. All right, so I'm trying to just brainstorm what I'm going to be doing for this fight. Just because we are missing a knife, so that's not good news. However, I do have 2 extra spark shot ammo, so I think I'm going to be using that instead, and hopefully we'll be able to do this fine. All right, I got another puzzle up here. This is the same every time. There we go. And now we get a little bit of a breather before the 3rd boss fight, which we're coming up on. There's really not much to explain here. We're gonna be going over the boss room. We're gonna be coming back through here. Or it's right up here. So this is where we're gonna be fighting the 3rd boss. Obviously he's not here yet, but he will be waiting for us on our way out. So I'm gonna be equipping my items that I'll need for the boss fight. For this fight, we're gonna be using the spark shot, and we're also gonna be using that with a combination of the knives. Now, since I am missing the knife, I'm not exactly sure how this is gonna go, but we gotta do it. So let's try our best, see how this goes.
Gotta get back to
I believe.
Thank you.
If you want, I could start explaining the fight. Okay, so basically you have to shoot, starting off, G3 now, 3 eyeballs. This will stagger him to the ground, allowing you to knife the back of his arms. And optimally, it is about 15 slashes in the back, and then you'll see Sneevil go more towards the front to get maximum damage on the eyeballs. And also you see her doing a strat here to switch knives. She'll be going into the inventory, she'll select the other knife before it breaks, and unequipping or equipping another weapon that completely skips the knife animation, the knife switching animation. So
I
this
think
just makes the fight...
Yeah, sorry. I did it with 2 knives.
That's amazing.
Okay, so that's how the fight's supposed to go. I actually didn't have to do anything. Sorry if I interrupted you, Kitty. I just didn't expect that to happen.
Oh, no, you're fine. That was awesome.
Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, he's dead. Luckily, I had just enough knife damage to kill him there. Ideally, though, you'll have 3 knives there, I think. So remember how I mentioned, like, difficulty adjustment before? I think because I did die once in this run, it made the boss fight a little bit easier. So that just allowed me to kill him with the 2 knives. I've never been happier to die in a run. I guess it really helped me out in the end. All right, so
it all worked out.
Yeah, it did. So we're going to the end game now. We're almost at the end. We're going towards the final boss. But first of all, we got to go pick up Sherry. She's still waiting back here. So we got to go pick her up and make sure we don't leave her behind. This is another good time to just breathe and stretch and do whatever you need to do. And mentally prepare yourself for the last fight, because that's not necessarily an easy fight. And also, we get more Ivies, and they've been so nice to me today, so we'll see how that goes.
You get the opportunity to just dunk the knives in them, so...
Yeah, you'll see that in a second. That'll be good. I'll take out all my anger. All right, so we just picked up the 4th part of the bracelet. Basically, I've been picking up like different parts of the bracelet. There's like level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. They all allow you to access different areas of the lab. And we just got the last part of the bracelet. It's gonna allow us to go in this elevator. And there's not much to do here. We're pretty much just waiting for it to go down. And we got some nice scenery down here. I don't know what to call this. All I know, it looks cool, so I like to stare at it and drink some tea.
It does look cool, and the music's relaxing too, so that's a
yeah, it
bonus.
is. Until it gets really intense in a second.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah? Thank you for being so nice to me. For helping me. I'm really glad I met you. Really glad
I really like her and Sherry's relationship. Because Sherry's parents pretty much just like kind of abandoned her in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, and Claire luckily was here to save the day. Sherry's honestly one of my favorite characters. You don't really see her much, but she's very independent. You're like, oh, Sherry, do you need help? She's like, no, I got it. So I really respect Sherry for that. We just picked up an extra knife. This is gonna be for the last boss fight. It's very important we pick that up. And right here, I'm gonna hold the door open for Sherry. And this is just gonna allow her to come through the door a bit faster. She's not gonna have to open it by herself, and it allows her to get to this elevator faster. Because we wanna be fast. All right, so there's some ivies on the ground. Luckily, these ones are nice. I don't want to jinx myself, but normally they're very nice. You can just run past them. They won't hurt you at all.
Yeah, Claire being in caution actually gives her the ability to just run past them.
Yeah.
I believe if she's fine, yeah, you'll have to shoot them and stagger them.
Oh, I didn't
to get
know
past
that.
Them. Yeah.
All right, so Sherry, didn't you know she has some magical powers? Oh, there she is. She has teleporting powers, apparently. And she just shows up down there. I guess we're too fast. So, do you want to explain what's going on right here?
Yeah, so there's a couple ivies here that will pretty much be in the way while you're waiting for Sherry to open the door. And Sneevel's just pretty much unloading her extra knives. Because we're going to need that extra space for later, because we're going to get a huge weapon later. I wouldn't say better than the knife, but it's a pretty awesome
It's pretty good.
weapon.
Oh dear.
It's pretty good.
So
and you
right
guys
now,
are
I'm
going to
just
see
gonna
it shortly.
be, yeah, we're just waiting for Sherry to open the door. We're gonna hope the Ivy doesn't catch up to us. I'll just shoot him one more time just in case. And there we go. All right, so we got one more enemy to deal with before the final boss. Luckily, it's like the easiest enemy in the game. We have this flaming zombie right here. You just need to shoot him anywhere on his body, and he just falls over. That's it. And we are on the way to the final boss. The last thing of the game, and hopefully this goes well. We do have all the weapons that we need. We're not shy a knife this time. So let's see how this goes. I'll let you take over for this part, Kitty.
Right, so we're getting up to G4, the final boss's game, and that weapon that I just mentioned we are going to pick up shortly, but we're going to get the power to pretty much just turn on the train, and then our good friend G4 will come down. So she's going to pick up the Gatling gun here, or the minigun, as they call it in the game, and how this fight goes is you're going to see Sneevel shoot the eyeball. She's going to focus a lot on those because that's pretty much how you kill G4. If you shoot anywhere else in his body, it'll do damage, but not as much. So she'll be Gatling gunning him the entire time, and then you're going to see her knife him as well here to get a little bit extra damage on the eyes. And also throw a nade.
I pressed the wrong button. So we're going to wait for him to come back down.
Oh yeah, this is totally fine.
Yeah.
You can still throw the nade when he jumps down. But the nade just pretty much does some extra damage as well.
Yeah, we're gonna throw the nade right here. We can tell it worked because it got rid of a lot of his eyeballs. I'm just gonna get out of the way. There we go, that was very close.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna be pretty much finishing him off with this Gatling gun. Ideally, what you wanna do is you wanna use a grenade and it'll actually fall off from the wall. I totally messed up my button presses there. I kind of panicked. But this is still going well. We're going to hope he doesn't hit me again. There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, so that still went well. I'm used to messing that up and having to do safety strats. But honestly, that was still pretty fast for not considering we didn't throw the grenade. And right here, it should be time in 3, 2, 1, and... Oh, I ran out of bullets. And time!
That was a good moment.
There we go. Oh, there's a couple of hiccups in the run, but overall, I think that was pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that run. Let's see the end time here.
I could tell you if you want to know. Phenomenal run.
So 53:32. Honestly, for a marathon run, having one death, that's fine. That's fine. I'm really happy with this run. It didn't go perfect, but honestly, this run is pretty hard in marathons, just considering the vast amount of randomness and RNG you have to deal with. But overall, I hope you enjoyed the run. This was actually the first speed run I ever did. It got me into speed running. So if anyone's interested in running this, there's a huge community. Everyone is so nice. Like, I remember when I first started speed running, everyone just taught me everything. They're in my chat helping me out. So like, just if you want to speed run this, just know there's really good people here to help you out. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the run.
It was amazing. Big GGs, big claps.
Oh, big claps to you too, Kitty Roar. You did so good on commentary. Thank you so much for helping me today.
No problem. I want to squeeze something in. My power did go out earlier. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Like you called out to me.
Do you remember when I was like, "Oh, Kitty Roar, can you explain the quick turn?" And it's just silence.
And then
yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. And then I look over. It's like, oh no, my power went out. I'm like, at least you were able to come back though, and you finished strong, Kitty Roar. You finished strong. So
you did too.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yep. Both of you are queens to me. Honestly, that was
thank
amazing.
you.
It was
thank
just amazing. Everything was amazing. It was a ton of fun. I'm glad that we, you closed out the Fright Fatales, but honestly, like, it was just spectacular.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to say before we get to sign off? Would you like to have any shout outs, any thank yous, plugins?
Big thank you, Kitty Roar. You already know, but thank you so much for just doing commentary with me. You made me a lot more relaxed. I get very nervous for stuff like this. So just having you here really calmed my nerves. And if you want to watch my stream, so I stream on Twitch full time, and I play mostly Resident Evil games, horror games and stuff like that. I speedrun this game a lot. And you can find me at twitch.tv/Sneevil. And I think that's pretty much it for me. Kitty Roar, you have anything to say?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on this run as a commentator. You did amazing, and I'm honored to be here, and having your energy here on voice chat was wonderful. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. And guys, go follow Kitty Roar, also another very talented, I don't know, you missed this important part, but everyone follow Kitty Roar. She's amazing. I've been watching her stream for a long time, and it's always a good time. Such genuine, nice vibes. If you want to go feel good, if you're not feeling good and you want to go find a stream that makes you feel good, Kitty Roar is an amazing streamer.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Well, on that note, definitely have to agree. I will say thank you all who did all the hard work for the event, everyone involved, the host, producer, tech, everyone, the whole team, the whole frame, Fatales. It's an amazing community, amazing server. But also, these events like this is just, it shows how speedrunning in the community is just such a gem of a treasure to find, because it's just great to showcase these horror games and just be able to have this near the Halloween season. So it's going to be great. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. We will be heading off, but just a few reminders really, really quick before we go. I will just remind you about the AGDQ 2023 online will be on January 8th to the 15th. If you head over to gamesdonequick.com, you can check out all the info there. The games list for the first submission period came out, and the second submission period for games that were released after September 1st of this year is coming up as well. So that is between November 6th through the 12th. So if you want to have more further information, check out gamesdonequick.com for more. And then just to kind of do another reminder, the Fright Fatales 2023 run and volunteer submissions will be open November 14th through the 26th. So I definitely would prep all the submissions, just saying. That's a good couple weeks. And then just a reminder that Fright Fatales will happen on February 26th through March 4th. Hope to see you all there. And thank you. I was your host for the second half. I love you all. You're all GD cuties, and love everybody who was part of the team today. And thank you all. And we will be back. And I hope you all have a good one. Good night.